This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with a Tolo Tuesday edition on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. Choppy out this week on vacation. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we turn right to my left with Peyton Phillip Russell. Was it a good night? Was it on time with the baby making schedule for your wife?
It was a good night. You know, Bobby texted me at 7:14, said good luck. 7:16, he said, well, how'd it go? And I responded 4 minutes later.
No!
That's a real timeline. 7:14 text, 7:16, and then at 7:19 he came back and said, all done.
Because you wanted to test them on the timestamps?
Yeah, I was just trying to, I was just doing it for the bit of here's 2 minutes apart. Here we go. And he really texted back at 7:19. He was done.
Because yesterday, Pepe said that his wife was having the baby fever. 2 months, 3 months into the brand new marriage?
Yeah, almost 2.5. Yeah, so, hopefully.
Put you on the clock.
Yep, on the clock for the next few days. So, we'll see what happens. But look, if it doesn't happen, we save money. We save money, we enjoy our marriage. That's what I told her a couple nights ago. I was like, we just got to, because when we have the baby, I think there's going to be times that we're going to be like, man, I really wish we were, still without the baby. We can still enjoy time together. So, but whatever happens, happens. I'm not 30 yet. We still got a month.
And how old is she?
26.
How did she handle the way you spoke about it on the air?
Lied, 27.
Wow. You don't even know her name.
Man, dang it.
How did she handle the way you spoke about it on the air?
She listened to Best and Worst, and she was like, oh, Sean thinks, we're going to be great parents. And I was like, oh, that's great. Don't listen to Crosstalk.
When you're time stamping it for us.
And how many do y'all want, ideally, right now?
One now, and then wait 2 or 3 years, then one more. I'm fine with two. I'm good at stopping at 2. She's like, maybe a third, but we really want a girl. One girl.
He's not going to stop at 2. He's going to have 2, and he's going to be one of the ones who's like, ugh. He's going to be one of the ones like in love with it, and I think he's going to be like a Corey Majors style dad.
Being what?
Just
switch religions?
There's that. No, but just the like that's his identity. That's his core. Like being dad, being family man. I think that's going to be his whole thing.
Is that Corey's core?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
I think
I also think of him as just being super marketable to the sales department.
That's.
Oh, man.
Alec tweeted yesterday one of his Wolchuk-esque questions.
For the love of God, do your effing job.
Oh, you got it as a drop. Alec's question of the day. What's an experience that made you say never again? I wrote back crosstalk with Kevin. And I ran to the car.
He is heated.
I ran to the car to turn that bad boy on at 10:01. I got him in on time. And he cooled off a little bit. I think he'll come in here and apologize today. No apologies necessary or needed, but that's Kevin guilt, where he will come in with a little bit of guilt and say, I want to apologize for
yeah, because I tried to joke with him on the way out. I was like, let me cut the tension a little bit. And he wasn't mad at me. He did not have any lightheartedness to him yesterday. So I was like, okay, I'll see you.
You asked Peyton yesterday if it is awkward or just less meaningful when you're on the clock like that. And yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
It's more anxiety, it's more pressure. Like, what do? You lay down in the bed first and you just put your arms out and you're like, okay, I'm here. Like, does an alarm go off in the house? Like, are you in bed watching TV already and then you notice the minute hand on the clock?
Well, she wanted to watch Dancing with the Stars. I forgot that was Monday at 7, so I had to go a little earlier. So I didn't do the 7:15 like I said. That was just the time that I just came up with. But
okay.
Yeah, but I had dinner, hour to digest, and then I was like, all right, we're about 30 minutes away.
I'm just whether it's
like the ball dropping. The ball's dropping.
Whether it's planning baby or just trying to schedule it out and make time for each other or whatever. I've just never been a fan of the putting it on a schedule or putting it even on a calendar.
What does that mean, though, for you in terms of relationship planning? Hey, Friday night, let's go to dinner.
No, that's
Saturday night, let's lock something in.
So if it's very much like there are a lot of couples I've read online and other things who will say that they think it's helpful to say, hey, Tuesday night, we're committing to doing that with each other on Tuesday night, and it'll bring us closer together. And all these couples argue in favor of it. I mean, it's like that takes out all spontaneity to me, and it takes out all.
Look where your last spontaneity got you.
That was not my spontaneity.
Got you a $500 hotel room for nothing with a view of the pool.
And that's a great analogy, I think, for how I do things in general. But it was I've always. That's a constant battle, I think, that exists, is Kristen saying, what's wrong with the schedule? What's wrong with keeping plans? And me going, I got to live life by the seat of my pants.
Yeah, after hearing you in the commercial breaks yesterday, and you have been married the longest amongst any of us, I would not listen to any Bobby Belt marriage advice.
I have fantastic marriage advice.
What you pulled yesterday, you kind of scarred me mentally.
Why?
I don't really want to get into it.
I was joking.
You were not joking. You were. Don't ever let him call you jealous or psycho husband again.
Oh yeah, I get jealous. Very much so.
Ever again. It's good that you at least admit it though.
Yeah.
All right. The money is in for Von Miller, and I'm even happier about the deal. It's a 1-year contract worth $5.5 million with a. You have names picked out, by the way.
She has some. I have 0 to my credit. It's all her names.
And good for you for wanting the girl first. I wanted a girl first. I don't know why. I just felt it in my bones. And then I FaceTimed her. She's like, I got the result. And she said, I'll tell you when you get home. And I was like, no, you have to tell me right now. And she said when she told me it was a boy, like my face just dropped. And I was like, I'll be happy about it. But yeah, I wanted a girl.
The line is true though, Peyton.
And now I regret it.
You never realize how many people you hate until you start trying to name a baby.
Well,
Names start coming up, and you go, not that name. My kid's not named that.
She's a teacher, so she goes through phases of kids that she's like, that was a good name, but this kid was a little S to me.
Yes. All right, sorry about that. Vaughn deal. 1 year, 5.5 with a maximum value of 7.5. So that's where we are with it, Bob. 5.5, and it can get up to 7.5.
Totally fine with that. Totally worth it. That's actually under, I believe, where Clowney even came in last year. But no, to me, I was thinking 6 to 8 on the value. So this came in both numbers, like both the incentive, the full incentive, and the base. They both come in under where I thought they would. That to me is worth whatever 15 reps a game he's going to give you to go in there and make an impact. And not only that, but I think when you just talking to some people yesterday, it sounds like, as expected, a big part of this for them too is, well, he can come in here and he can teach Donovan Ezeraku some things. More than that, maybe he teaches Tyler Guyton some things and Nate Thomas some things, the way that, Tyron used to try to teach Micah, and before that, D. Ware taught Tyron. And so I think they think that there's a big advantage there, too, of just like almost getting an extra coach here and getting somebody who knows how to rush the passer and being able to apply that whenever they need it.
All the Cowboys were speaking about it yesterday, including Brian Schottenheimer on the recent signing.
Number one, always trying to find a competitive addition to our football team. We say it all the time, 24/7, 365. What I love about Von is we've got a lot of inside information, knowledge about him as a player. Certainly, what he's accomplished is incredible, but what you hear about him as a teammate is even more incredible. And my few conversations with him, he's really excited about being part of what we're building here. And he's going to add a lot, not just on the field, but off the field as well. And I think we're creating competition at a spot that is good. In no way, shape, or form is this where he comes in and takes over any of that. He's just another really good player that we're adding to the addition of Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezeraku, Malachi Lawrence, James Houston played great the other night, Sam Williams, T. Wheat, Isaiah Land, Maris. It's deep, and you can never have enough pass rushers.
If you had, this is where I get autism here a little bit. If you're going to call a guy T. Wheat, don't you just call him Tweet at that point? I feel like it feels like a missed opportunity.
Well, it's X now.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
But that means he can now have the name, I feel like, is that he can now own it himself.
More from Schottenheimer on Von being able to help out Ezeraku, Malachi, and the other young guys on the team.
Yeah, I think him talking about how much he can help, some of these young guys. Let's be honest, Malachi's a young player. Easy's still a young player. the influence sitting in meetings with him and watching film. That's really powerful. And the guy has no ego. He wants to win. He's a huge fan of the Cowboys, obviously growing up in Texas. And I know he's told you guys about his dad, and, that's home. So, very, very excited to add him to our football team, and look forward to getting him here and getting him some work.
It's interesting. Yesterday we were talking about we played the clip of him talking about, I'm one of the greatest locker room guys of all time, or I am the greatest locker room guy of all time. And I thought that was interesting. And when I was reaching out, talking to some people yesterday, and I was asking about that angle about like the leadership and the presence in the locker room, and they said, well, the way that a lot of guys, when they come in here and they want to be a leader, that also means accountability. Like when Michael Bennett got here, Michael Bennett was like yelling in the locker room after games and telling guys like, we need to get our S together a couple weeks after being here. And they said, that's not Vaughn. That's actually not going to be him. Vaughn is like Shoddy, big relationships guy. Like he wants to bond with guys and be close to guys. And so they said he will walk in here and he's going to try to be like the third string offensive lineman's best friend. Like that's the way that he comes. So he's going to come in. He's going to try to connect with them about things. He's going to try to teach them things. Like he wants so much for football to be, like Shoddy always says, football to be family. Like that's their brotherhood. And so they said he's going to come in here and guys are going to be stunned how, oh my gosh, Hall of Famer Von Miller wants to be like my best friend. He even knows who I am. And so that sort of connection that he talks about where Shoddy says that's something they know he wants to do, that seems like that's going to be like the biggest priority for him.
Jerry was trying to figure out how to work the pimp cane from Michael Irvin yesterday, as Mike was trying to explain to him the pimp strut was some type of gift that was given out there on the fields in Oxnard. And, of course, Jerry had to be asked while strutting off why he signed the Aggie.
You get someone that's been there and done that, and he trains with our consulting trainer. And, boy, he had been telling us for all this past year, boy, if we could get him, he knew firsthand because he works with him all the time and knew that he could help us. And, of course, that trainer is working with all of our guys. Right. And so we feel real good. But the main thing is, Michael Irvin said it. I was just sitting with him up during practice, and he said he's always wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy, play for the Cowboys. And Irvin said that means a lot. It does mean a lot. He's a veteran that can really bring a great aspect to the team from the team concept. Like I said, really wants to be here. We want him here. And we believe he can come in here and really can give us some additional pressure on that other quarterback.
And that's something that, look, I was watching him a little closer yesterday, trying to see his tape in Washington, see how he performed. He's not the same player anymore. He's not the guy who's going to rack up 18 sacks. He hasn't been that guy for 7 years.
Bobby Broadus co-hosting this morning.
Ooh, no way. Not
7:20. I can't wait to get into that.
Broadus would not pee on him if he was on fire. It is that seemed like he just does not like the player at all anymore.
I'm not a fan.
That's for sure. He's still somebody who can be productive, and specifically within the role that they want him to do. But this seemed like the perfect marriage. This seems like the fulfillment of what they always envisioned they were going to, or what they were trying to do when they wanted to get OBJ here. Like, it feels like that kind of thing where it's like, man, this feels like such a perfect match, such a big star right here in Dallas, and it just so happens that he meets their energy in a way that OBJ didn't.
All right, we're going to change things up a little bit. Normally during the season, post-Hut Clarity is Tuesdays at 7:20. That's where Bobby rewatches the film of the previous game. Because yesterday was all Vaughn in the 6 a.m. hour, we didn't talk any star up, star down as we usually do. We'll do post-Hut Clarity next. What was real and what was just a mirage from the Cowboys' first preseason game. Bobby did the film breakdown. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First down and goal at about the 2. Three-step fade to the left side of the end zone, and Brown, did he come up with it? He did. What a catch by Camden Brown on the fade from Joe Milton. Touchdown, Dallas.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films.
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
Apologies to Malachi Lawrence. Let's talk about it here in Post-Huck Clarity on 105.3 The Fan. There was good, there was bad. If you're not familiar with this as a reset, because we do this during the football season on Tuesdays, game usually is played on a Sunday. Monday, we have not had time to watch the film before we got to turn around and get up in here. And so you're reacting to what you see on the TV copy or seeing live. And so after a Monday study, I usually feel different about a couple things come Tuesday morning. And so I like to clarify in the Post-Huck Clarity what's different and what has changed for me and looks a little better. And the first one, the one that stood out yesterday, was Malachi Lawrence was not just completely like anonymous when I was watching him back. He played pretty well. Like, I mean, he did have a couple of nice rushes. He was playing well in terms of contain off the edge, playing with some power. So I didn't think he was, you know, it's not like I went out there and watched. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's ready to start and be out there every single snap. But it was also way more encouraging and not as anonymous as it felt. And it makes me wonder, there's a little bit of a discussion. When he got picked, one of the analogies that got made by a lot of people with the Cowboys was he's like almost a DeMarcus Lawrence starter kit. And that D-Law used to be one of the guys who was a big Monday watch in terms of to really see where he made a difference. And it just makes me think of, I wonder if he's going to be similar, where Malachi, you're going to watch him play a game and just think, did he really do much? And then you're going to have to go back and look and go, oh yeah, fundamentally he did some good things.
PFF gave him an 80.
He played well.
He had the third highest grade on the defense.
Yeah, so
and 80.1, 17 snaps. Stephen Jones was talking yesterday, I think, to DallasCowboys.com, or he was commenting on Vaughn, and he said something about like Malachi having a hell of a camp. I took that as Steven just trying to give him a push.
Yeah, that's not what I just said.
Like we talked about with Jerry yesterday, and I was like, he's trying to make him feel better. But PFF and Bobby Belt with a decent to nice grade of Malachi.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised turning it on yesterday and seeing him. He actually got credited in 16 snaps that he played. He got credited with 2 quarterback pressures and 3 tackles. So, I mean, that's making a play once every 3. Like, you're in on it and you're making a difference.
If I was going to sit there and watch all his cut-ups, I would want to see his athleticism and what type of pass rushing moves and, you know, his strength in setting the edge and containing and playing the run. But I'm looking for the athleticism first that we heard so much about.
I think it was, I'm trying to remember which play it was. I think it was the one where Carson got the PI. It was definitely on that first drive, but I think it was the one where Carson got the PI where that's the one where you can kind of see, okay, like comes off the edge, like bends the corner, is just a tick late. A little bit like some of the stuff we saw with Ezraku last year when Ezraku was trying to get closer and closer and was just missing it. And then when he finally collected a sack, Brian Schottenheimer took it off the board. I was kicking myself. That came up over the weekend. I forgot. I was like, I didn't give Shotty hell for accepting that flag when we interviewed him.
Yeah, you were too busy with your little T-shirts.
That was just a coincidence.
With your little home ec arts and crafts.
No, that was like at Peyton's wedding when Maya and Amanda were just like, we like got the same thing. We wore the same thing. It was just like that. We had no coordination. It's just, you know, similar great taste. Post-Huck Clarity here on 105.3 The Fan. We can go a little negative on something here. And this is not totally a difference in what I had thought after the game. But it felt much more definitive. There was one NFL running back on the field for Dallas in this game. And I know, like, Abanikanda, like, had some good numbers too. But to me, when I look at it and I go, okay, who actually showed the vision, the cut ability, the burst, like the contact balance, all the things that you look for from a running back? Anybody that would be in your depth chart. Not necessarily starter, but just can carry some of the work. Malik Davis was the only one who looked like it to me. And it's not that, Abanikanda looked awful, for instance. It's just watching, I'm like, yeah, that just looks kind of like preseason yardage to me. Like, he's getting preseason work and he's getting what he can, but that doesn't look like a guy who, if I put him out there with the first team in week 4, because I need a breather for Javonte Williams, I don't think Abanikanda is going to be a guy who's going to make a difference on a drive necessarily.
Malik Davis had a 75.5, Jaden Blue a 56.2 with, what did I say, per average?
Yeah, it was 2.8 or something like that. What was it? It was 2.4.
Oh.
8 carries, 19 yards.
Oh.
And so this is something where when you watch Malik Davis, like, you actually see similar to the stuff you would see with Rico Dowdle when he started getting some work, where it's like the ability to see it, make an immediate cut, make the correct decision, show some wiggle through tight spaces. He looks similar to that. And he's a guy who he does understand his assignments. To me, it's not close. Malik Davis is the team's number 2 running back right now.
And yesterday, how did it look at practice?
Malik Davis was the first running back to rotate in, according to Nick Harris, after Javonte Williams. Jaden Blue did not practice yesterday. He was dealing with a shoulder, and then Phil Maffa and Abanikanda were limited, so there's some context there. But to me, Malik Davis is the guy.
Is he good enough to be a 2?
Yeah, I think so. Probably. I don't know if I would say I want him being a split carries kind of running back by committee back, but if he's just a 2 giving you a breather and subbing in and having to start every now and then when somebody gets hurt, yeah, he can handle that. All right, post-nut clarity here on 105 through the Fan. Joe Milton was better than Sam Howell, but it was a little closer than I thought. I think Howell played better than I initially had thought he did, which I didn't think he was bad when I first saw him, but I saw him looking more comfortable in the face of some quick pressures and having to improvise a little bit more. Joe Milton was relatively comfortable back there. Like, there wasn't a whole lot kind of pressing him, and that is what you ultimately want to see from him, is how does he respond whenever, like, the bullets are flying, and does he keep his composure? Howell showed that he kept his composure a little bit. I don't want to make it sound like he was like this is Troy Aikman against Philadelphia in 1990, just getting sacked like 12 times. But he was having to get the ball out a little quicker, adjust to some things. And I thought processing speed, his ability to adjust to the rush, some vanilla coverages, but get the ball out, know where to go with the ball. I thought he was solid.
Does Joe look much different compared to last year and far ahead, no matter what the timeline was, of Trey Lance here?
Joe's getting the ball out quicker than he was last year. And that looked to be the case in training camp too. And yeah, I think he looks ahead of Trey Lance because Trey Lance.
Like, he's already better than anything Trey was here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you remember that first training camp when you went out there and saw Trey Lance, you were expecting to see, all right, there's going to be raw physical tools here, but man, we're going to see it on display every now and then. And it was never good here. Practice was, I still remember, there's this video, I think it's one of the reels we have on the fan page that has one of the highest views because it's like zoomed in. I had it zoomed in on Trey Lance. He drops back, and I just zoom out as he happens to throw it, and he throws it right into Marquise Bell's gut. And there's this receiver, I can't remember who it was, the receiver crosses in the back who didn't get the ball to him, just like goes, F, and like rips his chin strap off and is just like furious about it. And then Shoddy lights him up, get off the field, you're out, subbing out. But yeah, Trey Lance was he never looked like he belonged even in an NFL practice to me. He was somebody who just constantly made mistakes and looked jittery. Joe Milton's got confidence out there. It's sometimes misplaced and misguided, but he's got plenty of confidence. All right. Another player who I think is just really underrated, and this is kind of combining a little bit of what happened the other night, but more so just who he was last year, who he continues to show to be during training camp, and then also what he displayed within the game. And that's Regh Stewart's a really good player. Like, he's somebody who I think should absolutely be ahead of Kalen Carson. He's somebody who I think should absolutely make this football team. And I remember I was really, really frustrated last year.
74 PFF.
I was really frustrated last year when he got picked up, and I was a little like, okay, how complex is what Matt Eberflus is trying to do if we're just taking Bears scraps at cut down day? And to his credit, it's probably the best thing that Matt Eberflus brought to Dallas last year was bringing in Regh Stewart. Regh Stewart is, like, to me, he is Jordan Lewis light. He's not quite up to that level, but competitive, pound for pound, one of the toughest guys they have on the football team. Scraps, does not give up or is not passive in the run game at all, can cover a little bit, can do some different things for you, particularly in the slot. Like being able to play the slot is a big benefit for him. So I was really impressed with him again, and I would hope that he would be somebody who can stick around, make this team. I was wondering if he would manage to hang around, obviously just with the new coaching staff, if Christian Parker would be like, I've got my own ideas here, but he looks to be somebody who has fit in and checks a lot of the boxes for Christian Parker. And then finally, a random name here, but a Johnny Cornelius, who they drafted last year on day 3, was pretty good inside at guard, actually. Because I'd seen numbers right after the game that said he had allowed like 2 quick pressures. The guy who was bad was next to him for most of the game. That was Drew Shelton. Shelton was really rough in this game. That's somebody who's still behind the curve. When they talked about, okay, we got Nate Thomas and Tyler Guyton out here taking reps. Maybe Shelton could come in and end up like getting some of the competition and competing for some of those reps. Not right now. He is not there right now.
Shelton had a 48.5 PFF grade in 45 snaps. Cornelius had a 75.7. 48.5.
I don't like that.
They just agreed with you.
I know, I don't like that. That makes me think that I need a third look at this now because they're that bad. But overall, Johnny Cornelius played pretty well and is somebody who looks like he's made strides from last year where he was at.
Post-Hut Clarity, the film review from Roberto on DFW Sports Station. Yesterday, I was happy to hear Brian Schottenheimer put the special teams on blast again, basically saying it's not good enough. And speaking of special teams, Trayshawn Holden waived and cut to make room for Von Miller.
Yep, that's the when the Camden Brown stuff has come up, and we've talked about, all right, how legit is he? Trayshawn Holden is a cautionary tale, where he was the guy who last year people go, oh, all right, that's your receiver stud. There were a bunch of people fighting for he should be the 4th receiver last year. Like fans were pushing for that. And now you see a year later, it's like he's guy number 91 as soon as they signed Von Miller before they even get to cut downs.
It's a Tuesday at 6:40. That means PayPay takes over. No more cell phones at schools. No more silverware with your takeout. And someone identified the wrong Asian. It's PP in the morning after this. And this is her top.
Today's segment here brought to you by the Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It is Tuesday, 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this very moment. And guys, being a sports reporter and broadcaster, it can be fun at times. You guys do it for a living. You guys love it, unless you're crosstalking with Hagee yesterday, or Mike back in the day when he's screaming and yelling at Broadus. That can be fun.
Oh, I loved that.
Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
Fun.
Bring back that energy. But it can be a fear for many of us, getting a story wrong or getting someone's name wrong. John Heyman, RJ brings it up a lot. John Heyman will never live down the moment he said Arson Judge to the Giants. He got the name wrong of the player. Misspelled. It happens to the best of us. But then he got the whole trade wrong in general.
Yeah, that was when he said he was going to the Giants, and it was like the free agency move. And I remember the following year, the Cowboys were in New York for the opener, and I went to the Yankees game with John Machota, and that was walking right through the door. That was the first thing I saw was somebody was wearing a 99 Yankees jersey that said arson on the back of it.
And look, it's an honest mistake, but the latest victim is Tom Caron of the Red Sox TV broadcast on Nesson, where he's telling the audience of an injury update, and it would have been very informative if the year was 2008. Here's Tom from the other day.
Tom Caron with you back here in Pittsburgh. Dave O'Brien, Lou Merloni, waiting for the resumption of this game to get it going once again. They found the news this morning, we all did, that Daisuke Matsuzaka had been placed on the IL. The hamstring injury suffered last night. That was not a surprise. Mickey Gasper called up. We remain in a rain delay. Raymond Burgess is the call-up to replace Justin Slayton. Masataka Yoshida had that inadvertently before. Masataka Yoshida, as expected, placed on the 10-day IL. Mickey Gasper called up.
Honest mistake. He's doing live TV, forgets the name, but he got the player wrong from almost 2 decades ago.
Daisuke stopped in 2014.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't really share any of the same letters in the first or second name. That's just bad.
What do they share?
The region of birth.
Well done.
There's that.
He was close.
Yeah.
He was close. He was in the same ballpark, I guess. Baseball terminology there. But that's tough. That's a tough one.
Emerald Daisuke, he was supposed to be the next. He ends up with a 4.45 ERA.
He was he wasn't bad. Didn't he have a bunch of arm issues? I think he was one of the ones who came in, had came like a supernova and then burned out really quick with some injuries too.
He went 18-3 in his second season. He started off 15-12, then went 18-3. Then he went 4-6, 9-6, 3-3, 1-7, 3-3, and 3-3. So there are your arm issues. With 6 decisions on a season.
But then that makes sense then why he's on the IL now. Is that he's just dealing with some things, and that's how he got confused so easily.
Now, it's funny, you kind of heard the video kind of cut out there. That was just what was tweeted out there on the internet. But I'm sure he had gone to break, and then someone got in his ear and said, hey, by the way, you said Daisuke Matsuzaka. It's actually Yoshida, who you're supposed to say. So he came back from breaking this. So it wasn't like he said the wrong name and then said, oh, I didn't mean Daisuke, I meant so-and-so. Because Stephen A. Smith, he gets grilled for this all the time. He brings up Terrence Williams. Had a big game for the Cowboys last week. Hasn't played there in a while.
Him and Cowherd right now.
What is the...
Don't get him wrong.
What is the... There's no way to be Red, we see how you made the mistake, right? Other than
because they're Asian.
That's what I'm saying. There's no easy pass here for him.
There's none.
It's not like he said Daisuke, then said John Smith.
Yeah, might as well say Hideki Arabu.
Yeah, Hideki Arabu. Every time I think him, I think of Steinbrenner calling him a fat toad.
Yeah.
All right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time, guys. This next story, it cannot be real. It just cannot. I'm calling AI. Hopefully it is, but it probably isn't. This is happening in New Jersey right now, and there was a new law passed earlier this month that prohibits most restaurants, food trucks, cafes, and delivery services from automatically including plastic utensil straws and condiment packets without the customer telling them to do so. It's called the Skip the Stuff Law, and it's just plastic utensils. So, Sean, at Steakhouse, you still get your silverware, knives, forks, all that stuff. It's just plastic utensils. So if you are at an ice cream shop and order a cup of ice cream, they will hand you the cup with 1 scoop, 2 scoops, whatever your preferred is, and that's it. You have to ask for the spoon. They'll just hand you it and say, have a good day, and you have to ask for the spoon to be given to you.
This happens to me in Oxnard when I get delivery to the room. The first day when we all go in and get our continental breakfast, I walk out with like 8. I got to make sure no one's looking, and then I got to get 5 plastic forks and 4 plastic spoons, and I take like 6 plates and a bunch of napkins for the day that I'll get like a delivery order when I want to stay in, and RJ's pressuring us to go out because he can't be by himself with any type of delivery service. And I ordered food, and there was no utensils in the bag. So if I didn't go and get my day one supply from the free breakfast, I got to sit there and try to find silverware to eat some Thai noodles.
So I know on like Grubhub,
or I can call Dice K, get some chopsticks.
Grubhub with Grubhub and like Uber Eats and stuff like that. There's like a little box at the bottom. You gotta check it,
and I'll put it. But sometimes I feel like they don't. Okay, you check it for the utensils. Sometimes you got to write it into like the extra instructions.
Yeah, and I'll do that sometimes if it's like, because they will forget them. The worst to me, the most irritating thing is when I order something and it's like there's a drink that comes with it, and then I swear half the time it doesn't come with a straw. I don't know who forgets to pack it. Like, I think it's just maybe in the process they forget to throw one in the bag.
Plastic top.
I can, but like for instance, if it's I had one time it was like a frozen coffee. You can't really like drink it until it like melts down.
Right.
And so if they don't throw a straw in there, that's more irritating to me than even the utensils. But the utensils is a beatdown.
Yeah, the utensils is the worst. If you, I mean, you're usually, if you order a sandwich, you're fine. But if you order spaghetti, you're screwed.
Or if they like, you get like maybe a
rice,
get like grilled chicken from somewhere or whatever, and they give you just a fork, and then you've got to like with that plastic fork try and like
you
cut
are
it.
cutting a wire on a bomb.
Yeah.
Because the slightest tension and pressure you put, you snap that bad boy, it's over.
That's what
Then
happened.
you got to hold the little end. I know it's perfect for Sean's size hands. You got to hold like the little end of the fork and like try to sit there and eat with that because it snaps.
That was when we were in Oxnard a couple years ago, and I got the Dave's Hot Chicken or whatever, where the fork literally broke into it, and I hadn't noticed it, or I like stabbed it and I took a bite, and then like the plastic came off of the tip of the fork, and I almost swallowed
You're
it.
not. Well, didn't that come in a sandwich?
No, I don't do the sandwich. I do like the
the strips.
Yeah.
Oh, you do the strips.
Yeah.
Okay. Dave's Hot Chicken's very good.
It is.
Now, of course, all of this is just for a greener future. What's your one thing, Bobby, as Odyssey would say? Got to take care of the planet, of course. There are websites that you can call out places who automatically give you plastic utensils. So they encourage you to rat them out. Hey, John's Chicken and Shrimpy down the street, he gave me a spoon and fork, before I even asked for it. Delivery services have to have a separate area, like Bobby mentioned, an area where you have to check the box if you want utensils. So you have to, because you have to, go through. It happens all the time now when you're ordering food. It's like, do you want ketchup? It's like, well, yeah, I got fries. I want ketchup. Or no, do you want napkins? Like, you got to start making all these check boxes, and you forget one. You don't have utensils to eat your salad.
And then some places let you get like 8 ketchups. This is just for delivery. But you go through a drive-through and asking for ketchup, you might as well be asking for a bar of gold. It's like, can I please have 3 ketchups?
One.
Yeah.
They give you one here. It's like, well, okay, I got 72 fries in this thing. Come on, give me something better. And if you're a food business and you violate this law, there are penalties if you automatically give plastic utensils to the customers. Your first offense, just a slap on the wrist. It's a warning. Your second offense, $100 fine. Every fine after that, $250 coming out of your pocket.
So this is a go green thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to give out the plastic to preserve.
Which, fine, we can go green in a number of different places, except, man, if you're going to go green on the straws, it better not be the paper cardboard ones.
Oh, that melt in your mouth?
That melt in the drink. Like paper. I feel like paper pieces. The vinyl ones we had out in Oxnard this year were fine.
Yeah, happy medium.
Yeah, those were like, I don't remember what those are made of, but they're like these vinyl material. That's fine. I'm cool with that. But the ones that are like the paper that come in the little green sleeve, those are awful.
Let the data centers take over.
Yes, please.
I was kidding around. There's a story about that now every other day in Texas.
Well, New Jersey, they're tired of the spoons. In Kansas, Sean, they're tired of the cell phones. They're fed up with the phones in the classroom in Kansas. Text in 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney fan text. If you're a parent out there and agree or disagree with this policy, Kansas schools are requiring students to lock their phones in dedicated phone lockers after the state bans cell phones at school. This is happening in Kansas City. The school district, they spent $150,000 on the new cell phone lockers. Students are required to keep the phones locked up from before the first bell and up until the last bell. This includes lunch, recess, all that passing periods. If you're going to have the parent that you're going to have some parents that say, well, what if there's an emergency? I have to get hold of my kid, but you guys are parents. How do you feel about this?
I'm proud of you for not reading what you wrote in your email with your instance of an emergency.
I gotta look.
But in many cases, I guess you got to have a real world. If there's a dangerous school threat, you would rely on your kid to go ahead and send the message. This applies to you right now the most.
Yeah, I mean it applies.
Do your girls even have cell phones?
Well, the older one got it taken away, but this is the rule at her school. Like you can bring your phone, but it has to be locked up. And so she can't actually have it in the classroom or anything else. And so a lot of the kids are like, what's the point then? Why even have it if I can't just have it with me? But no, we ended up, she doesn't actively have it. Stresses Kristen out a little bit, but it stresses her out more to let her have it at this point.
All right, I'll be the old fogey here. And Aiden, you give me the thumbs up, thumbs down since you're the youngest. Can you chew gum in school now? You can? You can chew gum in the classroom? Can you wear a hat? No hat. And you can have your cell phone on the table of the classroom, or it has to be in your pocket? But you can have it. He's just shaking his head,
I would think hat should be more passable than gum.
How about no to both?
Why no hat?
No hoodies either.
Oh, I wouldn't survive. This is why I was homeschooled.
That's right. Look presentable. Look presentable. No hat, no gum. The hoodie thing I know with people, smuggling stuff in there, but
can't sag either. That was a big thing back in my day.
Yeah. But now I hear that you can chew gum and you would just pop open candy wrappers on the table. I don't know. I'm like, that's stupid. There's nothing worse than reaching under your table and getting that Jolly Rancher that was stuck there.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day.
You're like, oh, is it so good? I don't know. Because I had the policy growing up, this was 5th, 6th grade, where if you got your phone taken up in class, you paid $15 at the end of the day. Your parent had to come up to the school unless you had $15 on you, I guess, but you had to pay to get your cell phone back. I luckily never got my cell phone taken away. I was told to put it up a couple times. I was texting friends back and forth. They never took it away, but I had plenty of friends who would rack up $100 bills, $100 bills basically at the end of the school year because they had to pay so many times to get their phone back.
Listen to the affluenza with him.
$100 fines.
He's talking about all his friends who got I got away with it. Just like when he's told us the story about him going 80 in a residential neighborhood and the cop pulled him over and knew him, so cut him a break. He never had any consequences growing up.
No. Mansfield knew me.
His kid will be a brat. What happened yesterday at Cowboys practice in Oxnard? Why does Brian Broaddus hate the Von Miller signing? And Ask Regh at 7:40. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and Bobby, continuing right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Von Miller supposedly arriving last night in Oxnard. We'll double check with Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 and find out why Brian Broaddus is not the biggest fan of the signing. Cannot wait to hear that at 7:20 when we go commercial free in the Expressway. What happened yesterday on the practice fields? Because they did have a practice, Trayshawn Holden, who made some bad special teams decisions in the Seattle game. He was cut to make room for Vaughn. Jayshawn Barham returned to practice with a groin. I saw Cavante Turpin with a deep ball and a nice little toe tap sideline catch as well yesterday, with Joe Milton and Malik Davis running with the twos.
Yep, and so that's the now there were a lot of guys banged up at running back yesterday. Milton being at 2 is a little bit more significant because that says something about where that competition may be or the kind of opportunities that they're trying to give and different things like that. But I thought one of the interesting things too was Devin Moore was working back from injury, and he's their day 3 corner pick.
Who he played for?
He's their day 3 corner pick from Florida. He's the one who was jawing back and forth with CD when we were out there at practice after he'd knocked the ball away. But Devin Moore was getting some of the reps with the first team at times. Like he was cycling in at times and getting from some various reps. And so Devin Moore is a guy that they really seemed to like when they picked him. And he was impressive at times while we were out there in Oxnard. And so if he's working back through that, and after the game that Kalen Carson had, maybe you start seeing that he's going to leapfrog over him if he's healthy and ready to go. But I think the battle there at corner and the way they're shuffling that out is going to be probably the number one position battle to still watch at the back end of the roster the rest of the way.
We get a Saints scrimmage today with Bobby's Kellen Moore. Tyler Shuck led team without Jordan Tyson. Jordan Tyson, who apparently has been a standout during camp, now expected to be out roughly 2 months with his hamstring injury, according to Rapp and Garofalo. Tyson, who has been dealing and consulting with experts, could begin the season on short-term injured reserve, and this was the red-hot wide receiver name that we even attached to the Cowboys during draft time.
Yeah, they loved him. And he's had a ton of fans across the NFL. The biggest thing with him is the injury history. The injury history has been really, really concerning. When you look back through his college career, it's Sean Lee-esque in terms of the consistency with which he has a soft tissue thing or gets hurt.
2022, torn ACL, MCL, PCL. 24, fractured collarbone. 25, sprained ankle. 25, strained hamstring, strained hamstring, strained hamstring. 25, 25, and 26. And now hamstring that is expected to cost him about 2 months.
The other one. This isn't even the one that was like holding him back out of pre-draft drills. So it's pretty much in totality. In fact, it was funny yesterday. Zach Wolchuk was out. Zach is always the king of, he likes to try and subtly spike when he thinks he's scored a touchdown. And so just randomly.
Whereas we're like Gronk spike.
Yeah, at least we're going to be direct. We're not going to be passive about it. I randomly get a text from him. I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. All of a sudden, 5:47 p.m., he goes, Tyson just doesn't play, man. He'd be awesome otherwise, because that was his big point why he didn't want Tyson during the draft. But I was like, you can just say he didn't even send a story. It's like he picked up like we were mid-conversation to be like, man, Tyson, he's always hurt, you know?
He was anti-Tyson for that reason?
Yeah, he didn't love that the availability was always going to be in question.
Jerry Jones, DallasCowboys.com, talked about Von Miller. We played that last hour. What about Jerry's thoughts on the first preseason game?
I like the way the defense held when they had their back against the wall. We gave them some pretty tough situations, and they held up. That sticks with you, and will stick with us. So that's the best thing that came out of it. And there were some great individual plays out there by some guys. But overall, it was a real plus, and I was impressed with our defense.
Does that confirm what you thought about Christian Parker and what he brings?
Well, it certainly... I think there's even more there with Christian than that game even shows. But it sure, to me, looked like they were executing and playing to his personality and influence, and I thought that was impressive.
Clarence. It's like, Clarence, come on. You know he's not running like exotic schemes out there.
Does it justify the hire?
Stop it. Now, if you want to say in general, like, does it justify in terms of they all looked like they've been practicing on the same page and understand like the fundamentals? Okay, but I don't think everybody brought him here for the fundamentals. They brought him here because they think he's going to scheme the hell out of things. But it's a good start. It's a nice first step, and they obviously had their moments as a defense against the Rams in that scrimmage too. And so this is going to be the third opportunity in about a week and a half, 2 weeks to show where they're at.
Should Christian Parker unveil a little bit more and not be as vanilla, just to make sure that his guys can understand basic concepts of blitzes or passing off coverages that they were so far away from last year? And did any of that happen in game one as you did the post-Huck clarity?
No, it was pretty vanilla. There was handful of things they were doing, but it's not like there was nothing that would be considered exotic, really. I would say it's probably, that's something that a lot of times, Broadus has mentioned this before, that out in Oxnard, they get like an evening practice that they do that's just kind of them going through some things, and they're not in full pads or anything. They're just doing kind of a walkthrough thing. That's where they go through a lot of the stuff that is not public for people. And so, because media is not allowed at that practice, fans aren't allowed at that practice. So I think they get time on task doing a lot of that. And they're just trying to like, hey, let's be on top of fundamentals, and then let's really be in the classroom on some of this more exotic stuff. And I think they feel like the bases are covered there.
And they're done after this, right? In Oxnard, they'll be coming home.
Yeah, they're going to be turning around pretty quick. And then, I don't know what the dates are for Frisco yet, but I know they've got the training camp schedule out there. But yeah, they'll be turning around and then back here and doing the split that they've done the last couple of years.
Cowboys Saints scrimmage today, and hopefully the Kellen Moore doesn't have the media policy that restricts all the highlights. Tommy Yarsh previews and discusses it at 9:20.
1 week from today is the opening ceremony and the opening practice at the Star.
New York Giants entertaining Najee Harris as a running back workout.
Why? They've got a 2,000-yard rusher. They've got an elite level running back, as John Harbaugh said. Cam Scatterbo.
Did he call him elite?
Yeah, he called him an elite level running back. And that was in response to, hey, Cam said he's going to get 2,000 yards. And instead of saying, that's crazy, he's not going to rush for 2,000 yards in his career, he said he's an elite level running back. I mean, you guys saw that.
Najee, 28, torn Achilles tendon while playing for John's brother Jim in 2025. Of course, if you've had him in fantasy football like I have over the years, you feel like you're going to get the toughest 3.5 yards that you ever could. Did you ever have Najee Harris, Pepe?
I thought his rookie year, one of my leagues, I was like, you know what? I think this guy's going to explode with the Steelers. He's going to be the number one guy. And
he rushed for 1,000 yards every year in Pittsburgh for 4 seasons, but it felt like it was just 1,000, barely 1,000.
Yeah, it felt like a Trent Richardson 1,000. It was a struggle. It was a fight, and now he's not going to get any opportunity as Cam Scatterbo Rudy's his way to 800 yards on 500 carries. You're just going to be sitting behind him the whole year.
Please, in our fantasy draft, take Scatterbo.
No,
who's on your
not.
Is he number one on your no draft list as you participate in the radio league for the first time?
In terms of
hatred,
there's
player
not,
hatred.
Yeah, there's not a place in the draft, I would take him. There are other players who it's like I wouldn't take them there, but like if they were there a little later, I would not take him at any point.
Who else?
He's the only one that like comes to mind of like I would never touch him at any point. There's no point where I would say I'm going to take that guy.
Kawhi Leonard innocent, according to Adam Silver?
Allegedly, maybe. It's like kind of unclear, but you know when Don Van Natta comes around and starts writing on things, that's usually a good tip-off about where things are heading. And it was Don Van Natta, Baxter Holmes, and Ramona Shelburne who wrote yesterday that the NBA has no evidence that Steve Ballmer funneled money to Kawhi Leonard via sponsors. They write, the NBA has found no evidence showing Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money to Kawhi Leonard in order to circumvent the salary cap, according to 3 people with knowledge of discussions between the two sides in recent days. Instead, the NBA is focused on whether the team's introduction of Leonard to team sponsors constitutes a violation of the league's rules prohibiting salary cap circumvention, 2 of the sources said. The league refused to comment on it. They wouldn't. They were reached out to a number of times. They put out like an image with a statement on it that said, ESPN contacted us for a story. We refuse to comment on it. Investigation's still ongoing. There are a number of inaccuracies in their report. But it also says it doesn't really claim like it's done yet. It just says they haven't found anything yet. They're working towards this. I would imagine ESPN's report is probably pretty close, and it sounds like Adam Silver's about to 2.5 his way to the Clippers as well and give them a pass.
People are trying to come for Pablo Torre. Oh, you disparage his name. Where's the punishment? Where's the consequences for Pablo? And I'm like, y'all just trust the NBA's findings?
Yeah.
You guys just trust that they're like, no, there's nothing to what would be a major controversy that's currently holding up a blockbuster deal of Kawhi to the Raptors? Why would you trust that?
Yeah, this feels like to me a test balloon of just let's check the waters here. Let's see how people react if they hear that we might let this slide. And if they feel like they can handle the heat and the blowback from that, then they go, okay, cool, release the findings. But this is Adam Silver as hell to just not hold anybody accountable because he is the most spineless commissioner in the history of sports.
The sports card that was found that the Dallas Mavericks want is apparently staying with the individual in Rhode Island who pulled it. Jason Williams, not White Chocolate or the limo driver incident. He pulled the 1 of 1, and apparently he's been offered upwards of $3 million. Golden auctions that show on Netflix. That's awesome. If you love collecting cards, I tell Kevin Hagan to watch it. He ignores me every single time. They offered him a $1.5 million cash advance, and then we'll auction it off for you. Apparently it's had a $3.6 million bid, but the owner says, no, I am more interested in making memories with it. He told ESPN, it's in a safe place right now. I'm just sort of trying to lay low. I'm not even looking at the money. I'm looking forward to the experiences that I'm going to get out of this and the things that my family and my kids are going to get to experience that are memories for a lifetime. Like what? Treating it, talking about it like it's a teddy bear.
Yeah, is he going to... this has got to be just make them think I don't want to give it up, get the money higher. Like, that's got to be
But
it.
you do get some of these card owners. Like, I think the Diamondbacks owner has some sick, amazing collection. They're like, no, I want to hold on to the card for a while, and I just want to be next to it. I want it on my person. I want it around me to enjoy it, to experience. Why do you think these other people offer $3 million? They want to be with the card.
But who is that? That's like the wealthy, like it's an owner of a sports team. Like, you know, really wealthy people have weird hobbies, and like once you have so much money you can buy really anything you want, then you start probably focusing on the things you really want and keeping them for yourselves and focusing on that. I would imagine even if this Rhode Island collector has been successful and is doing all right, I can't imagine he's going to be like, no, I really just want to be able to look at that card rather than just sell it and get the money for it.
877-881-1053 to hit us up and give us your reaction for the next segment that I cannot wait for. I did not listen to the entire audio. I got text messages. I got tweets. Eric Chiafalo said the fan text absolutely detonated. Why does Brian Broaddus not like the Von Miller signing? The audio and your reaction as we go commercial free with Ask Red at 740 next with Sean and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan.
brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee!
Touchdown.
We're commercial free in the expressway. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, Choppy out this week on vacation. Aiden Butler running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He will join us at 7:40 for Ask Reddit, so buckle up for that. We got Pepe running things, including the Odyssey app. The Brian Broaddus dislike of the Von Miller signing is coming up, but yesterday, Jerry Jones through DallasCowboys.com asked, look, how much can you reasonably expect from Von helping this pass rush at the age of 37?
Well, again, we're as fresh on him as he trains with our trainer. That is the basic one of our consulting trainers for all of our pass rushers. And, boy, he's been keeping us really on top of him. And we've really been communicating with him for a lot of weeks here. And so he couldn't say enough good things about what kind of shape he's in, how much quickness he has, how he thought he could really help us.
And I think he's referring to BT Jordan.
Yeah, because Vaughn has worked with him in the offseason and done some stuff before. So,
and who's that again?
BT Jordan has been a pass rush trainer for the last really like 10 years almost. Trained a lot of guys leading up to the draft. He got with Rashawn Gary early on. He used to work over at Aqib Talib's facility, and then he's kind of bounced around as a consultant for some various college and pro teams. And this is right here the biggest advantage I think they believe comes with hiring somebody like him is the inside knowledge from training sessions and the ability to sort of act as an advocate for the organization.
And this thing's been in the works for a long time.
Yeah.
Is BT Jordan like the D-line version of Duke Manyweather?
Yeah, so a lot of people make that comparison. He like works with a ton of people and has like worked with veterans in the offseason. Gerald McCoy used to work with him a lot. Max Crosby works with him. Just a lot of guys will come to Dallas and get him work, or he'll travel there. But yeah, he does stuff out of Sports Academy over by the Star, the little building next to the Star, and has trained a lot of guys there. And that's where Von Miller's been the last several weeks.
And neither will respond back to you to come on the show.
Well, they can't right now. Well, I mean, Duke did, but Duke was always like, can you do 5 in the morning? I'm like, I could, but we're not on the air then.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get to this Brian Broaddus audio.
Yeah, this is yesterday. This was something that like it was starting to stir pretty quick. You're starting to get a lot of like Twitter messages and people just being like, boy, Broaddus hates this move.
What was his draft take that got spicy? Was it Bain? No, he loved Bain.
He loved Bain.
It was someone else, and he's like, I watched the tape. I don't love it as much. I didn't love the guy as much.
I don't give a damn where you think I have
it. It was Styles.
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, I did my 5-minute. Atolo sent me a little cut-up, Sonny Styles' first game, and I felt validated. I was like, I'm not seeing anything great. I'm seeing one play in a series of like 10 or 12 plays here for Sonny Styles, but it was the Sonny Styles.
The Sonny Styles one got him worked. It was similar 10 years ago. He got worked up with Joey Bosa that way, where people thought he hated Bosa.
For or against?
He said he thought Bosa was good, but he said he thought Bosa was always going to just kind of be like a Greg Ellis type as a rusher, and had him, I think, as like the 12th best player in the draft.
Okay. So this is Brian Broaddus right out the gates?
Yeah, this is Dawson brings in the show, and then just, I had missed crosstalk, so I don't know if they had teased it in crosstalk, but Dawson like comes in and then he's just like, so Brian, why do you hate this? And this was a 3-minute cut. I cut it down a little bit, so if you listen to this yesterday, it's gonna sound a little merged together, but none of the context is missing here, really.
If this is a signing to say that Von Miller is going to be a starter or is going to be one of the upper tier guys as far as a rush in for the Dallas Cowboys or an outside linebacker where they're going to play him, this is a bad deal because he is not that guy anymore. If this guy's name was Von Smith, you wouldn't sign him off the tape that he showed last year. You could go back, you could watch him. He doesn't have the burst. He doesn't have the close. Von Miller is a sometimes player. He's not a player that he picks and chooses when he's going to play. When you kind of go back and really study him, and I went back through several of his games, just not studying the sacks, but he is a guy that is, when he's on the field, he's not a difference maker, and he hadn't been a difference maker for a long time. If they tell me this is going to be, okay, Von Miller is going to come in and play 15 plays, I will challenge you with all my belief, if you play James Houston 15 snaps and play Von Miller 15 snaps, James Houston will have more pressures and more sacks than Von Miller. James Houston, if this is to move on from James Houston, if all of a sudden we can only keep so many and they move on from him and don't let him play here anymore, this needs to be about the bottom of the defensive end room. This doesn't need to be about the top of the defensive room. We're all thinking about a name, Von Miller, that he's going to come in here and be a difference maker. I think Clowney came in here last year and did some things and you were like, wow, even on a bad defense, Clowney's a better football player than Von Miller is right now.
Love it. I mean, I hope he's not right, but I love the strong opinions based upon the film review. That's where my mind goes first. I don't love it in terms of his reality, but I don't believe Ross to be a troll. He doesn't have that reputation. He is going to be the first one to tell you. Did you watch? I did. I checked out the games, and he's going to be honest with what he sees. And the best thing in radio to me, as I told the Pat Doney class,
Well,
when you have a strong opinion that goes opposite, but you believe it, you really do believe it, you got radio gold right there. And I think that's what this is, despite the hundreds and thousands of text hate that this got yesterday.
I think so. This has got to be
not that guy anymore.
Broken down into parts. Yep. I don't disagree with any of the first 30 seconds of what he says.
Starter, if this is a starter / upper tier player for you, it's a bad signing.
Yeah, if you're bringing Von Miller in here to he's going to be one of the two guys coming off the edge, that's the guy who's out there the majority of the snaps. That's not a good signing.
But that is a guy I'm relying on to be an upper tier pass rusher for me.
In contexts where you're going after the passer.
Yeah.
You know that, all right, we're in
For instance, DLLS put this out yesterday. Overall play time for Von was 37%. 3rd and 7 play time, when it was 3rd and 7 or more, he was out there 90% of the time. That's when he was out there. Left edge alignment rate, 94%. So he was lining up last year against your right tackle. The average get off, Pepe, see if you can beat this last night, 0.82 seconds. But
got it.
3rd and 7. We saw the timestamps and the music video Bobby just put out. Sean and RJ, Instagram or Facebook, check it out. 3rd and 7 or more, 90%.
Yeah, and that's the context that I think he's here. He's here to very obvious passing situations just go. They're not asking him to keep the edge and play within the structure of the defense on 1st and 2nd down. He's here to go after the quarterback on 3rd down and get them off the field. So that's the first 30 seconds I don't disagree with. When it comes down to Brian seems to have a problem with 15 snaps, that's where I'd be a little more okay, I if you have that opinion.
And by the way, $5.5 million for 15 snaps a game, that's not bad work if you can find it, with the contract possibly going up to 7.5 as we got the details yesterday.
Yeah, and I think for them, they just look at it and go, if those 15 snaps are in obvious passing downs, and let's say 8 of them are 3rd down situations, then that's 8 opportunities where he can take us off the field that we weren't getting off the field last year. So that's worth it to us.
Yeah.
And I think that, look, I like James Houston. A lot of people thought James Houston should have been given more opportunity last year. I think he got better as a run defender. My follow-up encounter to Broadus would be, why do the Cowboys love James Houston as much as you do? We would ask, not every week, we would ask Schottenheimer periodically here and there, where's James Houston? And I think the answer we would get was, he can't play the run. Well, okay, but he still had pass rushing moments. Why didn't the coaching staff like James Houston last year, and why don't they like him enough to play Von's role? Yeah, and I'm most curious, I guess, to find out from Brian, which, Brian, if you're listening, text us. where he said Von Miller's a sometimes player. He picks and chooses when he wants to play. That was the most interesting part of it to me, is because I don't know, Brian may have just been saying he's hit or miss now. That may have been what he meant by it. But it sounded to me there like Brian was saying
effort,
that there was like an effort issue.
And how much did you watch of Von yesterday? What did you watch?
I popped in on, I pulled up the next gen and I found rushes of his in certain third down situations and different things like that. And I watched him and it was
video.
Yeah, it was video. He was fine.
Did you see effort problems?
I didn't. I saw a guy who's not as explosive as he once was. But, and I don't know, to be fair to Brian, I don't know if he's saying that's an effort issue. That's just what it sounded like he was saying.
Yeah.
But, man, that's don't have him at the top. That's Clowney's better. Houston's better. It just sounds like Brian doesn't want him out there at all, is what that sounds like to me.
I would have to ask Brian, how many sacks would he have to get for you to feel wrong about the opinion?
Because he went after the sack number last year. And... 9. To be fair, you can't just box score scout it. He had 9 sacks, 9.5 maybe. I don't remember. 9.
Yeah, you can get. I saw 2 or 3 sacks where
it was clean up.
It was clean up.
Yeah, it's not as impressive as he was a double-digit sack guy last year. But I would say that
some people are speculating. And again, Brian's a big boy. He can take it. Some people are speculating on the fan text, Broadus' Jordan Brooks report was wrong, so he's bitter about that. He's not happy that his Miami trade rumor hasn't come to fruition. This was the local guy instead. So, I mean, you got Tolos that are furious. But look,
I could see Brian being frustrated because Brian loves this. He loves watching it and he loves following it and he likes the team building aspect. I could see Brian.
He doesn't love he's not. I don't know Brian to be any type of troll.
No.
Or a contrarian for the sake of it.
No, and usually when he gets.
I work with 2 of them. I would know.
Usually when he gets really worked up, he's really worked up because he really has a belief in what it is and he's frustrated that people aren't seeing what he's seen, and he feels like he's trying to tell you, your house is on fire, get out of there.
Yeah.
And so he gets worked up about it. I can absolutely see him saying, Jordan Brooks was an all-pro player last year. That's who I was excited about. And if this is what they've been pitching us as the solution, then this isn't it. This isn't what you guys were talking about when it made it sound like you were in the market for a big-name player. This is a guy who should be just a situational, rotational player.
I like that he has a different opinion. We are all on this show and in the media basically saying the same thing. Very nice signing. I'm excited about it. I'm like a 6.5 or 7 excited. I think, you acquire someone. I think it's an indictment of your group, but you do acquire someone for pretty cheap. That is your biggest pass rushing threat. They have a definite need in third down situations. But all of us in the Metroplex are basically saying that same opinion. So for the sake of radio purposes, I like that Broadus has a different opinion. We shall see who's right.
Yeah, and I
need to know what qualifies as being wrong for him. And he will say if he's wrong.
And I will say the one area where I think Brian is definitively wrong, and Brian, don't kill me, but the one area where I would say I think he's definitively wrong is when he's talking about what people's expectations are. When he said, everybody sees it's this name and they think Von Miller's. I don't think anybody's talking like they think he's coming in here to be a 12-sack guy.
Yep.
So, I think everybody is managing their expectations. When he says, if you're talking about 15 snaps, I think that's what people are thinking of, is him playing 15 snaps. But to Brian's credit, Brian's saying he doesn't even think that Von should be the one getting those 15 rotational snaps. That should be Houston, who he thinks is better at this point. And look, John Owning yesterday, who does a lot of really good work. John Owning said yesterday similarly, hey, he was not an efficient player last year. He just wasn't. And so it's... In fact,
here's what Owning had to say. I'm a fan of the Von signing, but I find it hilarious how everyone is quoting the 9 sacks but ignoring the 9.5% pass rush win rate. Not very good. In addition to 8 total quick pressures. Less than 2.5 seconds. We got to be honest and not cherry pick stats.
And that's why I think it can be useful to say Brian's right in most of what he says. I think where he misses is what people are actually anticipating or expecting. You can have a ground like I think John is there, which is I like the signing. I think this is a good signing for what they need. I also don't have any stars in the eyes for what Von Miller is at this point of his career. He's not somebody that you can lean on to just, he's going to go get 15 sacks for us this year.
I'll give you an example of an overreaction. Someone asked Jerry yesterday if this is, I'm going to listen for this voice. I don't know if we included. You probably didn't include the question, Pepe. It's probably better so we don't start another media fight like
Probably
we
Clarence.
normally do. It wasn't. I don't think it was Clarence. This is an overreaction, okay? Does this remind Jerry of another Charles Haley signing?
I don't want to necessarily, because Charles was such an impact player for us. And I've often said we don't know how to spell Super Bowl until we got Charles Haley. And he was that much of an impact for us. But Charles was an impact as a pressure player. But where he is something similar to what Charles brought to the table. Charles was such a great coach, not only to our defensive pass rushers, but to the offensive line that were blocking him. But Charles's game was a mind game, and one of the smartest players I've ever been around. But we were talking about one of our players last week after our scrimmage against the Rams, and we're talking about one of the younger players lost his confidence, made a couple of bad plays, got a little rattled out there, and never got it back during practice. So that can happen to a player. Well, Charles Haley knew how to rattle them and get them rattled early. That's a part of his game. That's what veteran, that's what having been there, done that can do. And certainly Von's got a chance to be that for us.
Now, when I go look at Charles as a refresher, there was two over-the-top pieces for the 90s Cowboys. One was Dion, and the other was Charles Haley. And Charles was here for 5 years, and he had back-to-back seasons of 12.5 sacks, then 10.5 sacks. If you're very, very optimistic and you think Von Miller is going to get 10.5 sacks, then okay, maybe you can put 1 foot into a Charles Haley comparison. Or if he gets them in those really big moments that, a fourth down sack that clinches the NFC East or a third down pressure that helps win a playoff game, then you're going to get more of those comparisons.
I think I'm pretty sure Charles was 28 when he got traded here, so he was 10 years younger than Von Miller when he got to Dallas. And I think the point is a good one from Jerry, where he's talking about the kind of teacher he was. Nate Newton has told the story before. He told it when he came in studio with us, that when Charles Haley first got here, he talked to the entire locker room, and he said, when I was in San Francisco, we thought y'all were losers. Y'all are bums. And he goes, and he said he went down the locker room and he pointed at each player and said, we think this about you. We think this about you. He's like, you're this. You have trouble with this. We know we can beat you here. And that he came in there and just opened all of their eyes to, oh my gosh, there are all these deficiencies we have that we didn't even notice. And yeah, you hope that Von Miller can come in here and do some of the same sort of stuff.
Old Messy Peyton, he went and got the question. He went and got who asked it. We're not gonna play it. I don't want to start nothing right now. I'm in a good mood.
We could play it and then just don't guess it.
I have not heard it.
I'm gonna guess
it's not Clarence.
I'll hold up a number. Bobby, can you see my hands right here?
Yep.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yep.
Go ahead, play it.
Jerry, does this remind you at all when you got Charles Haley and it helped your defense?
Ooh.
You know who that was?
I don't know. Your boy?
No, that's our boy, man. That's our guy.
Who?
That's Newey.
Play it again.
Jerry, does this remind you at all when you got Charles Haley and it helped your defense?
Dang, I should have known Newey is still out in California laying on the beach, making Donnie come back here and run broadcast workshops while Newey's working on that tan. There it is, commercial free in the expressway. Choppy's out this week. Last time we did this, we had to send him back out of the studio quickly. Aiden Butler running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, participating in Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text.
Throw on the headphones.
Oh, the headphones. I was like, what did I do here? That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. You can weigh in on Ask Reddit there. You can also check in on the Twitch or the YouTube with the fan cam as we kick these around the studio every Tuesday at 7:40. This is where we take the most viral questions being asked on the Ask Reddit forum and come up with our own answers for them. We'll lead off with one Peyton Russell, since he doesn't have a giveaway. Men, specifically. What's something other men do that instantly makes you not trust them?
Just being a different dude around girls. You see a hot girl walk up, they start to belittle you, say, "Oh man, I can outbench you. I can do this better than you. You got more money than you." Right in front of the girl. When it's just you and the guy, it's they're perfectly fine. You're cool with them. When a hot girl walks up, it's always the hot one too. It's never the ugly one. Always the hot girl. They act different.
Mine's a cousin of that.
Mine is too.
Switching up around your girl. Like if you start acting like if I start seeing like you in a mode around like other people in the group, their girl, and you're acting as if that's like almost the waitress or some girl that you think is attractive at the bar or whatever, it's like, what's the energy you're bringing here exactly? Why don't you pull this back a little bit?
Mine is kind of related to that in like making plans with the guys, and then I know when you go home, you're canceling them. You're making fake plans, and you're getting run at home, run in the household. Like, I know you're never going to let Choppy live down this California car situation.
Oh, hell no. He's going to hear about the color of that vehicle for life. Because to me, it's so simple. Just, you say, no, you're picking a different color. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, but he's not paying for it. He's not buying the car.
Time is money. If it requires him to go to California, I think he has a say then in do I do this or not.
Well, he was in the training camp city. He was already there. But yeah, the guys who just totally. Now it doesn't mean I'm not trusting you as like a liar. I'm just like you're a sellout. You're a sellout to the female. You're going to go ahead and you're not going to. That's why I have a respect for Los Hombres right now. Yeah. Los Hombres, you guys are like, we're going to Vegas. Mm-hmm. We're going to the casinos here. We're going to Oklahoma. And many of us are still married. And we're going to the strip clubs if we feel like it as well. So Los Hombres right now is keeping it strong. Aiden?
I would say it's like if they talk down on their girl constantly, like either their mother or their relationship female, like if they're talking down on them constantly.
I have to talk down on my mom. She's in the ground.
Oh. All right, you get the exception.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that. I think it is a little weird whenever you're talking about her like she's this annoying girl that follows you around. It's like you're married or dating her. It seems a little odd. Like, if that's the way you feel, like, break up with her, I guess. All right. Some of the stuff on the Frankel and Frankel.
I was going to say leaving the radio station and lying to the audience about what you're doing with your next plans, and that makes me not trust you as former colleagues and coworkers just lying to everybody.
214, they tell your girl something that you told them in confidence, or they tell their girl and then she tells your girl. So basically whenever you get the chattering amongst the girls because you couldn't keep your mouth shut and had to tell them. 858, specifically heart reacting my girl's Facebook photo, not liking it. Heart reacting is a no-go. So instead of just the like, you love his girl's picture.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't do the love.
Kristen and Amanda took photos at Ella Langley, and if Kristen posted the photo of the both of them, I feel like I can hit the love on that.
Yeah, I think that's different.
I can't hit it if it's just Kristen.
I think it's weird. I can hit it if it's both of them. But yeah, I don't think it's the...
You ain't hitting nothing.
I don't think it's the... Like, I think it's more in the context of, that's a friend of mine who does not hang out with us as couples or like hang out with my girl and he's loving it.
What about the care one? It's not the outright love. It's the emoji with the heart. It's I care.
I think the care one is where my hug at guy.
I feel like that's just a condolence one.
Yeah, I only use that if somebody's talking about somebody had died. If somebody says like, oh, I'm getting chemo or something, then it's like, then I use the care one. But otherwise, no. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. I know this is going to get a fight for Sean here with Aiden. Aiden, what's the worst sitcom that got way more popular than it should have?
I apologize, Sean, but it might be a generational thing, but it's Seinfeld.
And what did you have to say?
I think Friends is better than Seinfeld.
Why?
That's going to upset him more.
Explain. Now, Choppy's the number one Seinfeld guy. You know, I like Seinfeld. It does not hold up as well, which I think is a really unfair expectation on shows. Like your show's
comedy,
not
especially.
Your show's not as funny 30 years after.
Comedy is almost always about like present day social commentary, and if you don't live in that era, it doesn't hit the same way.
Explain to me. Break it down. Why Friends is better.
I laughed more watching Friends than I did watching Seinfeld, and it might be that some of the Seinfeld jokes didn't carry over as well, but I think Friends has carried over still because I can turn it on and watch it.
So cheesy.
It is cheesy, but it's a
corny
good kind of cheesy.
See, the biggest issue I had with Seinfeld was And there have been other
There's
shows.
some about Texas, too. Texas does not love Seinfeld. Now, obviously, eastern part of the country is going to probably like it more, but you don't find it your everyday scenarios and relatability? Do you love Curb?
I did like Curb.
You like Curb better than Seinfeld?
Oh, yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing.
My favorite is How I Met Your Mother, though. So, like, I'm versatile.
I'm versatile.
I think the thing with Seinfeld, the biggest problem, so, okay, there's a few reasons why it doesn't hold up. A, the everyday scenarios that it was riffing on and creating, like, became such parts of society, and, like, some of those observations became so commonplace that you forget that they started it. So when you go back and watch it, you're like, yeah, they're talking about something that we all talk about. Big deal. But the other thing was, I didn't always love the structure of, here's an observation, let's make 20 minutes out of the observation. It's like, okay, we're dragging this now.
Right.
But I mean, there are times where it absolutely makes me laugh. Kramer's a great character, all that. But the answer to this is Big Bang Theory. That show's terrible. That is a bad show.
That show dominated.
I know that, and I cannot figure it out.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't think it's just, man, it's not as good as everybody says. It's not funny.
They made Young Sheldon because of it.
Yeah. Did you watch Big Bang?
I tried. It's terrible.
Really?
I couldn't get into it. It's just a bunch of nerds hanging out, and then they have a hot neighbor that's into a nerd.
That's what it is. The whole show
it's
is
a fantasy
she's hot
for nerds.
and they're awkward around her. Isn't that hilarious?
I never really got into it that much.
Oh, Kristen loves it. She hates that I don't like it.
I probably didn't give this show enough of a chance, but it was just too much yelling for me. And my answer is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, that's such a good one.
You and Kristen are the same.
Yelling and
she
just
hates it. I love it.
Yeah, this character nonstop all the
hilarious.
time. Isn't there a lot of yelling and just screaming and it's like, I can't take the spazzing out.
There's some of that, but I mean, it's also like, I think there's some modern day Seinfeld to it. They like have these observations of like weird scenarios. It's like, how the hell do you get yourself in this position?
Charlie Day and Danny DeVito. What's not to like?
Oh man, I love the whole cast. Like everybody on that show is really, really good. Peyton, what's your answer for this one?
It's 2.5 Men.
Oh,
I tried it. It only got popular because of Charlie Sheen. That was it. It was, cool at first. I really tried to get into it. It wasn't funny to me. It didn't click the same as I think a lot of people saw it. Now, some people loved it. I get it. We all have our differences, but 2.5 Men really stood out to me.
And that's playing out the same shtick too,
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, Charlie's sleeping with a girl, and the brother's the loser, and Charlie's gonna. I thought it was funny with Charlie. I never gave it a chance
with Ashton.
With Ashton,
I thought it was funny with Charlie. It probably rose too high. Like it was not nearly as. It was good when it was like, oh, this show on CBS is kind of funny. Then when it became the show, it was a little like, well, okay, I don't think it's the best show on TV.
What was he getting per episode?
It's like, wasn't he like he was in Raymond? Like he was in Ray Romano territory.
1.8 to 2. 1.8 to 2.
12 Vader says Curb is the most over. It says that on the Twitch.
I like Curb. I can't love it because of RJ. I really can't. RJ, everything, he wants to live his life as a whole Seinfeld episode. So I'm turned off a little bit by it because of that. But I mean, that's the same shtick too.
214 Big Bang Theory is just over Bobby's head. 214, if you think that's over anybody's head, you need to get in a different room. There's a lot of split. There's Big Bang Theory is awesome and Big Bang Theory is the worst. That's what the fan text is all over.
DFW Bass, my brother. Royal at Wild Fork, Fire Aiden, Friends over Seinfeld, Friends most overrated show ever. It's the Angel Reese of sitcoms. Preach, Bass Master, cheesy. Get this man a girlfriend. This man is so nice and sweet and sensitive. Get this man a girlfriend. It's how you talk to your girl. It's that really bothers me.
Date her every day.
Marry this boy right now.
All right, Ask Regh here on 105 Through the Fan. Let's go next with Sean. What's the ingredient that really elevates a sandwich to the highest level?
I think I have to pick mayo.
Mm-hmm.
Like mustard sometimes, but I love mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise grosses me out just as a concept of on its own.
Of course.
But if it's not on a sandwich, it completely changes the flavor of it.
Yeah, like I like lettuce, I like tomato, but man, mayo to me is the number one elevator.
I think it's bacon. You put bacon on anything though, it's the best. But bacon on a sandwich, BLT, perfect.
BLT is amazing.
The mayo,
sometimes I don't want a bacon burger. Sometimes I feel like the bacon does overpower the burger.
Too much meat in your mouth, Sean?
Ask her mom. I'm just kidding. No, yeah, I forgot I met her at the wedding.
Yeah. You like her.
That's right. Ask your. Do you have a sister?
No.
All right, bye.
Doesn't.
Yeah.
You can't say ask Mackenzie.
I can't say ask your future daughter either. He already got me at Country Day yesterday.
That's why he was confident dropping it on you.
Bacon's probably going to be the top answer.
No, I'm mayo, although I do like the mayo mustard combo.
Yeah.
And I can do, if I don't have mayo, I can do just straight mustard. I just need something. There can't be no dressing. Like, isn't Choppy a no dressing guy at all?
He doesn't like mayo. I think he does like mustard.
Okay, because I don't understand
He'll eat balsamic on a salad, but I don't know about on a sandwich.
It's so dry.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a completely different taste and profile when you take that off. Peyton, what's your answer?
Yeah, mine's mayo. It's got to be the right amount of mayo. You can't just put a whole slab on top of it, but it's also the cheese as well. You got to pick the right cheese. You can't put Swiss on, certain sandwiches. You go with the Colby Jack or the American sharp cheddar. It's different cheeses as well for me.
Yeah, we're getting cheese on the fan text. Somebody else says chips or Cheetos. There's a lot of people who like putting chips on a sandwich.
Yeah.
That was on the, I think they did that in Breakfast Club, and Ali Sheedy they were all looking at her sideways. Now it's like a super popular thing.
You got to put a lot on to really get that crunch, though. Sometimes I feel like it gets soggy up in there. You're not a fan?
No, not on the sandwich.
Swaggy Booty says butter.
Butter?
I don't know that I've ever just put butter on I will on a grilled sandwich, obviously.
My wife, for some reason, on a scrambled egg with like ham or like I think she puts butter on the bread. I think, and I'm like, I've never really seen that. Or no, she puts mayonnaise sometimes on like a scrambled egg ham sandwich.
There are people
I didn't get it.
People fight and say grilled cheese. There's a lot of people who say grilled cheese is better with mayo than butter on the bread to do it. I don't agree.
On the outside?
Yeah, that if instead of coating it with butter, they do mayo.
Some people do like meat marinades, like butter on the outside, or doing it on the outside of a turkey, keep it moist.
All right, last one here on Ask Reddit before Crosstalk, if Kevin Hagelin's going to participate today. What's something you know is completely safe, but your brain still says absolutely not, Aiden?
Going to the doctor's office, no matter what, there's something wrong with you and you're going to have to pay them. It doesn't sit right with me. It never has.
When's the last time you've been?
A couple months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was wrong with you?
Nothing. It was just a checkup.
Okay, so you were wrong.
I go, but I don't like it.
Yeah, no one likes it.
You don't trust him, Peyton?
Mine's go camping in the woods. And my brain says,
that's safe.
Bear's going to come get you. Killer bees, if you go hike, they're going to come get you. But I know for sure I'm going to, live the next day. I'll be fine if I'm in my tent, cabin, wherever, but going camping probably.
What if there's crazy people in the woods?
Bigfoot. Bigfoot's out there.
That's true. Flying. Statistically, it says it's safe. I know there's all sorts of... Here's the exact math and science behind how planes get up in the air, how they stay up in the air, and there's still no part of... I still go, all right, it's modern day Icarus. That thing is, they're going to go up, fly too close to the sun. It's going to end up melting and crashing into the ground. Every plane I've gotten on, I thought was going down. Every single one.
I was going to say roller coasters. That's not the case anymore. I was going to say bungee jumping, but I think someone splattered a few months ago. Race car driving. You go to the experience at a track. I've never heard someone at TMS or Dover International Raceway go around the track and crash, but I'm still not. I don't think I'm doing it.
I don't think you should be going that fast as a human being.
Oh, look at you.
469 colonoscopy, 214 dentist, 321. I didn't even know Choppy had 321. Says vaccines.
I called that one.
Did you guys link up for that?
I told Bobby about it.
That was a LeBron Wade alley-oop. Well done, Aiden. No cancellation today. Ask Reddit. We'll finish it up with KNC or just C at 9:40 today on DFW Sports Station. Did Troy Aikman call out Jerry again? And why is Brian Schottenheimer saying we're not done yet after Vaughn? That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and Bobby.
Oh, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. In case you did not know, keep it on 105.3 The Fan. We'll do Rangers Diamond Cavs with a live draft. It's kind of like a reverse Royal Rumble today on the G-Bag Nation. We'll talk about it at 9 with who from the station is going to throw out the first pitch in Arlington. And G-Bag is going to be broadcasting from there today, this afternoon, as they open up a series with the Washington Nationals. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy's out on vacation golfing this week in Gaylord, Michigan. All right, yesterday, apparently Von Miller arrived. We've heard from Jerry. We've heard from Shoddy on the signing. Some other teammates are very excited as well, and I think it was Rashawn Gary. No, it wasn't Rashawn Gary. It was Ezeraku. He said he wanted to be DeMarcus Ware for me, if that makes sense. And coming from a guy that's a Hall of Famer, he's a first ballot. That means a lot. The sense you get from everybody, Bobby, this thing was in the works for a long time. It was just a matter of when and not if. And Todd Archer caught up with DeMarcus Ware and got his thoughts. He said he can help Ezeraku. He can help Malachi, just like D. Ware helped Vaughn when he joined him on the Broncos in 2014 as a free agent. Quote from D. Ware to Todd: "It's the same mentality as when I came to Denver. I know I'm not going to get 20 sacks, but I do know that he can make all the guys around him better. As a conglomerate, everybody's going to get better from the expertise, how to prep for the game, all the little keys and things he can teach, and you're still probably going to get 8 to 11 sacks out of this guy. I would sign up for that any day." I don't think the Cowboys know how big of an opportunity this is for them, but not just for them, for Vaughn too. For him putting that jersey on, this is like icing on the cake. Like, this is all he wanted. I know that's how he feels. I know a lot of people might downplay it, Broadus, but right now this dude is like a kid in a candy store.
And hopefully that, the fact that it's realizing a dream, or the fact that it's checking a box for him and a lifetime goal, like that gives you an even more motivated version of him, and that he's locked in and ready to perform. Now, there's obviously limitations to how much just being motivated can help you out when you're 37 years old. You're going to have physical limitations and athletic limitations, but I think you're going to get the most of whatever he has left. I don't think he's coming here for half measures.
As for the teaching, D. Ware told Archer, you got a lot of guys that can come in, older guys, former, they can teach, but it's different when you have somebody sitting in the seat with you that's going to get padded up, learning the same things as you and performing. Those guys, they looked up to you their whole careers, but now they realize I get to play with him. It's a totally different mindset that the boys are going to have now.
Yeah, it'll be, honestly, I think the biggest one there is the one you had mentioned with the first quote, which is Donovan Ezeraku. That is, you're talking about a guy who is same size basically as Von Miller was when he got in the league. The athleticism is obviously a little different, but you've got similar measurables, some similar athletic testing in some ways. I think the Cowboys, for them, they go, hey, that's somebody who was really close a couple times last year and somebody that we really believe in. Let's get somebody in here who knows how to win at the NFL for 15 years with this frame and get his insight and teach him how he can do this.
I fell for the headline. I took the bait. When I saw it being tweeted out yesterday, Brian Schottenheimer saying, "We're not done yet." Let's hear the full.
We ain't done yet.
Let's hear the full quote. Well, Mark,
I love our roster. I really do. I think we're a talented roster. We're way different on paper this year than we were last year, but we're not done. We're not done developing our players. We're not done getting the young guys ready to go. We're not done potentially adding pieces. But I love our roster. I love the makeup of the young men in that room, the way they love one another, the way they care about one another. And I know I pointed out the other day, but I'm going to point out again. If you got guys like Jonathan Mingo that's literally 25 yards behind the play, and he's willing to run for the love of the game, but more importantly, the love of his brother, to keep a guy from scoring on a punt return for a touchdown, you've got the right chemistry.
I'm not necessarily projecting a next move very soon, but kind of speaking in generalities.
Yeah, keeping it broad and open. I think that this is who they were probably referencing, like Steven and stuff recently when he said there's other guys out there that we're looking at. I think the 90 man will look different. I still don't think it's who Jerry was referencing when he first had that discussion. Now the question just becomes, how serious was the discussion Jerry was referencing? It could have been super casual and he's just like, look, here's an example of how easily something could come along. Or it could have been more, check in on this down the road. So depending on what the tone of that was would change whether or not that's just something you got to wait on. But I think that this is the guy that Stephen Jones had in mind for the last several weeks.
Well, Jerry was asked again, DallasCowboys.com, with the audio yesterday. Is there still another move or big move to be made?
Well, I think it's fair to say that if we could improve it, which is almost a cliche, we would. Because, again, I'm even more excited today than I was when we started camp that our team is going to be one that if we can have some things go right for us, avoid some injury, we could really be something that we all want to be, and that's a team that's competing for the big game. So bottom line is the answer is yes. If we saw something that would help us any place, we'd do it.
I'm glad Jerry said it was cliche because, that's what it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, until we get into the first few weeks of the season and the Raiders decide and Max Crosby decide how much that marriage can last on its own, and until the Cowboys can feel like they're comfortable with where things are at to potentially work another deal. You got to remember, the other thing is part of what was in their initial package for Max Crosby is not here anymore. And so they don't have that trade piece. So you're kind of starting over what your negotiations would be, even outside of...
And that was Osa?
Osa was in the initial discussions, yeah. And it's like, okay, well, that's a part that's now out of it that you'd have to either find another player that you'd want to put in or find capital you'd be comfortable putting in that, for the draft that the Raiders would feel like that's an acceptable return for us. And so it kind of started them over, too. So it's not like they could just pick back up where they left off and say, all right, do you want to do this deal again or not?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. So nothing imminent. It sounds like, despite some of the tricky headlines of Jerry and Shotty saying we're not done yet. Bross may have sobered us up a little bit on the Von Miller sighting. Is Troy Aikman doing it for the Cowboys season?
Man, Troy Aikman, it's always... I genuinely love hearing any of the 90s Cowboys talk because I feel like most of them don't really pull punches. They've got a standard that they got used to when they were playing here, and they don't like that it hasn't been met in a while. And the king of that usually is Troy Aikman. And he does it. You know how you talked about George Pickens does the, like I'm really better than all of you. And like he says stuff that's really cocky, but he says it in such just a cool, calm way. Troy's the king of like you read what he said, and it's like, oh my God, what did he say? And then you hear him talk about it. He goes, I think that when you look at what they've done, and then he just says it in a way that's like, oh, that sounds like just an accountant talking. But he just said some really aggressive things there. Well, he was on with none other than Gavin Dawson's best friend, Dale Hansen, who has his own podcast now. I did not know this. I don't know if the world knew this.
I know.
I did not. But I did find out when Troy Aikman quotes were getting circulated around yesterday that, he was on a podcast of Dale Hansen. So Dale Hansen
and Randy Galloway quit his apparently.
I saw that. Yeah, he didn't like being hamstrung. So Dale Hansen was talking with Troy Aikman about various things, and the question came up, obviously, as it always does, about the drought, the Super Bowl drought. So this first clip, this is just Troy Aikman in general. Your thoughts and analysis on what has brought us to a 30-year drought for the Cowboys and the Super Bowl.
It's hard to fathom. I mean, it really is because we see it. We talk every year about parity and how we've seen teams that have gone from last to first and teams that have not been historically very good, and yet they still make a run. They'll make it to a championship game or they'll make it to a Super Bowl, and yet for the Cowboys, that hasn't happened. And it's hard to really put your finger on it exactly why, because when you look at the number of regular season wins that they've had, they're probably top 5 over the last 2 decades, right. And yet it hasn't translated into the postseason. And the Cowboys fans they deserve better. I do know that. I mean, this is the Cowboys, the flagship franchise, and the fact that the Cowboys in 30 years has not made it to a championship game. I mean, that's let alone a Super Bowl.
That is right there from Troy. That's the best point and the most difficult thing to defend if you're the Cowboys about the last 30 years. There was a time where when you were the Saints in the 1970s and 1980s, before free agency and stuff like that, man, if you had bad management and bad personnel evaluators, you could be terrible forever. Like, it was completely possible to be just an awful organization. In the modern NFL, like, the second free agency flips and everything becomes parity, now you can't win? That's just stunning.
Unfortunately for Jerry, or maybe not unfortunately, you could say he deserves it. His legacy, when it's all said and done, the top two things, in my opinion, in whatever order you want to make it, will be NFL businessman and then the drought. I think RJ will try to shoehorn in the early championships, but it will be Jerry's failure over the last 30 years. I think more so than the early titles, which are credited to Jimmy. It'll be 30-year failure and NFL businessman in whatever particular order.
How many titles would he...
Do you agree with that, by the way?
Yeah. I think I think history will be a little kinder to his contribution to the titles than the present day was.
Okay.
Just because I think in general, history is usually kinder to accolades and accomplishments regardless of how they occurred.
Like, he doesn't get no one gives him credit for hiring Jimmy, which he deserves.
Like, it felt like in the moment, was it Shaq or Kobe that was most responsible for the Lakers titles? Felt like a very important discussion in the moment.
Yeah, back then it was Shaq, and now
no one looks at it. Everybody looks at it in retrospect, and nobody really. They're like, yeah, it's Shaq and Kobe. They're awesome.
Like Kobe first.
Yeah, but like, there's not really the same. Like, people don't have the same fight around it, and obviously with Kobe's death, that kind of changed how people wanted to talk about it. But in general, how many titles do you think it would take from here on out to reverse that as his reputation? Do you think? Two. So if he were to get 2 in the next couple of years, then that would be like, all right, you've done enough to reverse that.
I think. Catchcraft.
Well, Troy Aikman thinks that he does deserve some credit for those Super Bowls. But he says he also eventually has to take on a lot of the blame for the 30-year drought. This was Troy Aikman on what role Jerry Jones has played in the failures and successes of this organization.
Teams and organizations, whether it's sports, business, I think it all does start at the top, good or bad. I think starts at the top. I don't think Jerry would shy away from that. I think Jerry would certainly take responsibility. He'll take accountability if and when they win, and I think then you have to take responsibility when it hasn't worked out, and it hasn't worked out. I think the interesting thing is I've heard Jerry say that the reason he hasn't hired a general manager is because there are no guarantees, and no one can guarantee him that making a change at GM and replacing himself would guarantee that they would be any better. But if that's your philosophy, well, then you would never fire the head coach either. You would never make any changes because there are no guarantees whatsoever.
Exactly.
But they've been going down this road for so long, and yet it hasn't translated into success in January. And there has to be a reason for that. I'm not in the building. Everyone then has their opinion as to what it might be, but it just doesn't add up.
And that's, he's leading you to water a little bit. Well, there's got to be something.
Yeah.
What's up here? But I would say it's a good point in terms of, well, why wouldn't you apply that everywhere else? The problem is I think Jerry has at times. He kept Jason Garrett here a long time. He kept Mike McCarthy here after his expiration date. He keeps guys on the roster past when they should be because he doesn't like shaking things up and because he says, I can't be guaranteed that this is going to fix anything. So he doesn't hold on to it in perpetuity the way he does with the GM spot, but I do think he does apply that in smaller contexts pretty consistently.
Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys, Tommy Yarsh previews the Saints scrimmage, talks about what room Von Miller may be staying in, and wraps up their time in Oxnard at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Another reminder for your son and, well, I won't say daughters, no Greek life, no fraternities. Another reminder with this latest scandal after this. Most
There's Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40 on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif and Roberto Choppy out on vacay. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. Every once in a while, I always refresh this public service announcement. I was in one. My brother, listening this morning, was in one. Keep your son and your kids out of the fraternities. Just don't do it. And yesterday we got another reminder as 13 Penn State fraternity brothers were charged with running a major cocaine trafficking ring with some pledges allegedly, Corey, forced to cut and package cocaine as part of their indoctrination into the fraternities. A cocaine trafficking ring, apparently at Penn State, with this group.
Penn State's got a little bit of a rough history.
Dark.
Of whenever you get one, like more than one of them together and coupled off and into a group, there always just seems to be things that go wrong at Penn State over the last 20 years. So this is just another one to throw onto it. But I always wonder how much, like, because we know about hazing and different things like that, but I have always wondered, like, how much these fraternities or other things like that could just easily mask other things that they were doing or other criminal activity because they're just in their group and people are like, they're crazy kids or whatever else. Like, it obviously draws a lot of attention whenever you've got house parties or whatever else that can get cops called on you. But I've always wondered, like, I bet you can get away with a lot of different illegal activity. I bet you did, Sean.
We did. We did.
I bet Aiden did.
And then it becomes was he in a fraternity?
Yeah, he said, I bought my friends. It was worth every penny.
And then you get into power trips from people once they become brothers, and they're like, well, I'm going to boss you around, and I'm going to make you commit illegal activities.
It's a pyramid scheme of bullying.
It is. Mm-hmm. That's a perfect way to put it. I don't know whether these broadcasters are in trouble or whether Jake Riepma knows them whatsoever. This is the viral highlight from Good Day Detroit.
If you can provide yourself with food, and again, they're ice fishing because everything is frozen, and you're looking for fat in the beaver.
Yeah,
the beaver is the beaver is the most sought after.
It is.
Ryan, do you think you could eat beaver? It's fat and then it's meat.
It made them all sick, though. They all got sick after it.
These aren't the two guys that are kind of pushing this joke forward. This is the woman on set, and she got them going. And I was like, okay, this girl, she may be a little freaky right here.
She did it, or she's just trying to advocate for something for her community that she feels like is lacking, and that she's afraid. This is not the Detroit.
You think you could eat beaver?
This is not the Detroit clip I thought you were going to play. Detroit went viral twice yesterday because there was another news anchor. She had, I think this is an older video, but it came out yesterday. This News 2 anchor who was seen between shots arguing with her boss, and then she just turns out and she goes, B. She goes, like, you B. And she, like, mutters it or whatever, and I think she ended up getting fired.
Oh, it was like May Cowboys practice.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was like. But this is, I like this. This is quality troll content, and she's talking about the topic at hand and leaning into the double entendre of it. I appreciate it.
Felt like you were attacking me a little bit yesterday when you had this story about screenshots, because nobody has, I don't think, more screenshots in their phone than I do. Now, I'm talking about hitting both sides of the phone, and I'm screenshotting what's on my phone. Is that what we're defining as a screenshot?
Yeah.
All right, because I'm always doing this for Twitter. I'm always like looking at some graphic or stats where I'm screenshotting it, and I want to go ahead and remind myself for prep purposes to go ahead and do it.
Do you have an album? Like, does it tell you how many are in your screenshot folder?
I have mine ready to go.
Go ahead, Peyton.
322.
Oh, that's going to be child's play for me. Bobby.
I need to hear what yours is.
Well, Sean, you don't delete stuff, I don't think, as much.
I tried to.
Yeah.
I tried to. All right, I've, You have 322?
322.
All right, put a 9 in front of that for me. So I have 9,353.
I'm 9,031 on this one.
Golly.
And so, no, I screenshot.
What about the
all
Ho
time.
phone?
Huh?
What about the Ho phone?
That is the Ho phone. That's the old
sorry.
one. Yeah, this is the old one. That's the one that would have had it all stashed on there. This one, I mean, like I've had, I think if I just look
9,000 a piece. But yeah, if I go back now and I'm like, all right, that like look, it's all text, it's all stats, it's all numbers.
I've got 865 in the last month on this one. And so I screenshot all the time. So I was not attacking you. It was more a problem that I think we all have as a society, as it turns out. And it makes sense. So there's a new report out there. This is from Binghamton University.
And I know I should just hit select all, but I can't. I have to like zoom in on the picture and then maybe even click the picture and get out of it to feel if it's delete worthy. You know?
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's a mental hurdle that I have to clear them out.
There's a lot.
Which I know would probably improve my phone.
Yeah, I cannot just blindly delete all of them. Because I will go, oh, there was something I screenshotted in there to like remind myself later, and that's still relevant to me 3 years later. And out of the 865 in there right now in the last month, there's probably like 3 in there that I'll still want to be able to look at in a year.
This will be a big relief to me when I die, where I'm like, oh, I don't have to keep up with like storage anymore. I don't have to worry about my email. I'll randomly go and like erase all like I did it yesterday, all Peyton's audio emails. All right, let me clear that out. But then I still feel paranoid that I have to go through all of it to be like, do I need this someday? You know, you're storage hoarding.
Yeah. And
do you pay a lot for extra storage? Like I do the 99 cents a month, I think, for 50 extra gigabytes.
That's a great question. I am. And Bobby, you ran into this as well with your apps. I got to go check on my app, this Apple charge, a Roku charge, and a Sirius charge. I don't know whether I'm getting ripped off. It's just such a mental exercise and exhaustion and physical one to go through contacting them and figuring out what I'm actually paying for. But I'm getting these recurring charges, and I'm like, am I getting screwed? Am I paying for nothing here? I think the Apple one is for the consistent storage.
Yeah, I have, I pay for 20 terabytes of cloud storage.
I don't know what that really means.
So,
and that's a new phone.
A movie, yeah, this is cloud storage. A movie, like if you want to watch a movie on an airplane, like a 2-hour movie, that's a lot of times going to be like 3 gigabytes. So a terabyte is 1,000 gigabytes. And I have like 20 terabytes that I store. So I've got like a ton. But I did have the app problem recently where I went through and I was like, what am I paying for and what do we not use? Over the weekend, I deleted stuff. I canceled subscriptions we don't need. Stuff I found we were subscribed to that I didn't know. It was $190 a month that we were paying. And stuff that I didn't realize.
$190?
Yeah.
No house.
Reckless.
Now you know.
Reckless. That's what it is. But
and your wife is scared to buy a T-shirt at a Ella Langley concert. That's to call Bobby
she was
for permission.
Scared?
Yeah. And you liked it too.
I did not like it.
You like it.
She did
you
not,
like that she has to call you for permission to get the girls' shirts.
$30 T-shirt?
No. Boy, 30.
Oh. No, it's 65.
I think 45.
I saw 65 on the thing. She sent it to me. She just asked me which shirt Laura wanted. That's what she wasn't asking to buy it. She doesn't. You got to remember, I don't run my house. You've seen this.
I go back and forth. I don't know with you two.
You changed your mind again? You think I'm in charge again?
Yeah.
I think that she's in charge.
I don't know. It's weird.
She's in charge, and then I'm like a psychopath who will want to manipulate situations, and so maybe sometimes it's advantageous for me to be looking like I'm subservient so that I can truly run the house. Maybe.
Screenshot
digital
problem.
amnesia. This is causing problems with our long-term memory, the screenshot epidemic. So Binghamton University Psychology Department did research into the screenshots that everybody's taken and storing on their phones and different things like that. And they said that they're finding it's actually hurting our long-term memories, that it's causing people to take information they would normally look at, try to store in their long-term memory or store in their brain. And instead, they're screenshotting it and then putting their phone away and going, I don't even need to remember it. I've got it on hold somewhere.
So by not adding it to the memory bank, I'm hurting the memory versus not trying to force feed my brain something extra.
It's a muscle. You're not working the muscle out. So it's atrophy. They're saying that it's essentially like memory atrophy, that you're taking all this information that back in the day you maybe would have had to have stored. Like, I need to know this phone number, or I need to know this piece of information. Instead, you just screenshot and go, I know it's somewhere in there. And this is what they say is actually, it's the same phenomenon that they say is what contributes to people thinking time flies by so fast whenever they get older. And they're like, oh my gosh, because they say you get into more of a routine and your long-term memory goes, your drive to work every day, you don't need to remember that for the last 3 months. So we're discarding that. So you start thinking in milestones. And so you think, well, that milestone was today. The last significant one I had was 4 months ago. So those feel in your long-term memory like they happen on like back-to-back days, essentially. And so same sort of thing. It's bad for your long-term memory, bad for your ability to memorize things. So you're causing digital amnesia with the more screenshots you take.
Yesterday at this time, Peyton and Bobby professed their love for Pat McAfee's new album.
No, I did not.
And apparently these new album releases are causing more accidents on the roads. This is fascinating.
This one, and I as soon as I read it, I was like,
is this Pat?
So bad. I'm looking at this, and when I first saw the headline, I was like, big albums are cause for traffic deaths. I was like, shut up. No, it's not. And I opened it, and I looked at it. When I looked at it, I was like, all right, makes sense. I could see it. So this is new research. Dr. Vishal Patel has found that whenever a new album comes out, he himself will just scroll on Spotify. Oh, there's this big album release today. I'm going to go check it out. I'm going to go look at things. Well, his latest research for Harvard Medical School says that they found that over more than 35,000 people die in car crashes in the U.S. each year. And in 2022, there were 3,308 fatalities in crashes due to distracted driving. Patel's new study, published Monday in the journal Network Open, found a 15% increase in traffic fatalities on the days major new albums are released compared with the days immediately before and after.
Wow.
So it's people who go, the new Taylor Swift album is out. I'm going to go pick up my phone, and I'm distracted, and I'm looking at Spotify while I'm driving. And, man, I liked that song. Let me go back. Let me pick up my phone. I'm going to go change back to the other song. And it's causing for distracted drivers, and they're seeing a spike in serious car accidents. So the takeaway from this is that Taylor Swift is directly responsible for an increase in car accident deaths.
No. I've never listened to, I don't think I've ever listened to an album beginning to end. Ever. I've never been so obsessed with music like that to where I'm like, all right, I want to listen to every single song on the album. I just wait for the radio to tell me what the most popular song is, and then I get that on Spotify.
I've listened all the way through. It's been a long time since I just sat down and listened all the way through.
Really? I figured you do it all the time.
No, so I'll end up listening to a whole album, but it's like, all right, I listened to the first 4 songs. I got to go off and do something now. I got to come back and listen to the next few.
And do we let anyone else get away with not, like, if you go to a restaurant and there's 6 things out of 30 on the menu, I'm like, why isn't the rest of your menu good? On average, how many songs are on an album?
Varies, but I mean 12 is kind of thought of as the standard.
How many do you think are really good songs? We let these musicians get away with 3 out of 12 songs. I'm like, what happened to the other 9? Like, if you're a chef, you should be, if I was a chef, every meal I made or every menu item, I'd want that to be the best that I could. How many times do they make a song and they're like, this is just filler? I know this is mediocre, below average filler. Do they know what the hit is every time,
So, I love the 1975. They had, their initial album, the deluxe version, has 20 songs on it, and I think 19 of them are great. So there's some artists like that. But yeah, I'd say out of 12 songs, if you were just saying that as a standard, I think the standard musical artist out there who's popular, it's going to be 3 really strong radio plays. Maybe there's 1 deep cut that's meant to be really good. And then there's 8 vanilla songs that are just meant to fill out the album.
Why one analyst is so high on the prospects of the Cowboys defense. Next in Below the Belt on the home of America's team after this. The summer...
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shoddy and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Wow, who knows what this Cowboys team could be this year? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing, and that is a direct quote. Wow, who knows what this Cowboys team could be this year? After praise was given to the Dallas Cowboys defense, which is not the norm when you hear the Cowboys talked about. You always hear about the offense, but they have a big fan right now, and that's one Nate Tice. Nate Tice and his Football 301 podcast, who they, G-Bag had Nate Tice on at the Super Bowl. He came and sat down with them, and he's worked with Yahoo and The Athletic and a bunch of different outfits before, and he is a big fan of Brian Schottenheimer. He, in their offensive coordinator draft series they did, he picked him as the 4th best play caller in football on offense. And he has talked about loving some of the concepts that the Cowboys run. He is one of the negatives that we've gotten this offseason on Javonte Williams. It was him and Albert Breer who had said, yeah, I don't know, they might be able to get better there. But
and that's what everyone is saying about Jaden Blue.
Nate Tice has been all over the Cowboys offense this offseason, like a lot of people are. But he's one of the ones really driving the train for they're good. Like, they're going to be that good again. They could be better. And literally the only part of this equation you got to add is just the defense being a little bit better. Well, on his podcast, Football 301, he decided to start going over the league's defenses, and they were doing a whole segment on each team and where their defense is at. And it got to Dallas, and I expected, all right, this is going to be him just totally trashing the Cowboys defense, as a lot of people did and should from what they were last season. But Nate Tice seems surprisingly optimistic. This is the first clip here, Cut 11. Nate Tice is actually a fan of not only the defensive linemen, but thinks there's some real upside with that controversial linebackers group.
Looking at this defense, I think there is a path, and more of a likely path than I think people are considering, that it can be at that average level, which if it's average with this offense and special teams, that's a contender, not just a playoff team, which, spoilers for me. But no, looking at, okay, you mentioned Quinnen Williams, star, one of the top 10 non-quarterbacks, top 15 non-quarterbacks in the league. We'll put it that way. One of the true front defenders, worth the money, got the big extension, and I think it's justified. Guy that can take over early downs, stay on the field on late downs, good against the run, can gap shoot, can eat blocks. He's like one of the ideal defensive tackles ever. And on top of it, it's supposed to be a great teammate and everything. Now, the rest of the defensive front, DeMarvion Overshown, coming back from injury has kind of sparked a little bit of optimism for me, because he was coming on before he got hurt a couple of years ago, kind of balling out. I think this defense, and again, this is where I was talking about those inside linebackers, you either blitz or you have an end drop with an end dropping. He, I think, is going to be a great fit for that, because he's best going straight ahead. And I think he's got a little ability. He's like a heat, I wouldn't say heat seeker. He's like a tractor beam. He's just I guess that's heat seeker too, but he's just he just locks in and he destroys, seek and destroy type of linebacker. And now the other guy that they drafted, I thought maybe this is what you're hinting at, Jayshawn Barham. He's another guy that was a hybrid guy in college. He was the edge inside linebacker type. He's a perfect fit for this defense. So what was one of the worst units in the league last year, the Cowboys linebackers, I think at the very least can be average, and actually maybe a surprising strength, really.
A strength at linebacker. How about that? If the Cowboys have strength at linebacker, they're going to be a playoff team. I just don't know that there's anything you can trust with the way that their linebacker core is set up. But it's obviously not just about the front seven. Christian Parker is a big secondary guy. Nate Tice's thoughts on the Cowboys secondary.
They really reshaped it in a nice way. Jalen Thompson, I think, is a nice, solid starter. Kobe Durant, I think, is a great fit in this defense and was, again, not a star or anything, or even though I would say very good, but another solid starter. When you're going from bad to solid, that's a big bump. Caleb Downs should be unlocked in this defense in the slot, do everything that he has to do. So there's just guys just kind of coming like where I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I could see this working. You Siobhan Ravel, you mentioned. I actually really liked him. I'll talk about him more in the sec. Donovan Ezeraku is another guy I want to talk about in the sec as well. But then auxiliary rushers, James Houston, you can sprinkle him in as a DPR, designated pass rusher, to sprinkle in on 3rd and 4th down because other guys can kick inside. So kind of squinting at this, and I'm like, all right. We said it's built along the spine. How are the defensive tackles? Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams. Okay, good. Can inside linebackers blitz? Yes, both of them I think will be able to. How are the safeties and the slot defender? I'd say the safeties are okay, and I think the slot defender has a chance to be good or maybe even better than good. All right. You can see how I'm talking myself into this, and I will get into a couple of the other guys as well, but that's why I can think there's a path to this being average-ish and a non-negative overall. And if it's a non-negative, wow, like who knows what this Cowboys team can be this year, because that defense was so bad last year.
Gotta mesh, gotta gel. And whenever that's the case for your off season, I look at the start of your schedule. So what cupcakes do you have an opportunity to mesh and gel against that you can still struggle? You can still go through your growing pains, but you can get wins and come into more form when the schedule gets tougher. And you get 3 out of 4 offenses that you face at the Giants, Commanders, and the Texans. I'm not saying they're going to beat the Texans. I think they're going to lose against the Texans. But I think C.J. Stroud right now is on his way out, and you can have those growing pains against Jackson Dart and Cam and the Commanders and the Texans and C.J. Stroud. So that, to me, is encouraging.
And even the Ravens game in that first 4, you expect that the Ravens are going to challenge you offensively the way that their personnel sets up. But it's still it's a weird international game, and you don't know what kind of odd challenges there could be with the playing field, the time change, that there's all these sort of things that factor in to that potentially still being a difficult game for the Ravens to maybe not feel like they're themselves. Now, you can also look at that on the flip side and go, if you're those teams, the Giants fans will say, Jackson Dart's got a second year and he's going to have Malik Neighbors back. And the Commanders can look at it and they'll go, Jaden Daniels is healthy now and he's got his number 5, and that's what matters. Did you see, by the way, yesterday, LSU? They made sure to tweet highlights of the corner wearing 5 and picking off passes at practice.
Whoa! I did not think they would enter the Petty game with Jaden.
Who's the head coach there now?
That's
King
true.
Petty.
That's
King
true.
Petty. But you have, obviously, the Ravens who think that. And then the Texans would be of the belief that, look, C.J. Stroud is still upside and he's going to, figure this thing out. There's a lot of people who think that. So it could flip either way. But it is this belief from everybody. They seem to be talking themselves into not only Dallas's defense just needs to be average. There seems to be this growing sense of Dallas's defense will be at minimum average. I don't know that I agree with that, but there's more and more people, it seems like, nationally who want to talk themselves into that.
And, of course, now you add Von Miller, and yesterday Brian Schottenheimer had his first chance to comment on the Hall of Fame edition.
Number one, always trying to find a competitive addition to our football team. We say it all the time, 24/7, 365. What I love about Von is we've got a lot of inside information, knowledge about him as a player. Certainly, what he's accomplished is incredible, but what you hear about him as a teammate is even more incredible. And my few conversations with him, he's really excited about being part of what we're building here. And he's going to add a lot, not just on the field, but off the field as well. And I think we're creating competition at a spot that is good. In no way, shape, or form is this where he comes in and takes over any of that. He's just another really good player that we're adding to the addition of Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezeraku, Malachi Lawrence, James Houston played great the other night, Sam Williams, T. Wheat, Isaiah Land, Maris. It's deep, and you can never have enough pass rushers.
Yeah, but while this is not a full-fledged, hey, we didn't do enough here at edge rusher, because he is a rotational guy. He's not somebody coming in here who's supposed to take one of the top 3 positions.
Yeah, Broadus.
But you cannot just pitch this as, yeah, we just dropped $5.5 million up to $7.5 million and changed our rotation at edge rusher because you can never have enough. No, you knew you guys were deficient somewhere. You knew this was not playing out the way you wanted it to, and that what we had seen so far in these practices and in the game and things like that is that right now this projects out as a pass rush group that's not going to be an advantage most weeks. You're not going to have the advantage over teams most weeks with your edge rusher group. Now, if Donovan Ezeraku somehow manages to level up to the spot that they think he's got the potential to be, if Malachi Lawrence becomes the player that they project out relatively quickly, if Rashawn Gary finds himself from the guy he was a couple of years ago and Kenny Clark is back to this, yeah, sure. That's just so much to bank on and treat that as a strategy in a 3-year time frame where you're trying to say we got to be competitive now while we still have our quarterback, because we don't know what's coming behind that. We don't know if we're going to have our next quarterback or if we're going to go 7 years searching for it like we did during the Aikman to Romo split. That's going to be something that they have to grapple with, and I can't imagine. I have to imagine that's why they've made the Pickens deal, or they've made, various moves over recent. The fact that they traded Mike and tried to get capital and then go get Quinnen, and the fact that they tried to go get Max Crosby is because they recognize there's a window here, a time frame, not necessarily a window of like, hey, you're competitive right now, but there's a time frame where you think you can reasonably be competitive or get to a competitive level. And that's still what Von Miller's part of, even if it's temporary and it's rotational, and it's an admission that we didn't do enough to solidify this spot. And I think that the expectation should just be, can he get you 2 extra stops a game with his presence on the field out there on third down? If he can get that, that flips a few different games last year.
Yeah.
As long as the offense comes through.
Jayshawn Barham, by the way, returning to practice yesterday with the groin. They're going to scrimmage with the Saints before packing it up and heading back home. Tommy Yarsh previews at 9:20 this morning from DallasCowboys.com.
One more insane note on the Cowboys offense, because we'll talk about like greatest of all time, greatest ever is, whatever else.
Getty.
I was talking with Archer the other day.
Oh, we're so bad with nicknames on this team.
Todd Archer had said something that I could not believe. The last 5 games of last year, the offense scored 1 second-half touchdown.
Say it again?
The last 5 games of last year, the offense scored 1 second-half touchdown. That is not a top 10 offense if that's how you're going to play. That's a serious concern and shows issues in the red zone that they absolutely have to clean up.
Below the belt every day at this time, if you're a fan of football and the Dallas Cowboys, with our insider Bobby Roberto Bell. We have 1 more hour to go on a Tolo Tuesday. We told you about Tommy at 9:20, Crosstalk at 9:40, but the 105.3 The Fan Royal Rumble, and how did the Rangers move up in the latest power rankings? That's next on your home for Rangers baseball as well after this.
of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about your 1-year anniversary?
1-year anniversary of the Micah deal? This is Diamond Cats.
No.
4.2.
No. Monday, with no game occurring, marked the 1-year anniversary for your young Vladimir Guerrero Jr. of the last time he hit a home run at home.
Dude.
This man has gone 329 plate appearances at home since his last home run, which was against the Texas Rangers in the 6th inning of a game at the Rogers Center. To put that in perspective, that's 18 more plate appearances than Wyatt Langford has had this entire season. He has done that at home without a single home run. Imagine if we got 320, like basically Wyatt Langford had gone the whole year without homering in a game at all. That's what Vladimir Guerrero has done at home in the last year.
Diamond Cavs on your home for Rangers baseball back in action tonight with a 6:30 pregame. They are at home, thankfully, getting out of the dungeon beatdown of the American League West against the Angels and the Athletics. This morning, you find yourself 2 games back of the armpit. You are 2 games ahead of Seattle. So it'll be the Rangers and the Nats. As for Washington, they're 6 games under 500. They have lost 3 in a row. As things stand in the wild card in the jumbled up, crazy American League, everyone's tied. You got New York. You got the Massholes. They're good. The battle for the 3rd spot is right now, Bobby, a 3-way tie between the Rangers, the Orioles, the Tigers, who are all just a half game up on Minnesota and Toronto.
Holy smokes!
Then Cleveland at 5 games under. It's just 1 game back. Your 3rd wild card, every team in contention is under 500.
It's just gross.
Yes.
It's gross baseball right now, and it is...
The top 6 in the National League all are over 500 in wild card contention.
Here's how bad Major League Baseball is right now, and particularly this AL wild card race. MLB.com did their power rankings yesterday. The Texas Rangers, would you say they had a good week?
Their worst of the year.
It was good enough for them to move up 2 spots in the power rankings from 18 to 16 because there were so many other bad teams.
No.
Yep. The Cleveland Guardians had been 13 last week. They had fallen all the way to 17th. And then you had the Twins, who were previously ahead of the Rangers. They fell down to 19th. And so because of that and a fall from the Pirates from 14 to 21, the Rangers just end up moving up the list because so many other teams they thought were worse last week than even they were. And this is where the hope comes into play, is because you say, we're bad, but everybody else is awful, so maybe we've got a chance. But the fact that the Rangers can even ascend at all, because the previous week they had collapsed from like 12 to 18 in the power rankings. Now they're climbing back up 16, and that's after barely almost getting swept completely on the road by the A's and the Angels.
That is sad.
It's a sad existence for Major League Baseball right now, and it's a sad existence for the Texas Rangers and maybe for their future. Did you see the MLB farm system rankings that came out?
I did in your email.
That's good. I'm glad you read it. You don't always read my email.
Yes, I do.
No, I know you do.
I read both y'all's emails.
It's pathetic.
Well, I don't have much of a life. Sorry, I read the emails.
It is pathetic that we're in this state right now where the Dodgers are just so dominant, right? And then you go, well, there's got to be, they've sacrificed all their capital. They've just depleted their farm system to set this up, right? They're going broke. No, they're deferring money. They've got plenty of cash on hand right now. And the Los Angeles Dodgers, by a convincing gap, apparently, according to MLB.com, have the #1 farm system in Major League Baseball. Not even close.
What?
It's awful. They have the number 6, number 16, number 20, number 24, number 36, and number 87 prospects in baseball. How? And this is after they already traded some away at the deadline. It's insane the way they've managed to do this. So, okay, you look at the Rangers. The Rangers, we know, have been in a bad spot with their minor league system for a couple years now. And at the start of the season, they were ranked 25th out of 30 teams in Major League Baseball. That is not good, in case you're wondering. They've managed to move up after the draft to number 20. This is the write-up. It said, graduations, injuries, and trades have stripped the Rangers of depth. Sebastian Walcott and Caden Scarborough missed the beginning of the season but are back at full strength and could move quickly. I haven't looked in the last day or so on Walcott. I know when he came back, the first 2 games he was back, he had like 5 hits and 3 extra base hits in his first 2 games back at Frisco. He's looking like an absolute monster right now. In fact, if you look at his last game was on the 16th, and he just came in and pinch ran in that one. But since he came back, already has 3 extra base hits. The rest of the write-up here says that Texas invested most of its 2026 draft bonus pool in its top 3 picks, all of whom have impressive ceilings. Rojas, infielder Connor Camo, and left-hander Brody Bielema. Though the Rangers knew he needed Tommy John surgery when they selected him. Keep an eye on shortstop Yolfran Castillo, who has one of the highest ceilings and highest floors in the system. Because right now, the Rangers have 3 players in the top 100. It's 2 pitchers, Caden Scarborough and Gio Rojas, and then it's Sebastian Walcott, who is still the number 9 prospect in baseball. You are praying that Sebastian Walcott ends up being that kind of a player, because if you miss on that, it's not much behind it that makes you feel like, all right, we're knocking on the door here with something special. Being 20th and moving up 5 spots is good. That still puts you behind all the other AL West teams except for the Houston Astros, who apparently have the second worst farm system in all of baseball. So disappointing for them. Good news that you at least got the Astros on the ropes a little bit, but that's all you get for the Rangers in the farm system rankings.
All right, we got something pretty cool taking place today. G-Bag is doing their show at the Globe to get you set for the Nats and the Rangers. But at 2:20 today, I think Kevin Hagelin will be proud of me. Alec Medford probably as well, as I watched that WWE Netflix show, the second version of it.
Oh.
So that's where I'm coming up with my analogy. This is kind of like a Royal Rumble, I think. It's a reverse Royal Rumble of everyone up here at the station to throw out the first pitch at the end of the month. So today at 2:20.
I don't know if you can call it a Royal Rumble if they didn't advertise, though.
Shut up. Today at 2:20, G-Bag is going to be basically hosting a fan draft. Corey and Kevin going to stick around. Everyone's going to try to hop on a Zoom who's not in the room. So all of our names are going to be in a hat.
Mm-hmm.
A name is going to be pulled. That person's out. You're eliminated. You've been thrown off the top rope.
This is a game of elimination.
Of the Rumble, yes. The last name remaining in the hat can throw out the first pitch. The winner has the right either to throw out the first pitch or select someone else from the drawing to throw it out instead. That person then decides, and this continues until someone accepts the opportunity. So that is today at 2:20, the reverse Royal Rumble fan draft to throw out the first pitch, August 31st on Monday.
And you said, who else is it? So all the hosts are the producers in it?
I don't know.
Yes, they are. Tim said.
They are?
The full-time ones, full-time.
Okay, so Lucius. Is Khaki Kevin nice, though?
He's not full-time.
Okay.
But yeah, Lucius, me, Alec, and then I think Tim said Fred's in it as well.
Okay.
I assume Blake too, but I don't know.
I think if I won this, I would give it away. Now, I don't think I have time to auction it. But if I could give it away, I think...
Why wouldn't you have time to auction it?
Because isn't like they need to know right then, so I don't think I can just put it up for bid.
Oh.
I think I've got to either accept it or pass it to somebody. I think I would pass it to Pepe. I think I'd let him have it.
Okay.
I've already told my friends, I told my wife, my parents, I would be really upset if I did not win.
Really?
I really want to do this. This is really cool.
Yeah, I would consider passing it to Pepe as well. Alec, I feel like, would you really want to do it, Alec? Yeah, I would consider Alec too. Alec, he needs some love around here.
Sean, you get that Venmo back if you pick me, by the way.
Would you pay that?
No, it's already in my bank account.
Oh, dang, would you pay that to throw out the first pitch? I would give it away as well. I certainly would not to RJ because he has screwed me twice.
The Dan Patrick thing is still...
Dan Patrick, that eats in my craw, and then keeping that money from that big cheat.
What would have been
big
similar?
Cheat, Barstool, big crook.
What would have been similar? Like Mad Dog Russo hits you up and like, do you want to come on and do an interview? And you just didn't even think to throw it to that's the same thing.
If we, so that was the Jerry incident, and Dan Patrick, they hit up Choppy and said, "Hey, you want to do the interview?" And Dan Patrick, that was my guy.
The way he broke it too.
And I would get Dan on this show too multiple times.
I love him.
I had to go to Todd Fritz at the airport, his producer, and I'm like, man, I think you're the best in the country at guest booking, but man, you effed me over, man. You effed me over bad, man. And then Choppy, he didn't even think twice. So yes, I would screw RJ out of it. I do like a wrestling heel thing where I'm zooming. I'll fake call RJ to offer it to him.
Yeah.
And then I'll hang up on him and give it to either Peyton or Alec.
Do you think he will zoom in from Mackinac Island to be a participant in this? Like, do you think it's that important to Choppy?
That's a good question. I think he could.
He definitely has treated it like he really wants to.
Really? Do you think he'd be like real Choppy emotion? Would he be really ticked at me or you if we gave it to a producer?
Yeah, because I don't know if listeners can always tell. Sometimes Choppy will do like the fake worked up mad, like, hey, blah, blah. When he's really mad, it's this like almost just dismissive like disgust of just like you can't even you can't even do it. I want that.
It's very easy to tell in his face.
Yeah,
he gets angry,
dude. It's like basically okay. So just imagine this. Imagine like we didn't do a third World Cup segment in a show. That like he's that mad. I think if you don't,
or today we did one baseball.
Yeah.
Imagine today if I was out and you had one baseball segment scheduled. What would happen?
He would be annoyed. I don't know if it would rise to the level of the third World Cup. He was so mad about that. Nick Harris was sitting here. It was awkward. It was like fighting in front of, like when your parents would fight in front of your friends or whatever. It's like, y'all stop. Where it's like, he was getting mad. Yeah. And he's like, you can't call yourself a sports fan. You can't call yourself a sports fan during the break.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was
mad. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But when the name gets drawn, that person is out.
Now we're talking about giving it, like handing it off. Who would you be? Would you be most irritated if he just won it, Choppy? Like if his name is the one that like lasted till the end?
Yeah, he's not here. You got to be here to win, right?
He's not even here. He's gonna be annoyed about it. He's gonna be in here like doing stretches the way he's like, gotta loosen up,
Yeah.
And he's gonna just be.
I don't think most annoyed. I think it'd be beneficial for the show. Who would I be most? I don't know. I don't have a lot of dislike. I don't. There's no one else in here I can.
Well, that's
really
what I'm saying.
of.
I think he's the only one who would be maybe a little try hard about it.
Oh, he would definitely be try hard.
I do think he'd throw a good pitch. I do think I trust him, Peyton, and Corey to do it.
Look, Choppy can swing. Okay, he will win the Cowboys home run derby when they do it again, the media portion, and he'll destroy and kill everyone. He has messed up some first pitches bad. Like his golf game, he covers up a lot of the cheating in golf that I've witnessed, and he's throwing out some bad first pitches as well. But if you tell me out of 5 throws, he'll definitely probably be the best. I haven't seen Corey throw.
He has a stocky build though, kind of like Choppy. Like I wonder if that does seem like maybe it's just more power, yeah, and then not necessarily like fluid arm motion.
Would you be bitter if Alec got it?
Oh yeah. If Alec just won it straight up, it'd be like dang, all right. But if someone gave it to him, I'd be like, okay.
I want this known in case I get tied up and I'm not able to zoom in. If Bobby wins, he's giving it to Peyton.
Yep.
You're calling to zoom in?
I didn't know we were supposed to.
Yeah. If you can.
If I'm awake.
If you can. But Alec, you can speak for this. You'll be there, I think. Are you going to be there? All right. If I win, Alec can have it.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Peyton will be so mad.
Alex sends me all the...
He does.
Alex sends me all the info. He's always hitting up with he needs some love around here. I got the guilt. My guilty conscience is gone. I gave Pepe...
argument. I agree.
I gave Pepe his bonus.
Mine goes to Alec, too.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Take the AI video down from me, Bobby.
Yeah, there it is.
Mackenzie's already requested that, hasn't she?
Today at 2:20, I think it's a reverse Royal Rumble. If I get it, it can go to Alec. Bobby, undecided. He'll force them to grovel towards him in the commercial break. We are your home for Rangers baseball. 6:30 pregame tonight. G-Bag there at the Globe. Is Von Miller there? Brian Schottenheimer, Jerry Jones talking about it, and let's set you up for the Saints scrimmage today with Tommy Yarsh. DallasCowboys.com after this.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A ton to get to with Tommy Yarsh out in Oxnard, DallasCowboys.com. It's the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Tommy's already made a mistake this morning. He didn't close the flap behind him, so he's washed out of the picture. Look at all that sunlight, making him all angelic looking.
I mean, I see him. And maybe he did it on purpose, angelic.
Oh, look how much clearer he is.
How's this?
What a pro.
There you go.
Look at that.
What a pro. What room is Vaughn staying in?
I don't know. I think the one across from me might be open, so maybe they'll put him in there, and I'll try and get a.
Is that Trayshawn Holden's room?
No, probably not. But maybe, I don't know. We might be running out of rooms with a week left to camp here, so maybe he goes over there and we can share some whiskey together, and I can get an exclusive for
What whiskey?
Angel's Envy.
Oh, good call. Look at that, a man of taste.
So did he arrive last night, and what's the schedule supposed to be?
I believe that was the plan as he arrived last night, and then they're not going to rush him out onto the field. It's going to be a ramp-up period, so he'll probably do some work with the strength and conditioning staff and Britt Brown, the director of rehab. Not that he's rehabbing from anything, but just to make sure that he's in football shape. There's the difference between being in shape and being in football shape. So I would expect, I don't think he'll practice this week. I think maybe you see him next week when the Cowboys get back to the Star in Frisco, but I wouldn't expect to see much from him this week.
Give us your initial thoughts on the signing.
I think it makes sense. You get a guy that last year played 420 snaps and was able to be as productive as he was. That's a positive thing. And, I do agree with the line of thinking of you can never have enough pass rushers. And I think that Miller is a great example of that. He's going to, raise the ceiling of this defense, or raise the floor of it, if you will, because he's a guy that can come into this rotation, and I'm not saying he's going to get you 9 sacks this year, but he's going to at least affect the quarterback somewhat. So I think it's a move that makes sense for all parties involved. It helps Dallas out right now. It helps him in the long run with what he's going to be able to pass on to some of these younger pass rushers like Malachi Lawrence or Donovan Ezeraku. So it seemed like a move that was really a matter of when and not if, and now we're sitting here, so we'll see how good of an impact it actually has.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com from Oxnard, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
What a pro Tommy Yarsh is, because he just set up with the when, not if, what my next question was.
Ask another one then.
It felt like this was inevitable. So what was the delay? Was this the Cowboys wanting to figure out what they had in the edge rusher group? Was this Von Miller maybe wanting to skip some of the early training camp stuff? Or was there just Dallas needed to be compelled or talked into, all right, let's go ahead and do this?
I don't really know. I think that, usually guys around, and I don't know Von Miller, so I can't say that it's just he doesn't want to do a training camp. But usually you see it with guys like Jadeveon Clowney last year, where when you get to, he's going into year 15 now in the NFL, I believe, and training camp is, you can use it, everybody can use it, but at that point you're ready to go. You know what you need to do. Your body's going to be in shape, and you're kind of just ready to go. And then from Dallas's perspective, maybe seeing what they've got a little bit on their pass rushers, and I think they still were able to generate some good pressure, but some guys struggled in that preseason game. So this is a guy that, pushes the needle a little bit forward, and maybe tells some of the other guys, hey, if you want to make this roster, you've got to step up, because we've got a guy coming in here that, is going to get a spot and going to be in our rotation. And you've got 2 preseason games to prove to us that you belong on this roster too when it comes to the pass rush.
Whose snaps did he take?
Good question. I think if he becomes your 3rd or 4th pass rusher, I think right now, how many you want to carry? 5?
Yeah, let's say it's 5. Let's say he's taking 15 snaps a game. They're carrying 5.
I think if you're carrying 5, I'm looking at Gary, Ezeraku, Miller, Houston, and Lawrence. Not in any particular order.
So
but those
it would be
are probably
Sam Williams, Maris Leofau that get kind of pinched
Leofau
by it.
would be my guess, yeah.
Would Leofau be able to salvage his spot? Do you think they would consider moving him back inside because of the special teams ability?
Yeah, if he is that big for them on special teams, I think that's fair to say it could happen.
What stood out from practice yesterday?
Yesterday was more of just a kind of a, we say walkthrough, but no pads, no shells, just shirts on, getting some light work in. I think that those are sometimes the toughest practices to get stuff out of, but then George Pickens goes and has a one-handed grab in the corner of the end zone where I still am wondering how he got 2 feet down, but he's able to bring in passes like that, and you just kind of continue to say this guy is having probably the best training camp out of anybody here in Oxnard. Some shifts a little bit in personnel, which Brian Schottenheimer hinted at. When the first team offense went out there, it was Javonte Williams, Malik Davis, and Hunter Lipke. Those were the 3 that got handoffs with that group. So I thought that was interesting. Phil Maffa and Jaden Blue, Brian Schottenheimer said, were a little banged up, but they still did practice. They were in individual drills, and then they got some team stuff, but not a bunch of it. And then the other thing, I'm going to try and find it, what exactly it was, that the second team offensive line from left to right was a little bit different. Drew Shelton was at left tackle. He's been playing mostly right tackle. Trevor Keegan was at left guard. Nick Leverett was the second string center. They put TJ Bass at right guard, and then Nate Thomas was at right tackle. So those were the 2 differences to me, and then I think we saw a little bit more of Devin Moore at corner on the outside too.
Tommy, is there any sense at all? Nick had kind of made a comment flippantly at the end of last week, I think kind of joking, but maybe half serious. Is there any concern at all to you about now we're just not talking about opportunities for Jaden Blue? We might be talking about roster spot by the end of training camp, or do you think he's pretty secure?
I think that whole running back room is up in the air. I don't know if there's necessarily anybody's job that is fully safe outside of Javonte Williams. And you look at what Malik Davis did last week, but at the same time, Brian Schottenheimer said multiple times now, hey, that first half, the offensive line was not able to open things up for Jaden Blue, for Phil Maffa. We didn't play well enough for there to be a real assessment of the run game there. So it may look that way right now, but I wonder if we get through these last 2 preseason games, if something shifts up front or they're able to make some more space, then you can get more of a gauge of what Jaden Blue can really do. But I think right now Malik Davis is the leader in the clubhouse for that RB2 job, but we weren't saying that a week ago. It could change next week, so there's still plenty of time for this to figure itself out.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com right here on 105.3 The Fan. Did anything really jump out from Jerry besides the pimp cane with Michael Irvin or Shoddy yesterday?
Well, I'm upset that I missed the pimp cane. That certainly looked very fun. I would say with Jerry is that they're still open to a substantive move. That's not going to shock anybody, but they're still open to it. So we'll see if something comes down the pipe there. I don't foresee anything imminent at the moment, but the door is always going to be open for that, and I just wonder what kind of opportunity would come across the table that they would jump at this point in the year. And then other than that, I think that the role that BT Jordan played in getting Von Miller, or at least giving the Cowboys information on him, that was how Jerry started off his scrum. Answering the question was, hey, our pass rush consultant had all the information on him. He's been working out with him, and saying, hey, this guy's in good enough shape, and we believe he can help us. So if you like the Von Miller signing, you can thank BT Jordan a little bit for that.
When we talk about a potential consequential move that could still come, there doesn't feel like there's one on the doorstep, but when they've talked about, hey, we could always add, we do things like that, is the fact that they signed Von Miller indicative that position would probably be edge, since they clearly don't have a settled group in mind at this moment?
I don't know if you would necessarily say they're nailed down to one position. I think that if a offer came across the table that made you say, hey, this is great for linebacker or this is great for corner, then that wouldn't stop them either. So sure, another pass rusher would be fantastic, and you're only getting that group to be better. But I don't know if they're necessarily pigeonholed into one position group at the moment, where if the right thing comes across the table, let's say, let's go get this done.
Set us up for the Saints today, and most importantly, whose media policy reigns supreme?
The Cowboys' media policy reigns supreme, I believe. Yeah, so it's going to be fun. I know Nick Harris is super pumped to see Tyler Shuck throw the ball around today.
Oh, he loves him. He thinks he's a superstar.
Yeah,
Are you being for real?
No, he hates him. He thinks that Tyler Shuck. He talks about Tyler Shuck the way that Broadus talks about Von Miller.
Is he admitting an early L?
No, I don't think so. Like, I think he's just going like it's not looking good right now, but like he was fine last year. But I don't think he's willing to say that he thinks he's a good football player yet. He thought he was nothing when he came out.
Well, I'll say this: I agreed with him on the draft show. So I'm disappointed.
All that were wrong. One guy that was right here.
All right.
I thought Jordan Tyson would be healthy though. So
I'm upset that Jordan Tyson's not going to be playing. He's such a fun player to watch. So that's disappointing. But I think they still have some young players on the offense where it'll be a good gauge for Dallas's defense. And then the loss of Brian Brzee really hurts their defense. But there's still some good players over there as well that can test Dallas's offense. I don't know if they'll do it the same way that the Rams did. But I think, you're looking for balance, and you're looking for you're going to win some plays, you're going to lose some plays, and if you do that, I think you come out pleased with the joint practice.
Who is today? We always talk about the preseason games. Who is today biggest for you think right now? Like who's along the group right now that you're saying like, hey, would be really nice if you had a big practice today with the Saints? And who are some guys that maybe there's a question about whether their availability for Dallas is going to be there today?
Are you saying injury-wise availability?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the first question would be guys that could use a big day. Probably any of those running backs, if it's a chance for Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa, if they are full go, because Blue is dealing with a shoulder, Maffa's with ribs. So if they're full go and they can put together some good reps, I think that would be huge for them. It's another big day for the corners. I think Savone Revel and Kobe Durant are still fighting back and forth for that job. So that'll be a good one to watch. Quarterbacks, Joe Milton, Sam Howell. Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday that they decided kind of later in the week that Sam Howell would be the starter based on how consistent he was. So they're competing again for the starting job in this preseason game. So that'll be a good gauge for it. And then availability questions. The only two people that didn't practice yesterday were Jonathan Bullard and Michael Trigg. Trigg is dealing with a toe. Brian Schottenheimer said it wasn't very concerning. And then the running backs were the three that he brought up injuries for. Otherwise, Jayshon Barham worked back into practice today. I think he should be going. I wonder if they maybe limit him a little bit, but he should be playing. I'm trying to think of who else I'm forgetting about. Zion Childress is back. And there's one more. I'm blanking on it, though, so I apologize.
What time is the scrimmage today?
I believe it starts at 4 p.m. Central Time.
He's such a pro.
That's why I asked. That's why I asked to see if
I
you
know
give
that's
us
why
the
you
Central
asked. Yeah, I'm not falling into the trap.
That was good. That was impressive. Thank you, Tom. When do y'all pack up and come home?
We leave. Well, after Arizona, we'll come home. So technically Saturday.
Okay. Thank you so much. Fantastic. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Follow him. Give him all the follows. Tommy Yarsh today. DallasCowboys.com brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the
vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
A curveball thrown, as it often is, by the KNC master.
Video I just had to watch.
Yeah, go on the Sean and RJ social media pages. You can go ahead and describe it.
It's an R&B style video of Too Many Buttons Undone Peyton talking about how he's going to make a baby with his wife. It feels very...
That was last night. He got put on the clock.
Yeah.
Did Bobby show you the timestamps?
No.
Oh, okay. So here's what happened. I texted Peyton last night.
I mean, this really consumed Bobby's night thinking about Peyton doing this.
Yeah. So Peyton said that he was going to be. They had set the alarm for 7:15. So at 7:14, I texted Peyton, "Good luck in there, buddy. Make us proud." And at 7:16, I texted Peyton, "How'd you do?" And at 7:19, in descriptive terms, Peyton said, "Mission accomplished."
Okay, so
this was a 5-minute window, basically.
And also, you're just grabbing your phone right after?
It was not at 7:15. She wanted to watch Dancing with the Stars, so it was in the 6 o'clock hour. Plus,
That's not respecting the clock.
I knew Bobby. Well, it was my bad for forgetting about Dancing with the Stars. My
He went
goodness,
from 6 to midnight.
So he's a clock blocker.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's good.
Did you get nervous there?
I got nervous.
Don't worry, I'm fine today.
Boy, there's something Eric says on the afternoon that gets him very uncomfortable.
For the love of God, do your effing job.
There's a lot that Eric says.
Well, Peyton, okay, you know what another name for a lollipop is?
A sucker?
So Eric will refer to that bad word as "see that." And whenever I've quoted that and said "see lollipop," then Sean's always like, "That's too aggressive, too close. We can't say that."
Or a blow pop.
Oh.
Those are good too.
That was not the curveball.
I enjoy a good blow pop.
The curveball.
Kevin would always get, Sean, real quick, Kevin would always get scared whenever I would say, because he wanted a World Series. And I would say that Kevin would suck Rafael Palmeiro's Congress pointing finger to get one of those.
Okay.
Because remember he got up there and he was pointing his finger at everybody.
I get nervous whenever Sham tries to say Igbenogany like he did on Saturday night.
Man.
The curveball came from Corey Major's fantasy football draft.
Okay. Sean, you know how I feel about women.
Oh my God, that's a terrible.
This is Fred and Barney right here across from me.
But we are also the station of persons. All right, persons are very important to us.
We're huge with persons,
and so women and
that
men,
has to be the next shirt. Huge with persons.
And so we've had to be more understanding. So my fantasy league, I think we're almost 20 years. We're 20 years into this thing.
Damn.
And these are guys I've known since high school. I decided to host it at my house this year. We're running a little late, trying to get some things together. And I said,
live fantasy draft is the best.
Yeah. Yes.
I think.
And so what we're going to do, we're going to take my buddy's, the commissioner's laptop, hook it up to the TV, so that he can input all the information, doesn't have to do it the next day, like input it all. It'll be live, ready to rock, and we can all hang out in the pool, put it on the projector or whatever if we got something. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
A pool?
Yeah.
I don't have a projector.
That is amazing.
And he has a parlor room too.
Yeah. Sean
I was counting my trash cans during your segment the other day.
What did you come up with?
I'm not going to say.
Oh man, it's double digits.
Sean said I don't have a projector yet, but he's getting ready to get one. So we'll do that, have some fun. Then my buddy though, the commissioner, he was like, "Hey, if you don't, I'll put on all the information. I'll sit there and do it all. If you don't mind fetching me some beers and shots." And I was like, well, I'm not doing that. I'm a man.
Is it because he said fetch?
You're not a bartender anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
You did it at a high level despite what Broad said about you.
I remember
you
that.
and Von Miller just taking shots at y'all.
Oh, man.
And so I said, hey, why don't we get a waitress for the fantasy.
Reasonable take.
If we went to Jake's or Fox and Hound, we would have a waitress, right? So why not do what we typically do and hire a waitress to come? There's got to be some people that have businesses like that. Come over to the house and just make sure that we always have beers and shots throughout the day.
Dang.
And I was like, you know what?
And your wife is part of the league?
She is not.
Okay.
She is part of the house.
Think about asking her to be the waitress?
There's no way.
I would love it, but the rest of the people can't come over. So that would be one of those kind of situations.
Right. What kind of uniform does the fantasy league have for their waitresses?
So that's what we started I threw the idea out to the wife and she said, ew. And I was like, that's, let's see if we can negotiate, let's start negotiating. So I said, what about like a modest swimsuit? Like something like Proverbs meets Sports Illustrated, something that's like, it's modest and nice. Yeah. And she said, at that point, she said, ew, again, now you're disrespecting our house. Ooh. And I was like, dang it. So I think I'm just going to have to send her on a vacation that weekend so that we can do what we want to do right now. So she's not going to be around and me to
the
get
compromise would be that, all right, something that's in the house, then we will hire a waitress and just have her wear something from your closet that you pick.
Yeah, I'll pick out whatever. One of my favorite things to see on you.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing you whenever I'm seeing her.
Yeah.
I do not believe that strategy will work out the way you think it is.
Yeah. I respect you, though, for trying.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep trying, too. I'm going to figure out a way.
At what point does this result in a nasty fight, or she won't take it there?
I don't know.
I often find that the nastiest fights I have, I don't know I'm in them until she's been in them for a while.
We haven't had a really nasty fight in a long time, like a really nasty one.
Knock on wood.
But I might push it a little too far with this, just to see how far I can go with it.
Why is that?
Just see.
Is your son in the league?
No.
Okay.
No, and what I'm now going to make sure of is none of the kids are at the house. The whole house is just us. We've been married for 20 years, too. We're on 20 years.
Is she fine with you guys going to... Have you ever been to a strip club with her?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I remember... I've told Alec this story before. I remember whenever we were younger, and one of my friends was getting married, and we all went to... She didn't go, but I went with all the guys. And I got home, and I somehow was on her side of the bed. Like that morning I woke up, and what happens when you're on the wrong side of the bed and you wake up and you've been drinking all night?
Oh.
You roll out of the bed and hit the floor because you don't realize you're on the wrong side of the bed. And her head just popped over and she said, you're covered in glitter and smell like a... And I was
Lady of the night.
But then she smiled. So, because she's cool.
Wow.
But not this cool.
Kind of a mixed signal.
Not cool enough to have a waitress. I'm
She's
not even asking for a
she's
stripper.
keeping you on your toes, I think, is what it is. I would say, I've said it before, I think you could convince Kristen to go into a strip club easier than you could convince me to.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's necessarily easy to convince either. But if there's a whole group going, I think Kristen could be like, oh, everybody's going. All right, I'll go in.
Oh, dude, I remember too. It was kind of awkward. I expected it not to be awkward, and then
what a P you are, by the way.
I looked across.
Why?
We looked across the room. One of the girls from our high school walked by, and they
Sean.
sat down and talked to each other the whole night, and that was boring. So we left.
Why not? If you're this dead set on it and you're willing to risk a fight, why don't you just have a little private room at a restaurant for the draft?
That was an idea.
It's about winning the negotiation.
Dude,
now.
One of the cool things we did when we had ours was at Twin Peaks, and we had that little private cigar room. That was an awesome draft.
Yes.
That was a lot of fun.
Addison one?
Yeah, the one in Addison. That was really cool.
Hit up one of Kevin's salespeople. Mm-hmm. Look down at your sheet.
Hit up Kevin, because 817 says you can borrow the mystery panties from Hagee's house.
Pick one of your 8 restaurants and go have it there, Corey. My suggestion.
Okay.
But I respect you. I respect how willing you're far you're willing to push it.
Here is the trade-off, Corey. 682. You tell her I get my own waitress, and in return, you can hire a butler for the day that you want to wait on you.
In a G-string.
That's expensive.
What do guys wear?
I don't know, man.
The thong?
Was you're a guy?
Yeah.
So your question is,
I'll
what
walk
do
into a strip
guys
club.
wear?
Yeah, but I don't wear thongs, man, and I don't look at dudes in thongs.
Wolchuk wore a thong once.
For what?
It was a bet payoff. He had to wear it at Southern Leisure. He wore it the whole time. He was like in a Speedo.
No.
Yeah, there's a picture of me like by him doing this.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
My gosh.
What did he think about it? Do you remember?
I think he said he felt right at home.
Good-looking girl.
What's coming up on the show?
He could be the butler.
I could. I'd definitely.
Zach could.
Butler for her. Oh. At 12:20 today. If Dallas's defensive changes pay off quickly, and Dak remains healthy, the 2026 Cowboys will be blank.
Oh.
And we'll do that at 12:20 today. And then we'll discuss also why Corey's not wearing a tank top today.
Oh. Okay.
Alex said he was wearing one no matter what because of how high it's going to be outside. So.
Okay.
Does it ever make you nervous
Are
when
you
it says abundant sunshine? Like, I know it's going to be hot either way, but when it's like abundant
They try
sunshine.
and make that sound like a nice way to say it, too.
Yeah.
It's abundant.
Abundant sounds like, they're trying to just say, like, you know what, you should be grateful for this. There are plenty of people in Seattle who would love to have this.
Oh.
Did you guys hear that I have decided to give away my first pitch winnings to Alec if I get the draw today at 2:20?
That's awesome.
Is RJ not going to feel very betrayed by this?
I want him to. I'm doing it partially because of that.
RJ
This is a revenge move from me.
This is like hiring a waitress
thing?
for your fantasy.
No. Partially Barstool.
Oh, no.
But he went on Dan Patrick and didn't even think of me going on there.
That's Sean's idol.
How long ago was that?
Whenever the Jerry fight was.
October
That's
24.
right. Yeah, Dan Patrick's, he's the dude.
And the way he told us was we were on the air, and he goes, and I'm going on Dan Patrick today.
Yeah.
And Sean was like, what?
He's going to go, I didn't know. I didn't
It's
know
like,
you
I
loved
didn't even
Dan
know you
Patrick.
liked him.
I don't know. I have no idea. So, yeah.
You held that grudge?
I respect
Have you
it.
ever met me?
I don't think that's a
Revenge is a
grudge. It's the
dish
very next opportunity
best
to do the
served
same
cold.
thing. That's not revenge. It's like, okay, here's even now.
And Alec deserves some. He deserves some shine around here. He's always sending me breaking news stories.
Hell yeah.
He's on it quickly. So let's let Alec get out there. And Bobby's decided to give his to Peyton.
Oh.
Although I think you, like I said, you made a compelling case. I might also give mine to Alec, and then Peyton doesn't get it.
I think you should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Or
two,
have those two
I think
arm
two in
wrestle.
favor. Yeah.
Oh, would you be excited to do it?
Wrestling.
Yes, I would be very excited to do it, but I do not want to end up in a similar Dan Patrick situation. And I know this man to my right, that is one of his lifelong dreams.
Is it really?
And so I don't want to cause an issue where in a year and a half something happens to me and I'll be like, oh, crap.
Is it that high up?
Yeah. This has always been a dream. I always wanted, like, the show when Mike was with us. I was like, this is our easiest way to do it. We should all three, baseball show a record, be able to go out there, Ford versus Ferrari, all throw a pitch at the same time. And somehow it never happened.
Plus, you kind of owe him, from yesterday. It could be a makeup.
If you get the pitch, can you do the Bassick, slump stance of when he gave up the home run to Bonds, after you released the first pitch?
Just throw it and then...
No, do your head whip back. Actually,
that is a good idea.
In honor of Mike.
No,
Mike never looked at it.
Put on a Bassick jersey. They'll replay it during the game on TV. You put on a Bassick jersey, you throw it, then you whip your head back, and you'll get double the airtime.
I think Bassick is on for that series, too.
There you go.
So I think, because I talked to him yesterday about it.
Oh, man, that means he's going to give you 8 million things about what you did wrong with your pitch.
Let's let the fellas take over next. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece, right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, just Kevin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors. And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
All right, Kevin, if I start to smell offensive to you today, I apologize.
And why would that be?
I forgot to put deodorant on this morning, and I just realized that. I'd realized it earlier before I left the house. And then I forgot to go back and put deodorant on. Like, I even said it out loud to my wife. I was like, Adrian, and she was like, I'm very busy right now. And I was like, I don't think I put deodorant on after I showered. And she was like, I could care less. Please do other things right now. And I was like, I got it. She's busy. Lucy doesn't feel good today. Like, so she had to stay home from school.
Yeah.
So anyway, but then I said, it's just Kevin, because you're the only person that might be offended by my smell. I am showered, so I've at least, it's not like I've, been out there, doing a warrior run or something.
So if you think about it, would you not, Alec, much rather him have showered with no deodorant than no shower and yes deodorant?
It depends what kind of soap the man is using, because if it's like hotel grade soap, then it's not doing too much heavy lifting.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
But he's at his house. They probably got good.
Got Plano soap.
I use Harry's body wash.
Oh, Harry's is nice.
Okay, yeah.
I'll see.
Because
pass the test,
dude. Everything's gotten too expensive.
It has.
Like the Native, it's like $22 for a bottle of the body wash. The Harry's is like $6. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what?
Whose fault is that?
I have no clue.
Okay.
Who? Capitalism?
Whom? I wouldn't blame overall capitalism, but all right.
But capitalism is a free market where you can make the price whatever as long as the market purchases.
That's a good point.
So
we keep purchasing it. So realistically, isn't it our fault?
And that's why I stopped. So I went to the cheaper one. I might have to go to Irish Spring, which you can get like 94 bars for $1.
Don't do that.
And the gas companies will wait us out, right? They're like, you're not walking anywhere. What are you talking about? You're going to stop buying gas? Get out of here.
How expensive are phones?
Oh, yeah. The price can be whatever they want it to be. What are you going to do? Not get a new phone?
Yeah.
I'll take my chances against that. If I could wager on that or place
a Kelsey trade?
Yeah, a trade. Thank you. That's the word.
An underdog play.
And I would put all of my money in people not going away from buying whatever phone they want.
There are a lot of things that they know they got us. And they're like, you're just going to pay for it no matter what. Gas has been one of them for the history of man.
Yes.
After cars were invented, obviously.
Sure.
And deodorant.
Before that, not so much.
Deodorant you can do without, Soap, they're like, come on. And these kids, they're influenced, right? Your sons, they're going to be like, oh, man, I have to get this $60 one. What? Like that dude in Landman. He's like, oh, I love $60 soap.
This is a great idea from the 945. Hey, Kevin, be a best friend. Walk down to that empty shop with no cashier and just grab deodorant for Corey. I don't think they have deodorant there.
They do.
Do they?
I think they might.
Well, everything down there is free. It says grab and go.
They have a camera and they are looking at. Kevin came up with a muffin the other day because Kevin loves to eat muffins.
That's true.
And he is a muffin eating fool. And he said, hey Corey, I got one of those free muffins down at the place, and I was like, I hope you don't get arrested, and I hope you don't relapse. Because Kevin, you went to prison once for.
That is a strong word.
What?
The juvenile detention center, but it's true.
Did it feel like a prison?
Yes, it did. Yeah. I got put in an isolation cell.
See? And I don't want that for him again. I want you to stay out of jail, Kevin.
I feel like I've been pretty good for a while.
Up until you stole a muffin.
Every day's a battle. I actually paid for that muffin. I thought it was surprisingly cheap, and then I tried it, and I was like, oh, it was too expensive.
Did you say every day is a battle? Do you fight the urge?
No.
When was the last time you were like, I could?
You know what gets me is I think I could. Like I'll walk into a place and I'll be like, oh, I could do this and that. Which that's not good either.
So, did you see the story, Alec, that there like a Brinks truck up in Massachusetts got robbed and they still have no clue. They have no clue how it happened. They have no suspects.
Like DB Cooper.
Nothing. And I think every time I see something like that, I think of Kevin saying,
I didn't do it.
I could have robbed a bank.
That is true. And that made my mom very worried. And then I got arrested, and it felt like, she was right to be concerned, and those concerns paid off for her. By the way, speaking of deodorant, I don't know if you've ever seen the amazing Pixar movie Monsters, Inc., but there's a great moment in there where Mike Wazowski says he has to spray some odorant.
Uh-huh.
And so he is spraying
to be
on himself.
Yeah, he wants to be funky.
As opposed to getting rid of the funk.
But we'll do the show today. Here's the thing. Usually I put on the exact amount of deodorant to make it through the show, right?
What?
Or maybe it's just the 72 hours, like when you smell somebody and you're like, oh man, that's not me because my 72 hours aren't up. Sometimes it's like protection for 72 hours.
Do you put deodorant on once every 3 days?
If it lasts for 72 hours, why would you put on deodorant in 48 hours?
Because
it says 72-hour protection on it.
So if it just says it on a box or a package, you are inclined to believe it.
Why would it say it on there? Like, wouldn't the government step in and say, hey, guys, this is lying to you?
Well, what they'll tell you is we ran it under these very specific conditions of somebody like sitting still for 72 hours. And they're like, technically it did work. I don't know what these people are out in the streets doing.
Well, that being said, I think I can make it through 4 hours without deodorant, but we're doing extra show today.
Oh, that's right.
Because we're hanging around. Alec, are you hanging around with us today?
Yep.
You want to see?
My God.
He wants to see this happen too today during the G-Bag Nation, 2:20-ish. I'm hoping. We are going to be drawing names out of a hat until we get to the last person.
Yeah.
And that last person, will get to throw out the first pitch at a Rangers game.
August 31st.
Okay, that's a different date than I thought. But that's exciting for whoever gets to do it. Hopefully, one of us. But like this is a big time. This will be a major show moment, a major station moment.
How excited are you that I told you how the drawing works? Whereas if your name was pulled out first and you were eliminated, you would have been like, I did it! And then I've been like, hey, buddy.
No. Yeah, I should have read the rest of that email. Are
you embarrassed?
I'm a highlight reader when it comes to emails, that's for sure.
You just highlight cultured emails, too? First it was Rocky.
Quite honestly, Alec, it's just usually the first couple sentences, and then I'll be like, I'll get back to that email later, and I never go back to it.
If the first movie you see in that grouping is I Play Rocky as opposed to any of the Rocky movies, it
looks awesome,
That will be somewhat confusing.
It looks like a really good movie.
It really does.
Will you be upset if I'm the first name drawn?
Yes.
And I just leave?
I'll be disappointed.
I'll cuss on air. And then leave.
Then I'm back in.
Lucius would probably be like, you know what? That's fair. Let's let it ride.
I do not believe that is how that should work.
You would understand.
Yeah.
Like, why do I need to sit around and congratulate some chump?
But I would also be hurt because remember,
it could be you.
Exactly.
All right. If all of us are eliminated in before the last pick,
yeah, I think we should just leave.
I'm leaving.
Yeah.
All of us as a show. All right.
Exactly. All right. Alec, we've been talking about doing this segment for, I don't know, like 2 weeks. Can you give me cut number 3? Because it is time for this question, and then we will wrap back around to Dallas Cowboys news of the day. Which non-quarterbacks are under the most pressure this NFL season?
Blitz coming. Stafford kills the blitz. Gets it to Nakua. Breaks the tackle. Puka Nakua on his feet and in. Touchdown Rams.
All right, just to peel back the curtain a little bit. I have asked Alec for Puka Nakua or Travis Hunter, just to give you a spoiler alert of what's going to come up in here, bit of audio for like 9 straight days. Now, luckily, we have had enough content that we've just like pushed it back, because it wasn't like you got to do it this day or that day or whatever. So, Alec, how pumped are you that we played that audio?
I literally fist pumped as I hit the button to play the highlight.
All right, so this is off of something that I originally saw on Fox Sports where they ranked the players under the most pressure. But we've talked about the pressure of quarterbacks, so I wanted to remove them from the list. 4 of their top 6 were quarterbacks. That's great. I get all of that. So what I wanted to get both of y'all's thoughts, and then the texters, 877-881-1053, Who do you think are the non-quarterbacks under the most pressure this season? And is Puka Nacua one of those people?
He is, with an offseason that kind of got swept under the rug. It feels like we make jokes about it because it was kind of weird,
right?
But he has a pretty significant contract at play. They don't seem to pay their people. They're like, we have used you, and we would like for you to go get paid somewhere else. We will trade for another superstar.
Right.
That's their approach to things. So I think that he is on that list. I think there's another guy on his team though that has a significant amount of pressure. Now he's good enough to live up to it.
Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett.
I'm with you, man. And Myles Garrett was number 9 on this list because you can look at the very similar trajectories of him and Matthew Stafford, right? I mean, I know people have a more elevated opinion of Myles Garrett than they did of Matthew Stafford when he got to the Rams. But both of them were players who could put up unbelievable stats but didn't win in large part because they were part of a garbage franchise. And then they come to a good franchise. This is their first real opportunity to win. Will they take advantage of it? Well, obviously, Matthew Stafford took advantage of it right away. Will Myles Garrett take advantage of it? I think that's a great answer.
Yeah, and Matthew Stafford had all of that in his hands. Myles Garrett has never had the season in his hands. It's always some bum quarterback. You know what I mean? Like there's always the rest of that offense couldn't do their job. At least Matthew Stafford could go out there. He also knew he had Aaron Donald to help on the other side. Well, you're right. Now Myles Garrett is in a situation where he has a capable quarterback, one of the most capable offenses. Can he carry his part and lead a defense to make that stop? And that'll show if he is truly that one, that chosen one that we've all been discussing. But if he does it with Aaron Donald, does that mean that,
I probably won't unless Aaron Donald is clearly better than him.
I gotcha.
And then I'd be like, ooh, okay, so now that I get to see two generational players seemingly side by side, I can clearly tell who is the alpha. All right, Alec, do you have somebody in mind when it comes to non-quarterbacks that are under the most pressure this season?
I do like Puka just because of the contract situation, but I think one for me that won't get talked about a lot because I don't know what to expect from their team, Mike Evans.
Ooh, okay, that's interesting.
I think Mike Evans hasn't gotten enough conversation about how important he could be to that 49ers offense, which they're still hoping George Kittle is available week 1. They don't necessarily know. We already know about the substation theory, and it seems like they have 15 million injured players every practice. So if he stays healthy, but if he looks like the Mike Evans of old, the 49ers are going to be no joke yet again. But if he's a shell of himself or he's not available, people are going to be like, dude, what was the point of all the hubbub in Tampa Bay?
Somebody said Marvin Harrison Jr., which I think is a worthy vote. I also think Travis Hunter is in that boat just a little bit. Not necessarily that I'm saying he won't be a good player, but are they going to try the strategy out this year? Because if they don't this year, it would make no sense to use you more on offense and defense as you got older.
Right.
Like, these feel like the years, if you're ever going to get to do it, it's going to be right now.
Yeah,
right?
I do see the understanding, though, of the experience, sometimes getting overwhelmed by something. I don't think he's overwhelmed by it, but the experience does kind of lend itself. Deion was a little better later on because of, he knew things, right? But then even physically, he got, all right, dude, you can't. We can't risk that for you. I mean, there are definitely two Cowboys.
One of them overshown?
One of them's overshown specifically because he needs to prove he's healthy.
Is the other one George Pickens?
If he wants to get paid. And here's the thing, though. I don't think it matters to him. I don't think the pressure matters to him. I think he's fine.
I mean, so far, it sure seems like it doesn't bother him.
That dude's like, I catch footballs. That's what I'm good at.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out there and catch footballs and make money. I'm not going to, there's no pressure. I don't think he thinks there's any pressure. I think he just looks at it and goes, I'm about to get paid so much. I'm very good at catching the football, and we're about to win some games. I think that's where his mindset is because that's his personality.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Let me ask you about two other wide receivers then, and they kind of work in cooperation. What do you think of the pressure levels on Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown? Because obviously they're split apart now, and for Devontae, it feels like people were like, you were always the second. Let's see what you got. And for A.J. Brown, well, clearly he's going into a potentially winning situation, but people still think he's kind of a head case. Which I'm not saying that's fair.
Smith's very interesting because
he's kind of the forgotten guy in all.
Yeah, he's very good.
Sure,
he's very good, and I would say, I kind of want to say that he can be like, my quarterback still sucks. That's the reason,
Okay, yeah.
But I kind of have that feeling. But I think A.J. Brown, the pressure, there's a lot of that thing's a boiling pot right now. The whole Patriots organization, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
So there's a lot going on over there, and that dude, whenever signs show that they're cracking, he's not one to say, let me help seal it up. He's one that says, let's crack this sucker wide open.
Do you think there's a good amount of pressure at all on Jared Verse? I mean, he didn't ask to get traded, but, it does kind of feel like Cleveland has pinned their rebuild around him.
Nah.
Okay.
Cleveland, dude.
So everyone's like, be good, don't be good. It makes no impact.
They're going to be upset when they lose.
Okay.
That's pretty much what's going to be Cleveland.
Do you think it's going to be this string of games where it was like, Jared Verse with 2 sacks and a forced fumble as the Cleveland Browns lose 24-6? Mm-hmm. And you're like, oh, man.
And they'll be like, this has been the same way for the last 28 years.
Yeah. And then...
Or maybe even more.
Last 2 for you.
Since Bill Belichick and Nick Saban left.
Yeah, and that was the
last time they were good, I guess.
And think about it. They had Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, and then within a couple of years, their team was gone.
I didn't see who else was on that staff. Because I bet there's another coach that was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Trey Hendrickson and or Max Crosby. Obviously, it feels like those two are going to be linked.
I think Hendrickson will be fine. But I do think that Crosby has a lot going on right now. I don't think there's a lot of pressure, but I think there's a lot going on.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do our Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day. Just a few hours from the Cowboys-Saints joint practice next on The Fan.
When sports news
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And here's the kick. High, spinning. Holden sees it goes to his right. It's going to die. Oh, he picks it up. He bumbles it. He fumbles it. It's a mess. It's recovered by Seattle at the 5. Trayshawn Holden never ever do that.
Can't-see masterpiece.
What a call.
It's good advice right here on 105.3 The Fan. And unfortunately, that right there is one of the reasons why Trayshawn Holden is no longer with the Cowboys. It might have been this morning or last night. He put out a message on social media thanking the Cowboys and all the fans and saying that he knows this is not the end for him. So we will see how that goes. That kicks off our Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day. Just a few hours from the Saints joint practice. Now, this is going to be another big day, kind of moving back with the focus on the Cowboys starters again, though obviously the 2s and 3s should get plenty of run in the joint practice as well. But if the preseason game was for the backups, I think today, hopefully you'll see some more from the starters. Yes?
Hopefully, yeah, for sure. It did feel like we kind of, that was like, all right, that's the end of the run for everybody after the LA one.
Right.
But yeah, you should take advantage of a joint practice no matter when you have them. So as many as you can, if you can control the what's going on, let everybody know what's happening. You get after it. Yeah.
Now,
sorry.
You're okay. Shoddy said that he was going to maybe shake some things up rotationally after the first preseason game, and a couple of things to look at. He definitely did. All right, let's go with the second team offensive line first, which I know might sound a little weird, but I think it will give you some insight into perhaps where some of these things are going. So Nick Leverett was the center for the second team, and then on the left side, tackle Drew Shelton, guard Trevor Keegan. On the right side, TJ Bassett, guard, and Nate Thomas at right tackle. So that was kind of what your second team offensive line looks like. You got to think that perhaps either A, those people are in the lead for the backup spots, or B, they're trying to get some more runs there with the 2s to get a better feel of what they've got.
Some dudes slid around, right? And like that's a lot. So I wonder what the conversation from either Shoddy or their position coach is. Hey, we just want to kind of see you at some other spots. Or, hey, we didn't see anything we liked. Y'all better show that you can. This might be your last shot. If you got to figure something out here,
right?
Or is it? We've been kind of thinking that you might be better at this, so we're going to give you a shot. I have no clue what that conversation is, but that kind of movement. It could also be we need guys that can play multiple positions, and we want to see that you're capable of that. But they didn't look good enough. That's a very clear thing. So they got to figure something different out.
Now, among the other changes, Joe Milton got the first look at QB2.
Wouldn't you expect that?
Probably.
Like Sam Howell got the start in the first preseason game.
So we'll switch it up and line him up to be the starter.
Yeah, so you can be behind a better offensive line, throwing to better receivers, kind of idea.
Yeah. Malik Davis was the first running back to rotate in after Javonte Williams. Now, this one's a little tricky because on the one hand, you would want to be like, oh, does that mean they're giving him more look as the backup running back? But Blue did not participate in the team period because of a shoulder issue. Maffa had a rib issue, and Abanikanda had a rib issue, and so all of them were limited. So on the one hand, good job for Malik Davis, take advantage of those reps, but on the other hand, it wasn't necessarily just because of good feelings from the week before in the preseason game and everything like that. Devin Moore,
I want to stop on Malik Davis real quick. I think this is a time where, and I wish I had a better example, it's a time where they understand what they have in Malik Davis. And they know, we can put him as a starter, we can put him as the 5th. It doesn't matter. He's going to give us the same production and effort every time. But we think we have a higher ceiling with Blue. We think we have a higher ceiling of things we can do with Maffa, so we're going to give them the opportunities in the preseason to show us.
Yeah.
But if they don't show us, we have Malik Davis.
Okay.
Where we know no matter what, if we promote him up to 2, he's going to be the same dude he was at 5. Whereas if you put Jaden Blue down there, you might never get to see that thing. So it's just being a professional kind of thing, and I think that's what Malik Davis has done well so far.
Now, this feels more like a direct result of the preseason game. Devin Moore took some first-team reps in place of Kalen Carson. We talked about it. It was a really rough first drive, not only for him, but the entire defense. Amir Speed saw some second-team reps, and then in the red zone period, Tyrus Wheat saw some first-team reps. And so I appreciate just getting a look, because that feels like one of the key things that you got to see in training camp. All right, hey, I know how you look against them. What about now?
I think there's high hopes for Devin Moore.
For sure.
And so, this, he didn't look bad. He hasn't looked bad.
Right.
And injuries that was his problem in college. So as long as he can stay healthy, I think the dude's going to be a good player. So, but you're right. Kalen Carson was not good enough. And so that may have moved the rookie up a little faster than it was expected to.
Or at least get a shot. Yeah, absolutely.
Show you can.
All right. Do you want more information or potentially a negative thing to keep track of? I think the negative thing is relevant.
Negative then.
All right.
Oh, no.
So we all feel like last week was a good week for the Cowboys. Even Broadus was talking about it in the crosstalk. We feel like it was a good week for the Cowboys with the successful joint practice against the Rams, successful preseason game. But
it doesn't matter if you don't build on it, in my opinion.
Agree.
So, yeah.
100% I agree on that. But there's another thing you need to look back at in that preseason game. The Cowboys had 13 penalties for 103 penalty yards.
Mm-hmm.
And they struggled yet again on special teams. All right, let's go back to last year. And arguably at times the year before that, etc. We all know the defense was trash, right? Mm-hmm. The Cowboys have said that. The Cowboys defensive players have said that, both new and old. The defense was trash last year. But I don't want people to lose sight of the fact that you had massive penalty and special teams issues as well. So fix the defense, great. That is what the primary focus should be. But I hope we're not giving away any credence to how much our special teams and penalties were issues, because it was just a preseason game. Mm-hmm. And I know it was backups, but there it is yet again, right in your face.
Special teams, Kevin, is going to have a huge question mark on for me all season long.
Right.
I'm not. That's something.
That's why Holden got cut.
Yeah, this is going to be something for me the entire season, because I have a lot of questions about the coaching there and how the quality of it. We'll see. Hopefully he's good enough, and hopefully he gets the assistance. Bobby brought something up the other day. There was a certain accountability held on Eberflus, and that accountability did not seem to go by way of the special teams. This year, you should be looking at it the same way.
Right.
When it comes to some of the penalties, some defensive line penalties, I don't know how they'll fix them, but did you see what they did yesterday with the corners? As they were, so as they were holding, grabbing those things, yesterday the cornerbacks had to play with some mitts on, so that they couldn't do some of those things.
Right.
I do remember this was in baseball. We would use wooden gloves sometimes for soft hands. Yeah, instead of you would have to really watch the ball all the way to the wooden glove. It didn't allow you to wrap anything around it, and you had to use your other hand to make sure you secured it and brought it in. This same kind of mindset, same kind of idea, combat them without interfering. And so this was a planned idea. That, hey, look, now that we have this, now that I have the proof that you guys can't do this right, we have to do this, we have to train ourselves. And now they're going to use those methods. So this is a smart thing. Instead of, somebody just said it a minute ago, I'm glad we have a coaching staff that's proactive. And I'd like them to be proactive instead of reactive also. But I think this was always in the plans of, we want them to be physical, but once that physicality goes too far in the wrong technique, we have problems. And they showed that this weekend.
What is your excitement level for the joint practice today? Because I feel like we were even like previewing and getting hyped up for the joint practice with the Rams. It does not feel like that same level of excitement is in place for the Saints.
Are afraid to get torched by Kellen Moore and Tyler Shuck. So you understand, like, this is and plus we need to cover Alvin Kamara a lot today, as I told that Tolo yesterday.
Yes. Or do you think it's just a product of, well, we did just have an actual game, so we've had more to talk about, whereas leading up to the joint practice with the Rams, you're like, more training camp. Yay, somebody else is here.
Well, didn't we kind of get our the wind taken out of our sails whenever the Rams said, no, you can't shoot any of this stuff?
Yo, this one's an Oxnard, baby.
So I think we should actually have a little more excitement about this. Because we're going to see plenty today.
Okay.
I hope. We need to text Nick Harris and ask.
Yes. You know what? Or do you think we should just wait till Mickey comes on and ask him how many videos
you post
thinks he's going to take? I'll set the over-under at 0.
I am seeing Kevin Tommy Yar says that Von Miller will meet the media today at 1:45 Central.
That is correct. They sent us a release, and so I will let you decide if you want to skip G-Bags crosstalk. That feels like it would be rude to them.
You think they would care?
No, because they'll be at the ballpark.
So do you think they'd be like, I can walk around a little more?
Well, plus they got to get amped up and get ready.
Don't let me decide. We should probably talk to the boss about it because he's got a real big hat drawing to do today.
No, but see, I like the idea of going to the boss only after you've opined about potential issues in the show.
Right now.
Oh, no!
He looks very mad.
Oh, man. Do you think that's what they were really training Alex replacement?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I could see that.
Alex in there laughing. He's like, you can't fire me.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right. So, yeah, we'll hear from Von Miller today. The joint practice with the Saints will get going at 4 o'clock Central. And so I'm sure you'll get all kinds of insightful reports from the G-Bag Nation as that is going down. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where Pete Crow Armstrong is and should be the NL MVP. Next on The Fan.
upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
High fly ball. That's to right. That's back. Is gone. Ball game. PCA walks it off in the 10th.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. Where I am here to make the declarative statement that Pete Crow Armstrong is and should be the NL MVP. Hear me out. Pete Crow Armstrong yesterday became the first player in Cubs history to hit a leadoff home run and a walk-off home run in the same game. Never happened for the Cubs. Ever! He also became the first Cubs player in history with back-to-back 30-30 seasons. He also has a WAR of a full point better than Shohei Ohtani. However,
didn't pitch.
That's true, but he plays the best defense in Major League Baseball.
He's tied for RSBI.
He has a better WAR.
Hold on. Plays the best defense?
Yeah.
Pitching is defense, bro.
Okay, so it's the same.
No.
Shohei Ohtani has a unique skill in that he also pitches, but he doesn't play the field really. And Pete Crow Armstrong is the best defensive player in baseball.
You're saying that after yesterday, a day when Shohei also hit 2 home runs, and his team won like 11 to something.
Yeah, take Shohei off of the Dodgers.
They would stink.
No, they wouldn't. Kyle Tucker would. But the Dodgers would not be an awful team.
The only reason I hate Kyle Tucker as much as I do is because of his stupid face, and he played for the Astros.
I mean, which one is more, though?
Oh, that is a good question.
Okay,
but I don't know if I can answer.
All right, well, great news for you. He's awful this year. His OPS is 150 points below his career average. He's been getting booed. He's on pace for easily the worst WAR of a full season by a lot.
I don't understand the WAR situation here, Kevin. Shohei's OPS is better than Crow Armstrong's. His batting average is better, but he's half a point behind, or 1.1 behind. How? I don't understand that.
Because you also factor in the defense of Pete Crow Armstrong.
I don't think they factor in
they do.
The defensive pitching.
They definitll factor
How many strikeouts does Pete Crow Armstrong have pitching this year?
I would hasten to guess 0.
I will say this, dude. Pete Crow Armstrong has made this a fun race. And to keep this up for the final stretch here would be awesome to see them, because it would be Shohei running away with it. That's essentially what it would be no matter what. And at least there's somebody that's making it difficult, and you might be right. They might actually be able to vote for him.
Now, they are not convinced of that quite yet, because the race is dead even. They are both at -110.
See, I saw this morning -105 and -115.
It depends on where you go. That is one that exists, but then another one's got Pete Crow Armstrong at -125
Gotcha.
and Shohei.
Okay.
So it depends on where you go, but it kind of averages out more or less to -110 to -110. No other player in the National League is better than 150 to 1 for NL MVP. And then the AL side, it feels like it's Yordan Alvarez's to lose by a huge margin. But I just wanted to say that I think Pete Crow Armstrong has been playing like the MVP of the National League this year.
That was an absolutely exciting finish to that game last night.
It was.
And it couldn't have been possible without Horner.
I mean, sure.
Yeah. That's...
Yeah.
Pete Crow did his thing, but
I'm not
Horner
disagreeing
was
with that at all.
sure on it. No, that's why, again, I know the Rangers didn't play last night. Maybe this has something to do with it. But baseball was awesome last night.
Is this sad that I was looking for the Rangers to be in a trailing score last night? And I was like, that's why I wasn't watching. They're not on.
Okay, Alec, he just asked that. Is it more sad that the Rangers have been down at the very bottom of the scoreboard for me? And I don't know exactly why. Maybe it's because they're West Coast games. But I have been scrolling slowly to get to their scores. Like, I get there close and I'm like, oh. You know, like that's it. Is that sad?
Yeah.
I don't even want to look at the score.
And like it makes you not even want to catch up. Like if you're behind and not able to watch it live, you don't even want to catch up and see the intricacies of how it happened because you're like, it's 7-2.
Somebody made a graphic that said off day 5 Rangers won yesterday, and I was like, oh no, we're at
and
that
that feels right. It feels like it also taps into the incompetence of the offense once again at this moment. So that feels right. But you said baseball was awesome. Another reason baseball was awesome yesterday. Carson Bench. He had 2 outfield assists at home plate in the first inning, including he threw out Jake Cronenworth by a mile. Mm-hmm. Like the second one, I get that it was closer. It was kind of more of a, the play at the plate with Machado. But with Cronenworth, oh my goodness gracious, he had to finish running to the plate to not look like a total idiot, but he was out by many, many feet.
Machado was just like, I can't believe this.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, are you serious right now?
I also think he got tagged in the face, so he was kind of like, come on, dude.
Was it Ewing that threw out Bogarts also at home? There were 3 putouts at home plate by the Mets yesterday. That was spectacular.
And I
love seeing that kind of stuff, like defensive plays that work out.
And they went on to win to move their record up to 57-69. So there's that. Nice. Do you know if the Mets were in the American League, they would be 3.5 games out of the playoffs at 57-69?
Nice. Again,
that's okay.
I need to go back to my thought. I was wondering why the American League is so garbage this year, and even specifically the West. And there was part of me that was like, are they doing this because of the potential lockout? Like they're just like,
God, I hope
why
not.
Would we even care? And then that doesn't help you in any way.
I feel like that would make me care more. Because I'd be like, I'm not really going to get to play baseball next year.
The owners do that. They were intentionally built bad teams.
Yeah.
So they can be like, see how garbage this is? We shouldn't play it.
Well, yeah, I don't think so, but that is interesting. Now, speaking of interesting, let's go to the saga of Ketel Marte. Go ahead and give me cut number 4.
Where was he?
Well, we're going to get to that.
Marte with a drive. There it goes. Ketel is at it again. He cannot be stopped.
Now, this obviously did not happen yesterday because he did not show up to Fenway yesterday. The Arizona Republic reported that Marte traveled with the team but did not show up to Fenway Park. Now, this is where it gets a little interesting. Steve Gilbert of MLB.com says the team had waited up right up until game time in hope that Marte would arrive because he was going to be the designated hitter, but he did not show up. And then you hear from the Diamondbacks manager, and he was emotional about it and said that he had learned earlier in the day that there was a personal issue for Marte. Now, he did not go into specifics about that, but it also sounds like Marte did not say, so I'm not going to be at the ballpark today. So he got put on the restricted list. This is also not the first time something like this has happened with him. Last year, his house in Arizona got robbed, and he took 3 days off, and I believe went back home to the Dominican Republic, at which point people were like, wait, what? Mm-hmm. But your house, what? And so didn't really let the team know. I'm not saying they're going to cut him or anything like that, although who the hell knows. But this is a very strange pattern of behavior.
I would like to now tell you about a dream I had the other night, Kevin.
Okay.
It was 10:30, and I looked at Adrian, and I was like, Adrian, why have you let me sleep this long? And she was like, don't worry about it. It's fine. And I was like, our show has started. And I was looking at my phone, and y'all had not called me. Nobody had texted and been like, hey, where are you? And I was like, why is this happening right now? And I didn't bring it up. This was like 2 days ago. I didn't bring it up. When do you think you would text somebody and be like, hey, are you going to make it?
Yeah, probably
30 minutes into the show or no?
Probably in the break leading up to crosstalk.
Okay, all right. Alec, would that be about the time, or would you be like, nope, let's wait until noon, and then we'll see?
Oh, no, about 9:40, probably.
Because you would suspect that if I hadn't told you, hey, guys, I got a situation here, then you would be like, where are you at some point? So that is a weird thing for Ketel Marte. Also, somebody said the off day disrespected Jaden Daniels by scoring 5 runs.
That is not going to stop being funny to me for a long time. So, Enrique Rojas from ESPN said that Marte remains in Boston and is dealing with a personal situation. The Diamondbacks manager said when he talked with Marte about it, there was not a lot of information coming back to him. But who do we really need to hear from when it comes to Arizona sports? John Gambandaro, also known as Gambo, from 98.7 Phoenix.
So happy you found an
update.
Gambo
Yes,
update.
and if you don't know, we have been obsessed with Gambo since the very first time we went to spring training, and everyone was talking about it around there, and I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Gambo.
So this is from Gambo. From what I can, which is a great sentence. From what I can gather, Ketel Marte was seen at the team hotel with a group of people around 11 p.m. Sunday. All right, so before the game. So definitely was seen at the hotel, was with the team. I've covered sports in this market for 30 years. That's why he's the leader. Not sure I've seen anything quite as bizarre as this.
How bizarre.
So questions to be answered for sure. But there's the update from Gambo.
And only one person has those answers.
Right.
The Lord.
That is a very good point. Also, Dansby Swanson and Max Fried went on the injured list. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Hey, we're... Broadcasting Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for some NFL overreaction or reality, and we start with this. Oh, man, I guess I do have to start with the thing we were just discussing. Ricky Martin, this is not an overreaction reality. This is an actual thing. For the game between the Cowboys and the Ravens, Ricky Martin and Brazilian DJ Pedro Sampaio are going to headline the halftime show in Rio.
This is Brazil.
All right.
Oh, yes! I thought you were going to play some Ricky Martin music.
Every single time.
And that's reality.
This is not one of the prompts. I'm just telling you.
I have some questions about what do you think the dancers are going to look like?
I think they're going to be hot men and women.
I think so too. There's going to be a lot of attractive people on those stages.
Are they going to have like the super tight gold shorts or something such?
What about what was it? Is it Carnival that they do down there where they have big?
No, if you're going to say it right.
Is it Carnival?
There you go. I need a little.
Where they have
a little something there.
The big flamingo suits and stuff like that too. Like, are we going to see?
Yeah.
That would be awesome, dude.
If you're going to do a halftime show, it needs to be an extravaganza.
Yeah, I want. Yeah, exactly.
Some left shark BS out here. Was that the one? Left shark, right shark?
Katy Perry,
yeah.
dude. Yeah. She rode in on a giant tiger, and then all of a sudden she was like, left shark situation happened.
All right, NFL overreaction to reality. The Cowboys are much more likely to go 11-6 than 8-9.
Ooh, much. Well, I mean, after that first preseason game,
okay.
What more do we need to know? And then they added
a lot.
And then they were like, that's what they said. Jerry and Steven, when they were flying back from Seattle to Oxnard, they said, after this, what more do we need to know about this defense? And then they added Von Miller.
And then Jerry's like, we could still make another
substantive trade of, again, I'm willing to give up some future for the now.
Okay.
Dude, I don't.
214 says overreaction. Overreaction reality. The Cowboys are much more likely to go 11-6 than 8-9.
I don't want to be on record with this yet.
Oh, that means no.
Not much more likely.
Okay.
Not much more likely. I think it is more likely. But right now, I'm not willing to say much more likely.
Alec, what say you?
I say reality.
Oh.
I don't think they have a losing record in general. I don't.
We'll put that to the test in a minute.
I think they're going to be a wild card team. So, reality.
All right. Bonus question.
Rick bonus.
Damn it. We're going to drop the much. The Cowboys are more likely to go 12-5 than 7-10.
Dude, you sound like me doing a Kalshi spot right now whenever I'm talking about Dallas winning 12 and 13 plus games.
That's right.
I'm just giving y'all the numbers, all right?
Do you know why he does that in the Kalshi spot? Can't say the names.
Can't say it.
You can only say the cities.
But with game time, I can say anything I want. I learned yesterday. I had to ask a question on that one for sure.
So I dropped
more likely for 12.
More likely to go 12-5 than 7-10.
I think they're more likely there.
Ooh, okay.
I do think that. I think that they can, and I don't think this is a 7-win team. Now, what happened last year, too, though, was they kind of gave up at the end of the season. I still think they could have won 8 games, but they gave up at that end of that season because they were like, what's the point in winning some of these? Because Kevin keeps griping about draft position to Jerry.
Was I not right? Did we not have to sweat out Caleb Downs?
But think about making the playoffs, though.
Yeah, but they couldn't think about that anymore.
I know, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, we had to make a trade for the player.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried about the draft in the season.
Okay.
That's just not me.
All right.
I'll worry about the draft at draft time.
Alec?
What did I say?
You said reality.
Reality.
Overreaction or reality? Dallas is more likely to go 12-5 than 7-10.
Reality. I'm standing firm. I don't think they're going to have a losing record. I don't. Do I think it's going to be much better than 500? I don't really know. I still have questions, even after that dominant preseason game that mattered so much. and the fact that you had to redesign your entire second team offense.
From the 2-4, you guys smoking some good stuff. The Cowboys won't win 11 games, and then overreaction on both. And then, I'm sorry, no, I haven't watched that movie just yet, but I will. Overreaction or reality? Man, let's just keep bringing in the fastballs. The NFL should get rid of preseason games. Be honest, you're more excited about the joint practices than the preseason.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and charge me for the joint practices. I'll pay. You know what? You want me to pay for access to those? Yes, I will. I want to see the starters. I did enjoy the preseason game, though.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, man, none of my friends watched it. All my friends were like, I checked in at halftime. I checked in on this, and I was like, I'm watching it because I have to talk about it.
But it would have to be like 28-0 either way for you to be like, hold on. What happened? Yeah, then you'd have to go back through it.
But this is like, yeah, I want to see the starters. But I still hate the idea, and it doesn't matter because now your starters aren't playing any preseason games, but I hate the idea that you just start a football season and you really have not done any football. Like, you've done practices.
Yeah.
But it's not like you haven't gone out there and gone through all the things that you need to go through, I think. And it's a different setting. And when you're doing these joint practices and it's front of nobody.
Sure.
When that stadium's full, it's different.
Right.
When the lights are on, it's different. And you haven't done any of that. So you're going to be sloppy for a few games. But yeah, go ahead. Reality, get rid of preseason games. You already done it anyway.
Alec, overreaction or reality? We should get rid of NFL preseason games.
I hate this question.
Because you know it's reality.
I know it's reality, but at the same time, I'm like, guys like Camden Brown aren't going to get the true shine.
Dude, yeah, think about that.
No, you're right. That's a fair point. That's why it's tricky.
I want to say overreaction, even though I hate watching them, and I hate myself for watching them, especially the third preseason game. Broadus and all the crew that does the heavy scouting, they call it the scouts game, because it's just who's going to end up on somebody else's team at this point. I mean, Will Greer was literally told, just last year? It's like, hey, buddy, you're not going to be on the team, but go play good for somebody else.
Now, not surprisingly.
Why do you hate Camden Brown so much? You don't want him to play games.
We talked about Camden Brown being in the mix before that preseason game.
But you're trying to take his games away from him.
Yeah, because I need to save him for the good games. All right. Well, not surprisingly, when we asked the first one, people have lots of thoughts. From the 469, culture has changed for the Cowboys and culture trumps strategy. This is a 10-plus win team. And then from the 817, the Cowboys will be 5-12 this year. So some divisive opinions on that front. All right. NFL overreaction or reality? This is ridiculously early, but you have to take a side. Fernando Mendoza will be a true franchise quarterback for the Raiders.
I mean, I think so. Yeah, reality.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, I think that they are they're drafting their way, but I think they're navigating their way to being a good team at some point.
I actually thought about you with this question in mind because you had talked about the departure of Clint Kubiak impacting the Seahawks. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, then it just stands to reason that it would be hopefully, I'm sure, a net positive for the Raiders.
I'm buying on Ashton Genty this year, but then I also was like, crap, Kubiaks don't just run one running back either.
Right.
Like, they usually have a handful of dudes that can run. So I'm still buying on running backs in Oakland. I think they're going to be good at doing that. And I think that offense is going to be good. And I think whenever he gets the opportunity, dude, we discussed this Monday. He looked like the Fernando Mendoza we saw at Indiana. He looked the exact same, even though Dan Orlovsky was like, we've never seen him throw this pass before.
That was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard him say.
And you've heard him say a lot of dumb things.
Very true.
That's why we have a dartboard of him up here in the studio. But yeah, I think he's going to be very good. There are a lot of people out there that don't believe in him. And I totally understand that. But I think he's going to be a very good franchise quarterback.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Fernando Mendoza will be a franchise quarterback for the Raiders.
Reality. He's good enough, but he's also got the makeup to weather a storm that is a rebuilding team. I do think he has the mentality. I think he has the leadership aspect. And like Corey just pointed out, I think he's got the right coaching. I think he's got a good system in place that's going to make a ton of sense. I mean, look what he just did with Sam Darnold, Clint Kubiak.
Right.
And I think that kind of projects what I think his early success in my mind is going to look like. It's going to look like Seattle Sam Darnold, where he's doing all the right things. He's not necessarily doing anything special to begin with.
NFL overreaction or reality, you are glad the Cowboys got Von Miller over Bobby Wagner. Because this is an overreaction for me.
I think it's an overreaction for me too. I wasn't too keen on Von Miller initially. I was like, man, there's some age there, and it's like we've gone there. Bobby Wagner has been a productive tackler.
Yeah.
I do wonder, would he be on a team where he's the backup? That's the only thing I wonder about.
Yeah.
Him. And I think Von Miller is like, yeah, just put me in on third downs. I'm good with that.
Right.
But I don't think like Bobby Wagner would be like, I'm a starter. I'm a leader. And at this point, Overshown and Winters are the guys that are there and doing that. So I think it is overreaction, but I just don't know where he would be here. I still think there's another move at play. I don't think it's Wagner, though.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you are glad the Cowboys picked Von Miller over Bobby Wagner. Bonus question.
Arvidas Sabonis. Oh, my bad.
Von Miller will have at least 7.5 sacks.
Oh.
That's a great number.
I know. I hate it.
That's the idea.
It's making me think too hard. I think I'm with Corey on the Bobby Wagner side, where I would prefer to have him just because I think I'm getting a more consistent product out of him. But at the same time, I think the team probably looks at him as a progress stopper for an Overshown, or hey, we just went and made a savvy move for D. Winters. We need to play him.
Right.
Kind of thing. Just get the return on our investment. So I understand, but I would always like to have the productive player. But for the sack total, you know what? Give me the over, as that dude says in our spots. I think he's going to be in the perfect spot where he's not going to start. He's not going to be asked to stop the run on second down. He's going to be in there in pure pass rush situations where hopefully somebody else is disrupting something enough for him to play cleanup to get 8 sacks.
Corey.
Yeah. And there are plenty of bad offensive tackles.
That is true.
In the league to take advantage of. We'll talk about that at 1 o'clock.
So overreaction or reality bonus to you. Von Miller will have at least 7.5 sacks.
Overreaction.
Ooh.
I have him at 6 this year.
Okay.
But I'm being very conservative in that nature.
Okay.
That's not my nature. Usually I take risks.
Overreaction or reality? The season hasn't even started yet, but Shane Steichen is already on the hot seat.
Reality.
Man, that's what I think too.
Yeah, man. And he does some good things.
Sure.
He made Daniel Jones look good against some terrible opponents last year. First half of their schedule was awful. And they were like, let's win games against these opponents. And then they started losing because their schedule got tougher.
Right.
But I think so. Yeah, I think they have some work to do there.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality, last one for the day. The season hasn't even started yet, but Shane Steichen is already on the hot seat.
Reality, and I hate it for him. I don't think it's his fault that he was handed a bag of booty at quarterback. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's always going to be the GM gets the benefit of the doubt.
Would you change your tune if you found out he was the sponsor for Daniel Jones?
If he was the sponsor for Daniel Jones and he was championing like Anthony Richardson as the next quarterback god, then yes, it's his fault. I don't think it is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus I found your next fantasy football punishment next on the Fan. By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, in the noon o'clock hour today, we will give away a 4-pack of Rangers tickets. And then at 2:20, the great first pitch drawing will commence to determine who from 105.3 The Fan will throw out the first pitch for the Rangers game on August 31st. So we got you covered everywhere in that area. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You can answer today's question of the day. Plus, I found the next great fantasy football punishment for your last place loser. We will get to that here in just a little bit.
Somebody just asked the question, Alec, you had texted this earlier from the 806. The Giants just signed Najee Harris. Are we screwed? And my initial thought is no.
Right.
But before he had gotten hurt, he had averaged like 1,031 yards in first 4 seasons.
By sparing it up every time with like 3.9 yards per carry.
He was supposed to be better than he
really
is.
was.
And so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say after the Achilles injury, it was a torn left Achilles, I believe. The Cowboys are not screwed.
Oh, let's go.
I'll put it on the wall it takes, guys.
Yeah.
What if Malik Davis is back? I mean, no. Malik Neighbors.
We'll talk about that in the C block.
Ooh. That's called a tease.
Oh, no, we might be screwed.
We're definitely screwed at 11:40. All right, I got other stuff, though. We're good.
No.
All right, guys, the question of the day today for National Couples Day.
Oh.
It is National Couples Day, so hey, go do some love today, I guess.
Do the love.
Yeah, that's right. Go spread it or have it. I don't know how you celebrate.
What is happening right now in your
I
mouth?
don't know how you celebrate. In my mouth.
Mm-hmm. That's where your words come from.
Nothing from what I've heard.
Oh, no.
I got a story for you. But the question of the day is, who is your favorite fictional couple of all time? 877-881-1053. Because mine...
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
That was quite the reaction, Kevin A.
Yes, you just helped me solve a problem that has been lingering for 2 days. Because
Let's go.
I knew I wanted to do a Masterpiece Theater.
Oh, yeah.
But then the logic of it fell out of my head. And it was going to be essentially this. Who did you root for the most among fictitious couples?
Nice.
Because the reboot, or I guess continuation, of King of the Hill has made me realize it might just be Bobby and Connie from King of the Hill.
Oh, really?
They have
That's pretty good.
They have some very emotional, lovely moments, and I think that might be my answer. So you have made my day better, Alec. Thank you for bringing this up.
Even over Kevin and Winnie?
Yeah,
the Wonder Years?
That one was tough because I think I am factoring in knowing some of the outcomes, which is probably not what you should do. But yeah, she was super pretty. We were like the same age, and a kid named Kevin was in love with her. So like, how could I not be in love with her? And now she's gone on to write math books.
Oh. In your face, math.
I don't believe in soulmates, but
if there was one, she was built for you.
Maybe.
Oh. Maybe it was her that left the panties behind.
Okay. They were... Nope, I'm not doing this again.
I'll cue up the moral compass intro right now.
No!
Right now.
Dude, there are a lot of good answers coming in right now.
Yeah, from the 214, Peter and Lois Griffin.
Huh. That is an interesting one.
It's because of their relationship is fascinating.
It is.
As I feel
She's
like
willing to do some
with
things.
many animated couple, Roseanne and Dan Connor from the 785. Ooh, Mickey and Minnie Mouse, eh? Man, this is going in a totally different direction.
Did y'all
than I
hate Pacey and Joey together? Because it was like it should have been Dawson, you know?
No, it should have been Pacey and Joey. I hated. Look, I'll tell you this. I used to really be into Dawson's Creek because when drama in my life was low, I liked fictitious drama. And she was in love with Dawson forever. He didn't give her the time of day until he saw her in a beauty contest. And he was like, oh, hold on. You might be good looking? All right, I'll talk to you. And she just fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
I'm having a tough time here.
Yes. Also, did you ever see The Gift that she was in?
That version, yeah.
Okay.
Not the other one that somebody brought up the other day. Somebody said Beavis and Butthead. I like that one.
What? Interesting.
I'm surprised you didn't say the relationship with the Phantom of the Opera because you love that so much.
Okay. I got in an argument with my middle school band director over this because we were playing music from Phantom of the Opera, which I loved, and then he made a comment about how Christine should have got with the Phantom because Raoul was an arrogant jerk. And I was like, the Phantom is a murderer. But then in the sequel, apparently they had a baby together.
Really?
Yeah. Sequel's called Love Never Dies. It's not that great.
Who died in it?
Not Love.
Gotcha.
Touche.
What about Corey and Topanga?
Corey and Topanga was always like, that's a pretty easy one because his name's Corey.
You know, it's interesting. From the 817 and the 903, they both said those, but they spelled Corey differently.
The Huxtables were always like, but unfortunately, you know what I mean?
I do.
The Huxtables were a great relationship. Two people, very powerful positions in their...
A lawyer and a doctor?
Yeah, dude. Amazing.
In their walk-up house?
Yes. They had a walk-up house with stairs.
Yeah.
And who knows what else, you know?
I mean, it was a big-ass house.
And one day they were like, hey, we have an office over here. We were like, where'd that come from?
I think there
I don't see a space for that.
See, I think there should be a study, and there probably is, of the makeups of these fictitious houses and when they add a room and when they don't. I think The Simpsons even said something once. They're like, yeah, sometimes the room's there, sometimes it's not.
Yeah. All right, so I'm having a hard time deciding between these two couples. One has 3 kids, so very familiar to me. The other one, I don't know if they ever were going to have kids. I honestly don't know if they did or not. Andy Dwyer and April Ludgate.
Oh, yeah.
From Parks and Rec.
Right.
We're a fantastic couple. The bumbling idiot and the goth, terrorizer. Like, she's a troll, and it's fantastic.
And do you remember how in real life he went from being a slob to, like, the biggest star in the world for a minute?
Yeah, super handsome.
Yeah.
So I love that couple, but I don't relate to them enough, even though I can be the bumbling idiot sometimes. But I'll go with another bumbling idiot with a very kind heart as well, and that is Phil Dunphy and Claire Dunphy.
Yeah.
I love them as a couple because...
Is he too good for her?
What are you talking about?
He's so nice.
She did have some tendencies when she was younger, didn't she?
Yeah.
But you're right. He is the kindest man.
He is.
And he's so pure and honest with everything that he thinks. And I just love that couple together. And I don't know how in California, with those taxes, they were able to raise such great kids.
Do taxes impact love, you think?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I think we all understand that at this point.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, man. You know what? Dang, man. This is a good answer. From the 903, Zach Morris and Kelly Kapowski. Let me tell you this.
Oh, I hated them.
What?
I hated them as a couple.
I was so invested in them that when they broke up and she went after Jeff, when that guy who played Jeff got killed by the brain bug in Starship Troopers, I was like, that's what you get for breaking. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Whoa.
I pulled a mic and acted like it was a continuous life that was lived by that same character. Yeah, he gets killed by the brain bug who sucks out his brain, and I was like, that's what you get for breaking up Zach and Kelly.
Wow,
Jeez,
that's intense.
Too far, bro.
From the 720, this is actually my pick. I'm glad somebody texted this in. Kitty and Red Foreman from That 70s Show.
That's a good one.
Did you ever watch that 90s show?
I watched like 5 or 6 episodes of it.
I did too. That was about as far as I got in. And I was like, all right, I get it.
People said they didn't like it and it wasn't good. I loved it. I don't know why.
I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. It was when I was in San Antonio for the Royal Rumble a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It was the first night we had got in there Friday night. I was bored, and that was available on the TV. So I was like, let me knock out a few episodes. It turned into like 5 or 6. And I was like, not bad. Not bad.
Were you more rooting for them or Eric and Donna?
It was tough because, Donna, redhead, I had to. I felt like there was a connection there. But I don't know. I just love Red Foreman. That was my excuse to say a quote-unquote bad word around the house was when I was quoting him. I could say dumbass, and my dad wouldn't get mad at me.
Okay.
Just because he was like, ball. Good pull.
Ooh. Matt can already tell this is going to lead.
Ball, yes.
Let's talk.
That's gimmick infringement.
This is going to lead to a follow-up question is which couple were you actively rooting against? Because somebody just said from the 682, Forrest and Jenny Gump. I was rooting so hard against that. Jenny is one of the biggest villains in modern movies.
All right, I got a question for you, and this is for the Friends heads. When did you stop rooting for Ross and Rachel and start rooting for Chandler and Monica?
Yeah, I think it was pretty early, or at least midway through season 5. And who would have thought when that show started? Like, I know that show caught the attention of everyone because of Ross and Rachel. Mm-hmm. But who would have thought the most stable couple out of all of that would have become Monica and Chandler?
Oh, my gosh, weren't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Once it finally, like, she had her run through some guys, too. Tom Selleck being one of them.
Oh, yeah.
John Favreau.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He wanted to be the ultimate fighter.
He was a super rich guy that wanted to be an ultimate fighter.
Yeah, and they kind of lost me going into season 5 because he's getting married to Emily, which I thought was a good plot line, and then he says Rachel, and you're like, what? And obviously they're going to be together, except they still aren't going to be together. And at that point, I was like, I'm done with you. And then they were like, what at the end of the season? They got married, and you're like, stupid. You missed it.
And they put Joey and her together, and I was like, what are we doing here,
That was
guys?
the worst. I have a friend who still swears up and down that those two should have been together, and I think that's terrible.
That's not a real friend.
No, that's a good point.
Guys, this is actually random. I like circling back on stories that I told previously in this segment. We go back to April. I wanted to shout this guy out. Mark Dowdle. He is an ultra marathon runner. And I told this story back in April because he ran the Last Man Standing ultra marathon here in Texas. He ran 73 loops for a total of 306 miles, which is insane. Nonstop. Nonstop. Literally. And this morning, literally just moments ago, he completed the last Seoul Ultra in Germany.
Oh, I've been there.
And it's called the Last Seoul Ultra because the theme is everybody has kind of like a challenge coin. And if you get eliminated from the race by either tapping out or you don't beat the hour mark to finish just over 4 miles, 4.17 miles is your loop. You have an hour to finish that. Then you have to give up your coin. The prize at the end is a necklace of everybody who lost all of their coins.
That's awesome.
And
that is great.
He just completed it and won by running 392 miles in 94 hours.
So he triumphed over his enemies as well. I like that you get a trophy that also vanquishes your foes.
That is
of your
awesome.
enemies. Yeah,
that
that's
is
amazing.
So cool. And then what is even cooler, the worst fantasy football punishment I've seen in a while. This guy on TikTok, his username is at ECOUS12, ECOUS12. He posted a video of his punishment where, for getting last in his fantasy football league last year, he had to dress up as the Very Hungry Caterpillar, the legendary children's book published back in 1969, and he had to sit down and in one sitting eat every single thing that the caterpillar ate in the book.
Oh my God.
What? Which includes an apple, 2 pears, 3 plums, 4 strawberries, 5 oranges, a piece of chocolate cake, an ice cream cone, a pickle, a slice of Swiss cheese, a slice of salami, a lollipop, a piece of cherry pie, a sausage, a cupcake, a slice of watermelon, and a, quote, nice green leaf. So he had to eat all of this in one sitting and had to record himself while dressed as the caterpillar. And it is objectively amazing.
Dude.
It's got 123,000 likes on TikTok.
That is not enough. It should be 123 million.
That's fun because we all read that book.
Yeah.
Every single one of us read that book.
Yes.
All our kids have read it.
He looks like he
love
hates
that.
life. I'm watching it right now.
Wouldn't you?
I saw guys the other day. Here was the suggestion for a punishment. You have to go play a round of golf with 3 dudes you don't know, like just some randoms, but you don't use a ball. So you line up and tee up and hit your shots, but you're not actually hitting a ball the entire time, and the randoms don't have a clue what's going on.
Oh my
So
god!
eventually they're
What hole does that happen on? That they're like, "Hey, bro, what the hell are you doing?"
First hole. I guarantee the tee shot. And you're like, hold on, somebody that's nobody. You don't just let that slide. All right,
That would make golf fun for me for a minute. I'd be like, "Whew, that was a good one."
Yeah.
And I just start walking down the
and
course.
that's exactly what you do. Yeah, you're just like, hey, what are you even talking about? Y'all didn't see that one?
Would you have the best round or the worst round? You do a chip and you're like, oh, that's a 2.
Yeah.
It's an eagle. Or would you like smash your glove and be like, damn it, missed the birdie
You
putt.
hit one out of the woods, and then they're like, okay, he must have hit that on the green. And you walk to the other side of the woods.
And just keep hitting it out of the sand trap like over and over. I can't decide if I'd rather have the best round or the worst round. I actually, if Bobby
How
ever
much
does
time do
play
you have
golf,
that day?
this is the way I hope he does it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Oh, leaving football for acting and devastating injury news for Alec. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
1st and 10 from the Texas State 30-yard line. Off play action, Levitt dodges an oncoming rusher, throws downfield to a wide-open receiver, Tyson, and Tyson dives forward into the end zone for a spectacular touchdown of 30 yards.
Not going to see that anytime soon.
Oh, poor guy.
It's a tough time for Alec.
That was a great call, though.
It was. As we go around the entire NFL. Sorry, buddy. And dip into some gridiron gravy.
Very depressing deal.
Dip it and lip it.
And we start with the Jordan Tyson news that some will say indefinite. Others have kind of pinpointed it at about 2 months that Jordan Tyson may miss because of a right hamstring injury, per Ian Rappaport. Alec, I'm going to go directly to you on this. Does this break your heart?
So earlier you asked me if we should get rid of the preseason. Yes, we should abolish the preseason. Training camp is pointless. It serves no purpose other than creating soft tissue injuries for my fantasy pet cats. I hate everything about this. My week is ruined. My day is ruined. The only thing that can save me is Tim Collins pulling the frozen envelope today for me to get the first pitch at the Rangers game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Now, let's go to the Colts.
Sorry about Jordan Tyson, not the envelope.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no insight as to who's going to win that contest or anything.
Wink.
The Colts...
Cow sheet.
The Colts have, oh man, that's what I should have been doing the last week or so, running my own mock cal sheet with numbers on this. Oh, dang it. Keenan Allen has been signed by the Colts for reasons. He is given a one-year deal worth up to $8.32 million. Man, Corey, how excited are you for the Daniel Jones to Keenan Allen connection? And just remember, 8.32 as opposed to 8.3 is another $20,000.
Are you serious?
Yes. Numbers are crazy.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Alec Pierce was signed for too much. He's out. Josh Downs exists, so that'll be fun. Is that Caleb's brother? And then Keenan Allen. What a weird wide receiver room that is, dude. But they have Tyler Warren, who was really good last year.
That is
Jonathan
true. Tyler Warren and Jonathan Taylor are obviously excellent.
And their offensive line loves to run the football. So, Keenan Allen will be the perfect 6-yard reception guy.
Okay. All right. Now, would you go to this wedding?
Yes.
Okay. Jesse Minter, Alex guy, told The Athletic's Mike Jones that he received a random wedding invitation and RSVPs to, quote, different events of people that I've never met and I have no idea who they are since getting to Baltimore. They're just diehard Ravens fans, so it's kind of funny. I'll send a note to congratulate them. But obviously, I'm not going to show up at some random person's wedding, just those type of things. You don't realize the limelight and what it's going to be like until you're in the seat. Would you go if you were a head coach to one of these fans' weddings and just make their freaking day?
Sometime. Maybe not my first. Actually, maybe the first year is the best time to do it.
Right.
But after wild-ass success is the best way to do it. You've done something special and you are a hero. You get there for this one, Kevin. They're going to ask you all these questions about what are you going to do? And it's going to be like, oh my gosh, I don't have all the answers to this yet. But after you've had success, you can be like, now I got stories to tell all of y'all.
Right.
And we can just tell my stories. So I would do it later, but not in the first year.
Okay. Now, let's go from that to, I was thinking about breaking into the top 100, but we've got other stuff we need to get to. All right, so let's go from weddings to acting. Did you see Zaire Wright, the Bengals cornerback who had previously played LeBron James' son in Space Jam: A New Legacy? He left Bengals camp to go become an actor.
He's been in, 7 films already?
Yeah, and by the way, side note, they replaced him with a cornerback named Matthew McDoom.
You're kidding me.
No, which... I mean, that's...
How is he not a starter already?
That is amazing.
And it's just McDoomsday all the time.
Yeah, it feels like you could really capitalize this season.
Yeah, McDonald's and him and the Avengers all together.
Yeah.
What a Avengers team.
Man, you lost some steam
Yeah,
there at the end, but I got it. But do you think that a fringy candidate for the roster made the right decision because he reportedly left to pursue a lead role in a movie?
What movie?
I don't believe it's said in
Forrest
there.
Gump?
That movie already exists.
Blade?
No. I think they canceled the reboot of Blade.
Why?
Or at least Mahershala Ali is like, I'm tired of waiting.
Under the Tuscan Sun?
I don't know the name of the movie, and you're just naming...
He's nuts.
No.
I'd do that
You're
movie.
just naming
That'd be a
movies
good
that
movie.
already exist. Surely that movie exists.
I think... So he was a fringy guy?
Yeah.
I think smart move.
Okay.
Look, Hollywood's already tough to crack into. You've done it 7 times.
Right.
You've gotten up in there 7 times. Why not 8? Or 9?
Okay, stop.
Maybe 10.
Yeah. Would you consider 11?
But if you passed up the lead, if you pass up the lead role to play football, that lead role might never come again.
Very true.
Football always exists, It's not like you're going to get old and age out of the game,
I mean, that could definitely happen.
It's risky to take this, but acting can be a lot of fun and less danger on your body. Or
That
more.
is very
Actually,
true.
could be more if you do your own stunts.
Another day, another injury for the Chicago Bears as Kyle Monangai will miss weeks with a hyperextended knee. It's kind of a similar situation to Breece Hall is going to miss about 2 to 3 weeks with the idea, the hope, the dream being that they will be ready for week 1. I think both the Jets and the Bears are hoping that that is how that plays out. Now, let's go to Roger Goodell. He says he has, quote, no doubt the NFL will have teams based outside the United States. He added that it's not a front burner issue as of now. We were talking about this before the show. I also think that it is almost inevitable that the NFL will have international teams.
Do you think that it's inevitable that he will be the commissioner when they break ground?
I do. I think he's going to see that through as like his last act.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's something that if you look at the Roger Goodell era, I am kind of curious what it's defined by. And this has been a major player throughout. Now, I know they tried NFL Europe, and it was what NFL Europe was.
Right.
Which, I mean, hey, gave jobs to people like Broadus and lots of other people out there.
They had some awesome team names,
they did.
too.
They did. But it just wasn't successful. I think it's gaining more traction overseas as where you're seeing it happen, taking the NFL product to it, rather than being kind of a minor league offshoot program. But I think he wants to say, what am I defined by? CTE? Am I defined by some of these terrible rules changes we've had to go through because of some things?
See, I just think it's on the perspective, because if you're the owners, he represents the greatest era of prosperity and expansion in the history of the NFL.
They made so much money.
Yeah.
And he's like, but when you do that, then you start thinking legacy, right?
For sure.
Yeah, so that's
and
where
I think
he is.
this will be the next part of his legacy, for better or worse, that he'll be interested in. I mean, expansion of like the game, not necessarily the number of teams or anything like that.
How many teams do you think there needs to be overseas?
I think there needs to be 4.
Or universally?
No, I think there needs to be 4 because you have to create their own division. Like, I don't totally see how this works if there's not an international division. I think
because you need...
I agree. I think the other 4 would be United States, or I guess I should say North America-based expansion, and I think there would be 4 more international. Like, I know Mexico and Canada are international, but I think that would be the grand design of the NFL.
Let's make it happen tomorrow.
And then one more thing for you, probably not that quick, is Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy is back at work. He said his wife is doing great, and she gave him her blessing to return to work after she was allegedly shot by their son. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you got?
Seahawks are still planning on signing Terrion Arnold, but are working through the timing, and it will take a while. So they are still planning on making that happen.
That sounds like they're preparing you that they're not going to sign him, is my take on
Interesting.
That. Coming up next, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and Specs. How about them savings from Specs? Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Howdy, sir.
How's it going today?
Man, going very well, and I think I'm going to give you a lead on a potential trade that I've concocted in my head.
Okay.
So Jeff Hafley, the head coach of the Dolphins, was talking about their wide receivers, and he said, no block, no rock. Do you think that means they're going to trade for Jonathan Mingo, who could be the greatest blocking wide receiver of all time?
He made an impression on a lot of people, right?
Yes, he absolutely did.
Well, it was about time he made an impression, by the way.
Oh, man. That is
kind of true.
That is very true. Where do you stand at the moment in terms of, let's just say, the possibility of carrying 6 wide receivers with obviously Mingo and Brown as part of that group versus going short on other positions?
Yeah, I think that's a conversation that they're going to have because I think that, Mingo has stepped up, and it's not just in a preseason game. His practices have improved. You're starting to notice that he's on the field. And, like last year, he just seemed to always disappear. But all of a sudden, and I had to check myself, too. I saw 81 run a nice route and catch the ball, and who's that? Oh, yeah, that's Mingo, right? And so, yeah, I think I had kept saying that they would keep 5 receivers, and if somebody steps up, he might force them to keep 6, and I think it's a realistic thought. Now, let's see what happens going forward. Today will be another really good test with the Saints coming in for the scrimmage. You're playing against first teamers, right? And you're playing your first teamers in this controlled practice. They're not putting guys on the ground, but it'll be physical and it'll get chippy. And this will be the best work for the Cowboys until they play the season opener. Just the fact that it's very competitive when you scrimmage against another team. And let's see what these guys do. The one thing that I thought was encouraging about Cam Brown is we've seen this in practice for several weeks. Number 6, we know who that is. Well, let's see what happens when the lights come on. Well, the lights came on and he played even better. So consistency now for him will be the big factor of making this roster as an undrafted rookie free agent.
Let's stick there at receiver then, Mickey. What has the usage been like for Turpin so far in camp as opposed to other times you've seen him in camp?
Yeah, he had a really good day yesterday. They have set things they want to use him for. And so it depends on, whatever the situation is. I think he's more of a situational player. He's not going to be a guy that's going to end up with, 40, 50 catches in a season. But don't mistake his speed, all right? And nobody else in this receiver corps has that type of speed. And I think when you're like the fourth receiver or the guy that sometimes gets first team snaps or is going to get out there in the 3 receiver set, there's room for a guy that has speed like that, and he shows it usually in practice. Yesterday, he went on a hash route down the middle, and he split the safeties, right? And they were, and if I remember correctly, they were the first team safeties, and he just split them because they didn't recognize his speed coming at him. So I keep hearing that people are like, well, I don't know about Turpin. It's not volume, it's production when you use him, and I just think that they need that speed on this team.
Yeah, that's kind of I've been one of those people that's been throughout. I'm like, hey man, let's push him more on that. But I'm just interested. But like you just said though, don't expect 40. Just expect that whenever he gets that opportunity, it could be a very big play and something explosive.
And then every time he touches the ball on special teams, if they can get these special teams to play better, right? That was a poor performance, I thought, against Seattle. And I thought that it was poor performance last year too. The blocking, not very good. And Schottenheimer's made reference to that about if you're going to see his speed, he needs some opportunities. Meaning, how about opening up some holes? And I think that was lacking last year. And I thought the coverage was lacking last year too. So some of the now we're talking about, I'll go back to what just Kevin said about Mingo. They need better players on special teams, more productive players, right? And maybe that'll change how they produce. So some of this roster could depend on what they do on special teams. They've kept C.J. Goodwin around for so long just because of his special teams. Well, now who's replacing him? And so I think, Maris Leofau bringing in Von Miller, it's getting crowded at the edge rushing position.
Yes.
And that's where they moved Leofau, but he's probably one of their best special teams player. So can he make the team because of that? And so that's why when you get to the juggling act and the 53, there's other conversations not about position, but get me some good special teams players to help out.
Okay, well, then let me ask you, if you were Mickey, the general manager, would you keep somebody like Leofau, knowing that it looks like he's on the outside looking in from a positional standpoint, but he's very good special teams wise? Would you sacrifice that, otherwise positional depth for somebody like him?
I would have to very seriously consider that. And the fact that not just special teams, but he's somewhat versatile on defense, right? Because he was a linebacker, right? Now you moved him to an edge in the 3-4, and he can do that for you also. So I think he's a versatile chess piece on defense, and a really good locker room guy, and a really good player that not only can play the run, but he also gives you some pass rush ability. Not like a proven edge rusher, but a guy that can chip in and help you as in a depth situation. So, I think that has to be a consideration. Now, again, you have to go short somewhere else. Do you have the luxury to keep 3 quarterbacks? That's something that's got to be decided yet, because I would think because Milton has shown limited production in a season now, that good performance on Saturday, right? That was encouraging. But can you get him through waivers and put him on the practice squad? Can you get Howell through waivers and put him on the practice squad? He was inactive all last year with Philadelphia, but they traded for him. So that's going to be another, huge decision, because do I need to keep 3 or can I get by with 2? And if it's 2, who is it? And that's yet to be decided.
Mickey, how many videos do you plan on posting today from the joint practice now that we're in Oxnard and not in L.A.?
And we can do that, right?
Yeah. Is that the plan?
No. If Dustin Hoffman shows up, I'll do a video.
There we go.
Right. This time, will you talk to him though? If he shows
right,
up
and
again?
not choke, right? Yeah.
Since you were talking about the pass rush, I wanted to get your thoughts some more about the contributions, or what people are saying about the contributions of B.T. Jordan, because that's somebody who I know has history with Von Miller, and we've heard from some offensive linemen how he has kind of helped them sharpen up their game as well.
Yeah, I think he's a valuable member of this coaching staff. Now, they consider him a consultant, right?
Okay.
But he's a full-time consultant. He's been here the whole training camp. And, Jerry made the reference to him that, his recommendation on Von Miller caught everybody's attention, because he had been working with him in the offseason and could vouch to say, hey, He's 37, but he's still got skills. He's still got speed, and he wants to play football. And so, I think it's been valuable, and the guys really like working with him. They feel like he's a valuable resource for them, not just in the off season, but now here during the season. And what was it just last year? The Broncos carried him, right? He was on their coaching staff, so he's got a lot of things going. Because if you're definitely just a full-time coach, then you're not doing what you're doing with the business that you came up with. So Jerry didn't hesitate to point out the benefits of having him around and working with Von Miller and knowing where Von Miller was in his career. And by the way, we're going to get a chance. They're doing 11:45 press conference with Von today. He's finally signed the contract. No DocuSign in the NFL.
Right.
So he was physically here today to sign it. So it's official. And one of the thoughts I had, you guys mentioned it yesterday, and I verified it, that the cap hit's going to be $5.5 million with a chance to make $7.5. They've got a little bit of a signing bonus in there for them, the guarantees. But this is an offshoot of the benefits that they have incurred by trading Micah Parsons. If you think about it, we know, Kenny Clark, but they had draft choices to trade for Quinnen Williams. They had cap space to restructure Quinnen Williams' contract when they did the extension to reduce his base salary this year to around 6 or 7 instead of $20 million. And so they had money here to kind of play with that the Cowboys normally don't have salary cap money to gamble with, right? They can't just take a chance. Well, it was like, okay, for $5.5 million here, we can take a chance on a 37-year-old guy that had 9 sacks last year, by the way. And I figured out sacks per game. He had a half a sack per game last year. So
I think we'd all take that this season.
Right? I mean, he would have led the team in sacks last year with 9, right? That was half more than what Clowney had, and Clowney didn't get to 8.5 until the last game, and he got 3 sacks, right? So you were able to just sort of lay a bet down there and say, okay, if I lose, well, okay, I can absorb that, which they couldn't do before. But if you win big.
Now, sticking with kind of that theme, I know we're moving forward to the joint practice, but one more question about the preseason game. Did you feel like one of the winners coming out of that was also James Houston?
Yes, I think he reinforced some of the things that he can do, and he's another somewhat designated pass rusher, right?
Sure.
His size on the edge, but when they're playing in a 3-4, okay, that edge, but the edge has got some heavyweights in the middle to help out against the run. So he's versatile enough that, I think they value what he can do, and there's going to be a really nice rotation there. I looked at Von Miller's snaps last year, and he averaged around 25 a game. So I'm thinking when they were thinking about doing this, it was like, well, what if he can play 15 to 20 snaps, keep him fresh, and keep him fresh going towards the end of the season, too. And that would be about right. And I think that's kind of what they've got in mind. He's not going to be like the starting guy out there playing 60 snaps. You don't want to do that. But you're in nickel so much that he can help be a very valuable piece if indeed he still has it at 30. Think about that, 37 years old. And he's finally going to play where he wanted to play all along, right?
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
This was kind of funny. I walked into the TV production room, and Roxanne Medina, who puts together our pregame shows during the preseason, she was looking for footage on Von Miller to use. She found the interview I did with him at the Senior Bowl in 2011.
Wow.
And the funny thing was, we talked and whatever, and I finally because I always hate that question. Anybody that's from the area, do you want to get drafted? Well, of course they want to get drafted by the Cowboys, right?
Does.
But I did it. I asked him, and he kind of smiled and said, well, yeah, whoever drafts me, that'll be fine, and ended up being Denver with the second pick, right? And it was like, okay, but, I'm sure you grew up watching the Cowboys. And I said, and he goes, yeah, you know what? I'm from Dallas. And I said, so you would like for the Cowboys to draft you? He goes, I'm from Dallas. And it made me laugh, right? I said, that was a great way to answer the question, right? So, I think I don't know how much we'll see of him in the preseason. Certainly not this week, right?
Sure.
But next week, and then that will he'll have to go through a ramp-up phase. But, just have him ready for September 13th, right?
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, good sir. Enjoy the joint practice. We look forward to all those videos, and we will catch you tomorrow.
Funny guy.
See you, Mick.
See you.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
So he's saying that Von's not going to go full bore today? He's not going to be in the joint practice? Why do we even sign him?
I do think, because I think the joint practice is going to start like a couple hours after that, I do think it would kick ass if he was like, I'm going to be in this practice today. I don't know if that's wise for his body.
He's like, I've been working on this. Steven and I had a deal for a while.
I mean, great. Again, I don't know. But that being said, the first video you get of him breaking through the line or cutting around the edge and getting a pressure or a sack is going to get 80 gajillion views.
First video is going to be him on the bands with Britt Brown. That's the first video.
That is probably true. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if the Dallas Cowboys defensive changes pay off quickly and Dak remains healthy and productive, the 2026 team will be next on The Fan.
Experts.
Okay, kids, 4th down and goal at the 1 for the Seattles, who are down by 10 in the 4th quarter. Snap to Milroe, looking, wants to throw, holding, sack! No, he didn't. He got away from the sack, and then he was brought down. Oh, my goodness.
Who he got away from?
Isaiah Land.
What a roller coaster of emotions against the Seattles, which I did think was very funny. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If Dallas's defensive changes pay off quickly and Dak remains healthy and productive, the 2026 Cowboys will be what?
An NFC championship contender.
Ooh.
And by actually an NFC championship favorite.
Okay.
Not the favorite to win it, but a favorite to be in it.
Okay.
And quite honestly, that's the thing that you want the most out of this team, is for them to go an inch further. Obviously, Super Bowl is the goal. But to make a leap from the miserable defense they were last year to being a contender, you had to do the things the Cowboys did this offseason. Timing-wise, they went and got their defensive coordinator. They went and made sure they got players early so that they had a training camp with this team. They made sure they had mini camps, OTAs together with this team. Now, Von Miller is a different breed for this. He's a hired mercenary, you know.
Man, I missed this, but somebody says Broadus has got time for everybody on Twitter today about Von Miller.
Oh, he does? Yeah. My expectation is I'm going to talk about it in a little bit in the C block.
Okay.
But he's a hired merchant of death, if you will. And we'll see if he can still kill. But everything else was built very meticulously, knowing they still were hoping for growth from a couple spots, okay? Revel's one of those spots they're hoping for growth. Overshone's a spot they're hoping for growth. Winters is a spot they're hoping for growth. But the defensive front, they feel strongly about that. So,
can we stop on D. Winters for just 1 second? I'm really glad that you brought that up. In the past, does he not seem like a player that we would have to pin our hopes to? Because they're like, yeah, we didn't really do Jack S., so I really hope that guy works out. Now it feels like, to a certain extent, maybe not an afterthought, but I kind of like that he's been talked about like sort of more of a depth piece. And I think that shows across the board that hopefully they have better defensive talent? Like a lot better?
I think because Barham is now changed everybody's minds on how quickly he can develop. Now, again, the injury problem. Look, that could be 3 dudes that might just be dudes.
Sure.
Injury,
absolutely.
Injury can make Overshone just a dude.
100%.
Barham, we don't know. He could just be a dude. Winters could absolutely just be a guy. But at the moment, we're thinking the highest hope for Overshone. And, oh my gosh, Barham could be ready to play at this level already.
Yeah.
And another one of those you got a bunch of queen pieces you can move all over the board. That's nice. Winters, Kevin, he had a career high in tackles last year. He's in his 3rd year. He's fast sideline to sideline, and it seems like he fits the defense.
And it feels like, not saying this is definitely...
He's part of a group more in my mind than he is the guy that we're just relying on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and does it feel like, as opposed to, let's just say somebody like Von Miller, he's much more likely to be an ascending player?
Yes. Rather than a dude who's at the end of his career that you're like, man, I hope he doesn't get a calf injury.
Which is what we specialize in
Eric Kendricks, like stuff like that. So, yeah, that's a really good point. Somebody who has a place to go rather than a place to fall to.
Not to say he'll go there, but you could see the logical trajectory.
He comes from a good defense anyway. I don't know if that was a throw-in dude, because they got a good player for their defense in return, and he comes to a place where he can be taught, and with a guy who is ready and willing to teach. So and not just Parker. The whole coaching staff is evidently that way too. So that's an important factor. But the things that they put together this offseason for that defense, spending money on Jalen Thompson, all those things were done intentionally. And Kevin, I can't remember the last time I felt like they did things intentionally. and with purpose of we have to fix this defense because that was garbage. Now, I expect regression offensively. Could they be better? Yes, they could.
Sure.
So if they're livened up by how good the defense is, then they could be that much better this season.
Can I throw this out? I think overall, you could see regression offensively and have a better offense. What I mean is you were second last year in overall yardage. Let's say you tumble down the chart just a little bit to 5th, 6th, whatever, but you were also 7th in points. Let's say, and you were middle of the pack when it comes to scoring red zone touchdowns. Let's say you move up the ladder, red zone touchdowns, and all of a sudden you flip 2nd in yards down to 5th or 6th, but you flip 7th in points per game up to 3rd or 4th, where you did see a level of regression, but you're still a better offense in terms of what actually matters.
Yeah, so your special teams was able to give you better field position.
One would hope.
Your defense caused more turnovers that got you the ball in better field position.
It could be, or honestly,
I'll take those two things.
Absolutely. Honestly, it could be as simple as you don't stall out every single time at the 18-yard line or the 7-yard line, and Aubrey doesn't have to kick 80 million field goals.
Yeah, I'll take those things. I don't care about being the best at yards. I want to be the best at points. Now, do I want to be the best at yards and points? Sure.
Yeah.
Let's do both of those.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Ben Johnson. I want to blow everybody out of the water, and I want to score the most points. I want to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
So let's go be the best offense out there. But what did he say? I want the highest scoring offense ever.
Yeah, I've never understood.
Not the highest yardage offense ever.
Yeah, obviously the offense was incredible. They had 485 yards. You're like, it's 21-20. What are you even talking about?
Yeah, so I think, Kevin, I expect that now. Again, you're asking me to be optimistic.
That is the constraint here.
In this question, you said the defense turns out to be as productive as expected. And
pays off quickly.
That could change a lot of things, by the way.
Yeah, because agree.
I'm giving this defense until week 8 before I start making decisions on it. But they could change my mind very fast. But then you also say Dak remains productive. If those two things happen, this team was right there last year, and they will be out in front with people chasing from behind.
All right, Alec, let me go to you on this, and then we can get some feedback, and I'm going to nerd out on some numbers for you. If Dallas's defensive changes pay off quickly and Dak remains healthy and productive, the 2026 Cowboys will be what?
A threat to the Rams.
Oh, I love it.
I'm not going to go as far as they will beat them or anything, but I do think that it's going to come down to the chess match of, we know that they're a lot more talented than this team, right? But if the defense looks the way we think it's going to, they can outplay that offense, especially if Puka Nacua is banged up. I know I'm getting way too theoretical here, but I think that they can line up with pretty much anybody if the communication holds up, if everybody stays healthy. And then Dak, we saw what a healthy year looks like for him last year with 2 true wide receiver weapons, a red zone threat of a tight end, and a real running game. You know, obviously the running back 2 situation needs to get figured out in a hurry if we want that offense to look as good as we hope. But I think they're a true, to what Corey said, they're an NFC Championship threat. And I don't say that lightly. I mean threat when I say threat. I think they can upset some people if the defense is this good.
So I'm with you on that. What I wrote was the division winner and a true Super Bowl contender. So it kind of feels like we're all in the same-ish area.
Before you get there, Kevin, from the 858, okay, but the Rams still have to go through the Cardinals. Are the Cowboys actually going to be a real threat there? So,
see, I think the Rams would be so worn down from the Cardinals. And we need them to beat the Cardinals because Lord knows we can't do it.
Jalen Thompson said he's changing that this year.
That's right.
Okay, good.
Thanks to him.
Our friend.
But that's
friend
right.
Of the family.
Rashawn Gary said this about signing Von Miller yesterday. Quote, today, beginning of the offseason, every move that the Cowboys did is they're serious about winning and winning right now. And that makes me think about what you just said, is how long has it been since we felt like they had a coherent, non-reactionary plan? And it definitely feels like it's been a minute. So, will you indulge me in some defensive nerddom?
Do I have a choice?
Sure.
Okay. You know what, Kevin? I can't believe you. Yes, I will indulge in some math, but I'm assuming there's math.
Really would have broken my heart. That's true, but I did the math for you.
Okay.
All right. Last year, we all agree this defense was the worst. Okay? And again, they were only 32nd because there weren't more teams, because they would have been at the end of that list of teams as well. So, 30.1 points per game allowed last year. That's 7.5 points more than the average.
Okay.
Think about that. They give up more than a touchdown extra than an average team. Last year, they were 7-9-1. Now, we're going to say 7-8-1 because you just didn't really care about the last game. And we'll discuss if maybe you didn't care about a couple of these games. So you're 7-8-1. Guess what happens if you just get to average? 2 of those losses would be flipped to wins. 1 loss would be flipped to a tie, and then the tie you had would be flipped to a win. That's put you at 10-5-1 going into the final game of the season with the potential to win the division and being number 3 in the playoffs. And that's just if you get to average. That's not even factoring in special teams or anything like that. But let's take it a step further. So that sounds positive, right? Let's take it a step further. What if you got to number 10 defensively? So I can say top 10, but I put it right at number 10. That would be almost 10 points per game fewer given up, 9.7 to be specific. If you got to number 10 defensively, that would put you last year at 11-4-1 with the potential to win the division and be the number 2 seed in the playoffs going into the last game.
11-4-1.
11.
Still doesn't feel like as many wins as you should have, but that tie does get in the way.
Agreed.
And the tie goes to the runner.
And so, well, now you won the tie.
Right. Oh,
you
yeah.
moved a new game into the tie that was a loss. But here's what I want you to consider with these numbers. How many games spiraled out of control because you just knew there was no chance you were going to win?
Yeah.
Like, look at the Bears game or look at the Broncos game. And I'm not here to argue that, like, you would have won those games, but I do wonder if you had an average or even, like, fringy top 10 defense, if that changes how your offense plays because they know that they're not screwed from the second drive of the game.
1,000%. I can take a risk if I want to, and I don't need these 3 points. Or I can take these 3 points because I know my defense can hold them, and we're going to get 7 on the next drive because we saw something here. But I don't have to. You know, there's some different philosophy you can take there whenever you're being either too aggressive or not aggressive enough. Now, what I don't know is after Shoddy's first year, he's not Dan Campbell.
Right.
He's not just going to go for it on every time.
Sure.
But he did seem to be like, you know what? I'll go for it. And I feel like I got the plays drawn up to do it. I didn't love the moment, but he told us I felt like I got beat against Green Bay. I
agreed with that.
And I changed my mind after the play, so we went with something else. But yeah, I think Kevin, last year there were so many times, and you may have disagreed with me in each week about it, that I just felt like the offense changed some of their decision-making because they didn't trust the defense.
So I think you can look at the stretch in December, right? Like if you go back in our counterfactual history, you win that game against the Eagles, though obviously that was on the offense just as much. You win that game against the Giants. Let's still say you lose against the Bears because you got hammered pretty good against them. Then you win against Green Bay, you win against the Jets, and you win against Carolina, and you already won that game against Washington. You were 3-3-1 at that point. I think you can make a very strong argument. You could have come out of that with even an average to slightly below average defense at 6-1. Do you still, at 6-1, get your head kicked in at Denver? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Are you still going to lose it against Arizona? Maybe you do, because that's what you do. But coming out of the bye, they look strong again because the defense did a better job of holding up their end of the bargain. So let's say if instead of 6-5-1, you're like 9-3. Do you walk into Detroit and see Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to go and think, well, we're going to lose? Not necessarily. Do you go into Minnesota and lose? Do you host Minnesota? Do you host the Chargers and get absolutely dusted? I'm not saying I can guarantee you win those games or anything like that, but it does make you wonder if at least one or two of those even could have been different.
You know, you talk about Rashawn Gary, and you've heard him talk about Dak too, right? And just how much of a leader they like. Rashawn Gary's words came very clear of the best one I've ever been around. And
right.
I feel like whenever you talk about something like that, you say a dude whose personality just doesn't really change that much whenever things are up or down. Is that fair?
Yes.
Like a good leader's like, no, this is just what we do.
I agree.
And one of the things that you know you're always going to get, no matter how bad the defense was last year, was Dak and the offense were going to go out there and try and do their thing. But when you have a defense that goes out there and makes a play that you're like, only our defense can do that, it makes you that much more confident as an offense. And I'm not talking about the play caller. I'm talking about Pickens. He's just like, dude, did you see my dogs right there just go do that to you? Good luck. Now we're about to do that to you too. It heightens the level of cockiness that you can have. And when you don't have a little bit of arrogance and cockiness and belief in yourself that you can destroy somebody on the other side, you're going to go out there more timid. Kevin, go back and watch those Cowboys-Niners games when we were growing up and watch how much you hated the Niners because Merton Hanks would go out there and confidently intercept a pass and do his thing. And Merton knows that I have a different respect for him now after having face-to-face conversations with him. But I also told him, didn't I? Told him I didn't like him. And he understood why. He was like, because we kept beating you. And I was like, okay, you should stop that, Merton. But
he knew.
Yeah, he knew. But remember how swaggy those teams were? And go look at the best teams out there right now. They know both sides of the ball are going to be better. My guys are going to beat your guys' ass. And then you know what? Then I get the ball. That's something that also changes and gives you a different confidence, not in just the way you do things, but the way that you feel about what the outcome of this game is actually going to be. And I think that's going to be a big factor.
And I did see somebody, and this is true perhaps, is better defense flips the ball over to your offense more often. The counter I would have to that is you also got a bunch of gimme yards and points because your defense was so bad and you were allowed to just pile it in.
Yeah, and you don't. And now Cowboys against top 10 defenses, that's another conversation we probably need to look into and have that dive.
And I do get that until the first three quarters against the Vikings, you were looking great. You should have won both of those games against the Eagles, and they were also a top 10 defense. But it is true, against the Broncos and the Chargers, you sputtered out.
But when it comes to the defense flipping the ball back to you a little more often, doesn't necessarily mean you have to air it out on those series.
For sure.
In those possessions.
And honestly, it might mean less so, right?
Yeah, that's one of my concerns a little bit this year is if the Cowboys defense is what we're discussing here, then are we going to get as potent of a passing offense as they needed last year? From the 972 Sorry Boys, catching up on the last 30 minutes of the show on Odyssey, but Gambo had a Marte update. This is crazy. So I'm going to go.
All right.
Have you found the Marte update,
I am
Kevin?
looking at the Gambo Twitter update.
Gambo is all over it when it comes to Arizona sports.
It says... Ooh, okay. The update I'm looking at is why Marte has to come back to Arizona is a total mystery. He can easily have an MRI in the city he is in. Happens all the time. So the next step would be the thought that he went back to Arizona to get an MRI, even though they're like every major league team has access to an MRI machine. We could have easily done it at the visiting ballpark. That certainly adds to the confusion and intrigue.
Are you looking at the second one, though?
What is the second one?
I'm sorry. This was 12 hours ago, so never mind. That's
Okay.
not an update. Yeah.
All right, but I don't know what's happening with that situation, and I think you would get more of a pass for other players, but since he had a weird situation like this last year, might not fly. And even his manager said this morning it was an emotional situation, but then added, I wasn't getting a whole lot coming back to me in terms of information.
You hate that?
No, absolutely you do.
Because it can't help you make decisions.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mr. Medford, will you give me cut number 6? Because there's a couple of other random things I wanted to talk to you fellas about.
Tiffany Hayes spots up. Lead Valkyries their first of the game.
So, the Dallas Wings, they lost again. Now, I guess it's good news. They lost to the Golden State Valkyries, who are the best team, or certainly with Minnesota, one of the 2 best teams in the WNBA.
They got stuff, you know?
That's not the same, but actually we will kind of drift into that category in just a minute. But you also outscored them in the fourth quarter. Now, did you outscore them in the fourth quarter because the game felt like it was over, and in the second quarter when the game was still on the line, you got outscored 24-9? Well, you know what? That's probably a fair point that people would make. Have you also lost, I believe, 7 of your last 9? Yes, that is also true. This is a team that is just limping along to the playoffs, and defense continues to be an issue. I know some people have started to focus in on Jessica Shepard when it comes to that. I think the defensive issues of this team are far bigger than just that, but that certainly doesn't help. And man, on Wings Twitter, people despise the head coach.
Why?
But you can make an argument. People go to social media to write negative things and not positive things.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And how often, Kevin, do you look and you go, okay, that's an egg? Even though we don't use eggs anymore on Twitter. When did that happen, Alec? When they stopped using the egg emoji or avatar?
We should have never stopped. I kind of miss it.
Do you think it's because of the issues with the eggs and the FDA? And
I loved responding to people and just throwing egg at the end of it and being like, you're an egg. Show me your picture.
Right.
And then we'll have a different conversation.
Shut up, egghead.
Yeah, egg.
Okay. All right. So this is something that has gotten the eggheads going, we'll say. Have you seen, and can you tell me what you think an over-under would be if Enes Kanter was in the WNBA? Because they put numbers on this for points per game and rebounds per game.
Honestly, like 30 and 15.
Ooh, okay. Medford, what say you? I didn't make these lines.
Some nights people get bored.
For sure.
So, I was thinking 2020.
Well, you're both way, way too low.
Oh. Jeez. 49 and 28.
That is too high on the points. You are close on the rebound.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Points per game. They put Enes Kanter would average during the 2027 WNBA season 36.5 points per game and 25.5 rebounds per game.
Dang.
So just wanted to throw that into the world. Now,
when do we get to see that, though? Would you watch? If he was doing that?
I would. I think it would be unfortunate if the league pushed it to that point where you're like, come on. Y'all could have squashed this. Like, they could have squashed it now. But they're like, oh, we have to meeting and a summit, and it's going to take months. I'm like, really? Months?
I love summits, though.
And I don't want to steal G-Bag's bit, but I'm looking at the clock, and I feel like we might have
Let's give something away! Is that what you're calling for?
No, but we can do that right now. Is that G-Bag's bit giving stuff away? 877-881-1053. That is true. That is one of my go-tos. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers face off against the Angels on Saturday at Globe Life Field. The first 10,000 fans of Globe Life Field for the game will get a 1996 Rangers team baseball card button-down presented by Coca-Cola. You can buy tickets at Rangers.com, or you can see the G-Bag Nation at Globe Life Field today. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. 877-881-1053. That's right.
What about Wednesday?
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
Oh my gosh, I'm so off right now. Thursday?
Yeah, you know why you're off? Because you're not wearing a tank top. I know we'll get to that. But
Fraud.
in the meantime, to actually steal a G-Bag bit, I'm looking at the clock.
Okay.
And I feel like we have time for 60 seconds on soccer.
Yeah, almost exactly 60 seconds, too.
So, Christian...
There we go.
Yes! Cristiano Ronaldo has revealed his retirement plans. He said, this is probably going to be my last year. His contract runs through June of 2027 in Saudi Arabia, and so he hasn't said that's the definitive end, but he said, this is probably my last year of football, and I want to leave a spectacular legacy. We could talk more about that, or we can talk about scarves.
He has had a spectacular legacy.
Absolutely.
We compare him to Messi, and we get after that conversation, but compare him to everybody else that's ever played the game.
Yes, I think he comes up short in that comparison, but there is no question that Cristiano Ronaldo is one of the titans in the history of the sport, and certainly a titan in the history of sports money.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Now,
the part that he said also that he was like, and I want to have more fun, focus on having more fun.
Right.
You hate that dude's not having fun.
And did he just get married? Or he just got engaged? I think he got married. All right, now let's talk about scarves that are also your season ticket. A second-tier French soccer club is using its own merchandise as an alternative for season tickets. Dijon FCO, the Burgundy club, who most recently completed in League One, they introduced team scarves that had special technology inside of them, the near field communication or NFC chips, that would allow you to scan your scarf as your ticket when you go into the game. And then whoop, just throw your scarf right back on.
And I can't replicate this? Come on, dude. This sounds too easy to replicate.
People could replicate print tickets.
Yeah, but this sounds tough. Somebody just steals my scarf.
That's your ticket.
Now they have my season ticket.
Yeah. Look, hopefully they have cameras. Cool. You can make an argument, but
this is a really cool idea. It really is something. Like, why not just inject it into my veins? Let me be the season ticket of some sort. But I do like the scarf idea.
You know what?
I'm not wearing a scarf.
I do not.
But I don't live in. Kevin, you want me to wear a scarf in Texas?
No, and I do not think we're that far away from. You can just scan your hand or whatever.
Dude, I think at Whole Foods you can run your hand over something to pay. Pretty sure.
Too much of a gap between
your hand
saying
over
to
it.
pay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring
And the
Corey
level
Majors.
of concern.
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are only 77 minutes away, give or take, from the drawing to determine who will throw out the first pitch from the Fan at the Texas Rangers game on August 31st. But we're less than 7 seconds away from the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Your level of concern. For other people around me if I don't win this thing.
I'm concerned for me and Alec because we will directly be right next to you, and I feel like we're closest to you, and so you will take it out on us the most.
Alec, one thing I would suggest is just have something that you can throw in the air that I can punch. Like just something in your hand that you can just be like, oh, Corey's walking my way, and then throw it in the air, and that'll be the thing I punch. Because I don't want to punch y'all.
I appreciate that.
But I can't make any guarantees whenever the blind rage of not winning this thing happens.
I think you should manifest it differently. How many hugs are you going to give out when you do win it?
Oh,
you hate hugs.
I know. I don't want a hug.
You're getting
saying
hugged.
to other people.
You're getting a hug. You're going to get picked up.
Oh, man.
It'll be crotch first hug, too.
What?
Man, I need to tell you a story off air. Go ahead.
You don't know what a crotch first hug is?
I mean, I have an idea.
Come here.
Just a little bump action.
Yeah. Nothing wrong.
So that's happening at 2:20 today. We'll be rocking with the G-Bag Nation. There'll be some Zoom action, I presume. Is Choppy going to be on Zoom for this? He's in Michigan.
That's a great question. He should be. Do you also think it's weird that it's happening on their show, but it's happening here?
Yeah.
It's like a simulcast.
I also think it's weird your level of concern that Choppy's not here for it.
No, I think this works out perfectly for Choppy, and I'll tell you why. Because if he wins, he wins. But when he doesn't win, he can claim that it was rigged against him, right? Mm-hmm. He can be like, I would have won if I was there. Like somehow that would have made a difference.
Kevin, somebody texted in from the 325. I was at a Greyhound bus stop recently. Got me a drink and a snack. Didn't physically scan any items or anything. I scanned my card. When I walked in, it automatically charged me for whatever I grabbed and walked out. It was wild. That was the first experience I had like that was in, I think it was LAX.
Is at the airport,
or San Francisco,
yes.
One of those two.
Yes.
And then at Globe Life. They have the same setup at Globe Life where you can go in and get some things and walk right out. And the lady told me that, and I was like, what are you talking about?
It is very strange.
What is this wizardry?
That's fair.
And what are they scanning? My face?
I guess. I honestly am not sure.
I don't even know how that works. Guys, you might notice that Corey is not wearing a tank top today.
Fraud.
Alec is wearing a tank top. And Alec said, it's okay, Corey, this morning. He said, it's going to be 150,000 degrees outside. I was wearing a tank top whether it was you were wearing one or not. And Alec, you look fantastic yet again, dude.
Thanks, man.
Kid's jacked.
He really is.
Can't see me on cam. I'm sorry.
But I told you, Kevin, and I don't know if I'm going to bring it up to Skip, especially if they lose tonight. Somebody did say that they're in the Founders Suite tonight, so stop giving the Rangers bad juju. Hey, I hope they win.
Man.
But after this weekend of baseball, I just could not bring myself to continuing on. I didn't feel like they were given
the tank top.
Yeah, I didn't feel like they were given the same effort.
Whew, that is a heavy accusation.
Or okay, maybe they were given the effort. They're just not good.
Okay.
And that's what I was feeling.
That I can see.
You know what? You're right. They didn't lose 15-0. Kevin, let me rip these sleeves off right now. Actually, this is a brand new shirt, so I don't want to do that.
I'm going to be honest with you, Corey. What? There's a tiny part of me that thought when we walked through the glass doors and you saw Alec that you were going to be like, oh, and then go whoosh, and rip your sleeves off. And when you didn't, I was a little sad.
From the 817, and if we lose tonight, definitely blaming Corey. Look, we had lost after the last Tank Top Tuesday.
If you go back a little ways, I might blame you, but I see now we got an in with Skip either way.
Yeah, I think we're okay. Yeah, he's got
do you think he's at the point, though, if you're like, do you think he lost because I'd have a tank top on? He's like, no, I think we lost because we can't find a way to consistently hit the ball.
I think if I asked that question, hey, do you think you lost because I didn't wear a tank top, he would hang up.
That's probably fair.
He might call us back, though, but he would definitely hang up. And I would, you know what? I'd think that was okay.
All right.
I did after our show yesterday. I was like, this is must-listen radio. I have to listen to what Broadus is about to say.
Oh, man. I heard it is continued on social media.
And Eric was still like, hey, I love this move. He was excited.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I listened to what Broadus said, and it made a lot of sense. I think the main focus on him was when I went back and watched him, which how many of y'all have done that, is what he was basically asking.
Which I
the
think
whole
is
world.
fair.
Because Sean had asked me that morning. I was like, you know what? I really haven't. But he was like, I went back and watched him, and I didn't feel like he was the same dude. I felt like there were some things that were missing in his game. And then he said, I don't want him to be a progress stopper for Malachi Lawrence. Now, I don't think he's going to be a progress stopper. I think he's actually going to help Malachi Lawrence in this. You're not going to overexpose Malachi Lawrence. Now, Malachi Lawrence needs development, but you have a full season for this guy to grow.
Yeah.
And I think each week you can learn a little with a few plays, or, a handful, 10, 15, 20, whatever number you want to put on Malachi Lawrence, and I think he'll get better. But I understand where you're coming from saying, hey, if you're going to put this guy out there that much, it's going to be a problem. Now, if James Houston is cut for it, that's another question of like, hold on, do you think he's better than James Houston right now? So that's where that conversation really does splinter in a lot of different directions. Your level of concern that Von Miller isn't what he used to be. I did go back and watch one thing, and that was his sacks. I watched a highlight reel of him that showed the sacks and pressures he had. And then I noted the tackles he was going up against. And I noted the fullback or tight end that he was going up against. And I was like, oh, these aren't the best right tackles in all of the NFL. As a matter of fact, some of these guys are backup tackles that he's getting these sacks against. One of them was the Raiders offensive tackle, which didn't we talk about having a field day against the Raiders because of how bad they were? So, like, the conversation of, you know what, he wasn't going up against the best in the NFL when it came to getting these sacks. That being said, I did ask the question, how many good tackles are there in the NFL? Like, seriously, aren't we discussing constantly how there aren't enough good offensive linemen out there?
Well, yeah, because and I think it was yesterday that Mickey mentioned it when we were talking about, hey, maybe you got to look elsewhere for your swing tackle. And then him and Isaiah Stanback were talking, and he was like, there's not enough regular tackles for the entire league, let alone finding a quality swing tackle. So just to backtrack real quick, my level of concern is really, really low, like 50 pounds, that Von Miller is not what he used to be, because I know he's not what he used to be, but I don't think that's what you brought him in or are paying him.
Yeah, and the hope is also that that the younger guys can learn from him at the same time.
And I definitely think they can.
And as you brought up with BT Jordan, like this guy said, hey, no, I think he's still got this at least in him.
Yeah.
And he can help me get my message across on some of the things that I'm suggesting. Because, you hear it from the coach, it's fine, but then you hear it from a teammate, and you're like, oh, I'll take that.
I mean, how many people do you get to interact with that genuinely are going to go to the Hall of Fame? That you're like, I am your teammate now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not a ton.
Yeah. Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
I did look through this, Alec. One elite all-pro right tackle that you'll play twice this year. You have a couple of Pro Bowl caliber guys that are ranked in the top 10. Then everything else, essentially you have 8 to 12 tackles that you will play for the rest of the year that are below average or average. And so that's where That's where that conversation comes in. And those could change, too, because at the moment, not all those guys are starters. And, this, we're still in preseason right now. But this is what we kind of are looking at. So he might be able to get, this is why I brought up, he might be able to get that 8.5 sacks. He might be able to get his 7. He might be able to do that.
I hope that is what we start calling that.
Nom it.
Yes.
But there, and that's why I was like 6, because I think some of the opportunities might be limited because you do have a real rotation. You're not asking the guy to do everything.
Yeah.
So that's my level of concern, that he's not what he used to be. I'm right there with you, Kevin, in that I'm not expecting a whole ton, but I do expect the room to be better. And I think, Alec, we've been saying for most of the offseason, it's not going to be one dominant dude. It's going to be a bunch of guys collectively building a sack portfolio. If you will.
Absolutely.
Your level of concern that Malik Neighbors is back. Kevin, I know you made mention of this earlier this morning, but Malik Neighbors says the dog in him is barking and waking up.
Yeah, I think I am concerned because, he is an amazing player when he's healthy. So, I'm absolutely concerned because we talk about it. I'm not in favor of the path of least resistance when it comes to playing. I am in favor of the path of least resistance when it comes to the teams that my team is playing against. And their best weapon, heck yeah, I would have rather if he was like, I'll be ready for week 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, I am nervous.
Your level of concern for Yaxel Lindeborg.
Oh, what's up with him?
Now, he was on your favorite team, Michigan.
Uh-huh.
You've been a longtime Michigan fan, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing, he was playing a video game. It looks like Grand Theft Auto.
Oh.
And he said, quote, "I'm finna give Dylan Brooks belt."
Did he mean in the game?
No, I think in real life.
Oh, dear.
And this dude has also said a lot of things that have already kind of got slapped back in his face a little bit around the league. But your level of concern for Yaxel Lindeborg when it comes to talking words out loud. Or is Dylan Brooks gonna be one of those guys that goes, and that's when I took it personal?
Yeah, so I'm only going to say 100 pounds because I'm not him or Dylan Brooks, and he does not play on my team.
Gotcha.
So I will say low, but I don't know. I kind of like trash talking on your way in the door. I could see how it could fail spectacularly, but I don't hate it.
I was going to do a cocaine story, but Kevin, I know there's a lot going on there, so I found another one.
What?
An Alabama high school football coach has resigned after he was being arrested for public intoxication while trying to impersonate a reporter to scout his week 1 opponent from the sideline.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of Michigan.
Jerry Fulks approached officers and identified himself as a member of the media to request access to the sideline during a high school jamboree football game on Friday, August 14th. According to authorities, officers suspected that Fulks was intoxicated and escorted him out of the stadium, determined he was actually intoxicated. He was arrested for public intoxication and transported to Marshall County Jail. But again, Kevin, he tried to act like he was a reporter so he could scout from the sidelines.
My level's high on this one. I'm going to go 1,500 pounds, and here's why. Getting drunk negates whatever information you were going to glean from being a reporter. You need to be sober as a judge when you roll up there as a reporter. First of all, A, to pull off the ruse, and B, to gather the relevant information.
True. It is
what
true.
Are we doing here?
You can't be drunk trying to take notes from the coach after the game.
Exactly. You're going to be like, yeah, they ran a 7-man zigzag. And you're like, what the hell does that mean?
Why am I looking at my notes right now at all?
Yeah.
And then the coach, in the post-game interview, what's he going to say? I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and watch the film. That's not going to be helpful to you.
Yeah.
You don't have the film.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's, I'm concerned about this. Coaches,
I am too.
If you're a high school, middle school, NFL, or college scout, Please do not get drunk and try to impersonate reporters on the sideline.
Can you just get the drop of him saying if you're a high school? I just think it feels like the makings of an amazing Yo Mama joke.
If you're a high school.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This show's really stupid. Coming up next, it's time for the Tuesday tailgate, the Tears of Teams Senior Day, and EA Sports is wild for this one. Next on The Fan.
The fun and top sports takes continue as the G-Bag Nation is up next at 2. Thanks for listening to the KNC.
costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Saying, sliding, now tries the right. End zone, touchdown Buckeyes! Max Clare, his first touchdown at Ohio State.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the Tuesday tailgate, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited?
I have never been more excited.
Oh, man.
For what's about to happen an hour from now, Kevin.
Ooh, that's a good answer.
Oh, I'm nervous now.
We are just 9 days away from the first college football games and potentially only 13 days away from Corey throwing out the very first pitch at the Rangers game. In between, it will be the first entire weekend of college football. And we didn't really get a chance to dive into this yesterday. The AP poll is released. Play that highlight of Julian saying Ohio State is number one on the board. They are number one with 40 first-place votes, followed by Oregon, Georgia, and Notre Dame. By the way, this is the first time I believe that Notre Dame has been ranked this high in a preseason poll in almost 20 years.
Wow.
Or maybe exactly 20 years. Followed by Texas, Indiana, Miami, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma. Interestingly enough, Indiana, the defending national champions, they are sixth despite getting the third most first place votes. So Oregon had 14, Indiana had 8. They are 6 on the list. For the SEC, they lead all conferences with 9 teams in the preseason top 25, marking the third straight year it has had at least 9 teams in the top 25. 5 of the top 10 teams are from the SEC for the first time since 2013. But what we have to remember is the last 3 champions have not been from the SEC.
Okay. Because
so, this is great.
It means more, and so they're beating up on each other, or they're just not as talented as they used to be.
I mean, I would listen to that excuse when it was just 4. Is like you had so many good teams that were putting marks on your record and that it kept you out of the playoff. But now that you've expanded to 12, and obviously we're just waiting for future expansion, I don't think you can use that answer anymore. I think you can easily lose 3 games and still make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Depending on what your schedule looks like.
Nick Saban not being there has definitely changed things, right?
Yes.
For that, even that conference altogether. But I think Nick Saban left for a very specific reason. He knew he couldn't manage, and he would get embarrassed by a team that had some NIL money and was able to steal players.
At one point, he was practically begging for NIL money from their boosters.
Mm-hmm. And he realized that he was like, I don't have the power I used to have.
Yeah.
And so he was like, I will lose to an Indiana if this happens. And guess what? Here we are when an Indiana can go buy a championship. And Ohio State's always going to be up in the top part of that conversation anyway, because like they're pretty powerful in that conference as well. And they recruit well, dude. They just do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But just to show you how much college football has changed, think about this. Ohio State and Oregon, who are both in the Big Ten, are this is the first time the same conference has had teams 1 and 2 in the preseason poll since Oklahoma and Nebraska were part of the Big 8 in 1987. So I just want you to think about that for a second. The Big 8 obviously doesn't exist anymore. It essentially merged with the Southwest Conference to create the Big 12. The current Big 12 looks almost nothing like the original. It looks nothing like the original Big 12. And then you have the Big 10. Imagine thinking that Oregon someday was going to be part of the Big 10. And how many teams do you think the Big 10 has?
16.
18.
Oh my gosh. When did they add 2 more?
So 24/7, 365. And so then you have the Big 10, who has now achieved this with 18 teams. So it is a very bizarre look at how conferences have changed over the years.
Kevin.
Is this about college football?
No.
Okay, tell me.
First off, last night I was at a school opening, and multiple Tolos said hello. I want to shout out Jeremy, Tolo Jeremy, from the 806. I was just at O'Reilly's and heard a guy behind the counter say bonus. The girl helping me replied, Rick bonus, and I almost immediately said, I love you.
I'm happy for that person potentially personally. For me, this is most displeasing.
KNC masterpieces everywhere.
That
on your face.
That
back to college football for the Tuesday tailgate.
That is true. All right. Now let's go to the concept of Senior Day. Ryan Day, he believes in Senior Day, but he also believes it's a distraction for Michigan Week. So he's moved it up a week.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Oh. He moved Senior Day to week 1.
Huh? We're going to celebrate the end of your career.
Right.
The first day of your career.
Correct.
That ends your career.
Correct.
I don't like this.
When they're hosting Ball State at 11:30 in the morning.
Get a win. Get a win. Everybody's going to be excited to go party that night. They're going to be so drunk by the time they get done with that.
I mean, and just Ohio State, and I know this is how it goes for a lot of college football teams, but look at how drunk Ohio State's schedule is to begin with. Before they start the march through the Big 18, they have Ball State in week 1, which is now Senior Day. Mm-hmm. Then in week 3 for them, they have Kent State. In between, they're on the road against Texas.
Wow. That is a really drunk schedule right there. I think it's a great idea on his part, man. Really give those seniors something to start to kick their season off with, you know?
Well, and
plus, how many seniors do you have anyway nowadays?
Man.
Nobody's sticking around.
Not the good ones.
Yeah.
Ryan Day said, quote, "We want to keep much of the focus on the game. And the more distractions we have, there's already enough distractions during that week. So this was just one more thing that we felt we could move." And again, I totally get that. 2 weeks before that, you host Northwestern.
Hell yeah.
Do Senior Day then. So it still has all the makings of your faux homecoming. You're going to win. And then you can celebrate your seniors then.
Is Northwestern good?
No.
What about as a school?
As a school, they're excellent.
Okay.
As a college football team, I don't think I have super high hopes for them. They were fine last year.
You ever thought that the color purple for football is a little weird?
You know, I can't say I have.
Okay.
But
I just don't know.
I don't want to rule it out.
Name the purple successful teams.
Right behind you.
Oh, I love TCU. You know how much I love TCU.
Uh-huh.
Obviously.
Yeah, we've always said that. Aside from TCU. What about the Vikings? How are they doing?
They made it to 4 Super Bowls.
How'd they do?
They lost all of them.
What about Kansas State?
Man, they were good a while ago.
With Bill Snyder.
Yeah, and he kept coming back, and they're like, we're done with you.
How many championships does Northwestern have?
They probably have a A&M-esque title. Back from when we were still fighting world wars.
Oh, the Ravens. I guess we should have gone with them first.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You hate the Ravens.
No. I obviously, I love the Ravens.
All right, back to college football, Kevin.
All right, that's the second time you've had to say that in this segment. Give me cut number 10. Please.
And a flag down. Might be a free play for Sellers. He'll take a shot, and it's pulled in. And it's a touchdown. What a throw by Sellers to Jacobs.
We're going to talk about South Carolina because College Football 27 from EA Sports has demanded it. South Carolina last year was 1-7 in the SEC. I thought Lenora Sellers had a shot to be the number 1 overall pick.
Dude, every time I watched him, I was like,
yeah.
I thought he was going to be better than this.
He was not good last year. Well, guess what? EA College Football 27 says, get ready for one of the greatest turnarounds in the history of college football.
You're kidding me.
As they predict, the South Carolina Gamecocks will finish. Now, think about this for a minute. They said they're going to finish 13-3, 7-2 in the SEC, beat Georgia 38-3 in the SEC title game, and be the number 1 seed in the college football playoff. 3 losses. Number 1 seed in the college football playoff. They will be the number 1 seed. Number 2, USC, followed by Indiana, Utah, Boise State at 5, Louisville, Georgia, Miami, LSU at 9, Oklahoma at 10, Notre Dame at 11, and the University of South Florida at number 12 will move into the tournament. We continue the season. Here are going to be your final 4. It's going to be South Carolina against Boise State and USC against Louisville. Who wins? We'll get back to that.
Okay.
Now, other predictions from EA Sports. They say Heisman Trophy is going to come down to John Mateer, Michael Van Buren, Jr., Byram Brown, and Easton Messer. Those are going to be the final 4. And the winner,
Steve Van Buren's kid?
I don't...
Great grandkid?
No, that is not Van Buren. It's Martin Van Buren.
Oh, okay, Martin Van Buren.
No, he's the USF quarterback. Byram Brown from the Auburn. He's an Auburn quarterback. Oklahoma quarterback Mateer, and FAU wide receiver Easton Messer.
Okay.
Ultimately, Brown will win the Heisman Trophy, become the 4th Heisman winner from that school, joining Cam Newton, Bo Jackson, and I definitely knew this one, Pat Sullivan.
You're telling me that Sellers has that spectacular of a season, and he doesn't even get a nod for it?
It does seem unfair, doesn't it?
It does seem unfair.
But will he care? Because we move back to the Final 4. South Carolina beats Boise State 31-13. And USC beats Louisville 42-40, which sets up the championship game. The number 1 seeded South Carolinas against the number 2 seeded USC's. I know that's not actually their mascot. And when it comes down to it, it is time to party for Jared Sandler, because King Miller has 25 touches for 105 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the Trojans defeat South Carolina 27-18 to win their first national championship in more than 20 years. Woo!
That's pretty awesome for King Miller.
Do you think any of that could actually happen? I would be pretty stunned if South Carolina was in the championship game.
Well, I mean, doesn't it matter on how much money got invested in their teams this offseason that we don't know about, that got taken? Because we talk about recruiting classes all the time, but there's other things that could be the recruiting part of it is a lot of the times for the high school kids, right?
Sure.
How much of that conversation comes from what about whenever we went and bought a junior college team and just said, just bring them all with us. We're ready.
And you will absolutely have to have Lenora Sellers bounce back to the level of play that had people thinking he could be the number 1 pick. By the way, if this simulation is correct, these are some wild Heisman finalists. Mateer right now is 20-1, Brown is 40-1, and the other 2 aren't even listed on the odds to win the Heisman Trophy. So obviously you're thinking upwards of probably 200-1, if not more. I just thought that part of the discussion was really fascinating.
Would that be low ratings for college football playoff if those were the teams that were involved?
I think South Carolina would drag some stuff down, but USC seems to be a team that people love and people love to hate.
I'm even thinking like Kevin, Boise State, Utah.
Yeah, this is not a TV executive's dream. Even Indiana against Louisville, I don't know about all of that. But if Cignetti could get Indiana back into the playoff and into the quarterfinals at least, I think once again that shows a lot for him as a coach. So there's your edition of the Tuesday Tailgate. We'll probably pick back up into going twice a week at least, with college football starting right now. Coming up next, though, let's take you out to Globe Life Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and Bobby, all...
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2-0 pitch, swung on in a high drive, hit to deep right center field. Way back goes Carter, and that ball is out of here. Tommy White hits his first home run, picks up his second run batted in, and he makes it 5-2 in favor of the A's on his first big league long ball.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The struggling Rangers will be back in action today. Consider this. On their road trip against the Angels and the A's, they went 2-5 and averaged only 2.5 runs per game. We will pick up that discussion perhaps right now as we chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm feeling good, and then I read this stat, and it did make me kind of sad. You guys are out at Globe Life Field. The Rangers went 2-5 against the Angels and the A's, but perhaps worse than that. They only averaged 2.5 runs per game against the Angels, who have given up the 8th most runs in the league, and the A's, who have given up the most runs in the league, with a robust batting average of 205. Do you believe you can give the G-Bag bump to our struggling Rangers?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's been a while since we've been out here, so I think the good vibes will roll, and if it doesn't commence immediately, then we'll make sure it happens coming up on the 31st when I throw out the first pitch.
Ooh, what is it sounds like your confidence level's pretty high. How are you feeling going into the drawing?
Tremendous. Sometimes I just get a feeling, and when it happens in poker, I just sit back and let it happen. So I'm going to do the same here. The immortal words of Bob Knight.
Just going to let the game come to you a little bit.
Yeah.
How often do you go all in?
A lot. Because I play a pretty conservative style, and I like people at the table to think that I'm kind of an idiot and I'm just like doing nothing and then panic going all in. And I do that for the first 2 or 3 hours of the tournament, and whenever I'm all in, I have great cards. And then as the field kind of whittles down, then I have that same table image, and I can start doing it with crappy hands and pick up big pots as the blinds get bigger without any action.
Is there any better feeling? I know winning the pot feels fantastic, but that feeling of just being like all in and watching the panic on their face, that is an awesome
yeah, it's great. It's great, and especially when you got nothing. You're doing it with like a 10 and an 8 offsuit, and you're like, well, here goes nothing, kind of getting blinded out of this thing, so got to make a stand somewhere. And I love it. It's adrenalizing.
Now, I didn't get a chance to see any of these specific back and forths, but Broadus, did you spend a lot of your day today on social media with people about Von Miller?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
No, it was not at all. It's people basically took their time to call me an idiot right off the jump, and so I let it be. So they said their thing, I said my thing, and so sun came up today. I'm out here at the ballpark. I got a new left eye. Feel good about that. We got the drawing today. I'm excited about that. So yeah, everything's good. Everything's good.
All right, I like that.
Lisa
Super positive.
Left Eye Lopez.
Ooh, hey, what do you think? I was reading something from Albert Breer about this. What do you think about the potential for Joe Brady with the Bills, especially considering his mentor Sean Payton and how his kind of coaching saga went? What are your anticipations or your thoughts about Joe Brady with the Bills for any of y'all?
Won the national championship at LSU. Coach O was the head coach, but Joe Brady, when you looked at what he was able to do with Jefferson, Chase, Burrow, that group, he was Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he really did a good job. And then you look at last year, but, they move on from Ken Dorsey. Ken Dorsey was kind of the guy there, he'd given a lot of credit for helping Allen, but then, Brady comes in. I think Brady is an extremely bright guy. I don't know what happened to him at Carolina. That was an interesting thing.
Situation.
Maybe it's just a bad situation, but it looks like to me the Buffalo one's a good one. They've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I think the guy's a hell of a coach. I owe him a lot for bringing my program a national championship, so I'll always say good things about him.
Yeah, he ran their offense, obviously, last year, and now he's got Jim Leonard as his defensive coordinator, which I think most people are pretty excited about, so optimistic there defensively, and he knows Josh Allen, James Cook, and this offense pretty well. So it is interesting, though, with the way they talk about him, and maybe McDermott was a little bit more crotchety, a little bit more kind of the old school kind of coach, whereas Brady, they're talking about him like he's just sort of the fun drunk uncle at Thanksgiving.
Like Parcells to Wade Phillips.
Yeah.
Kind of dynamic.
Yeah.
So you just never know how that sort of works itself out, and maybe over time that becomes a problem, but in year one, maybe it's something that they can still strike while the iron's hot. When you have Josh Allen, you're in good shape.
Sure. Yeah, it's a tough position though, because it's like if he doesn't make the Super Bowl, then he's probably a failure.
Sure.
Yeah, and he's 30. I think that's the concern for me if I'm Bills fan. Like, will there be a Josh Allen drop-off as there was a Lamar Jackson drop-off? Is he going to age so well? Because, he's such an incredible weapon. They have good rush game success, mostly due to the fear of the quarterback running, freeing up the running back. They've been able to do it without great wide receiver play. They've added DJ Moore, but out of the contenders, they're much closer to Kansas City than teams with good wide receivers. And then they lost David Edwards, one of the best guards in the NFL. He went to the Saints for $60 million. So, I don't know. I think the Bills are as good of a bet as any, but the age would kind of throw me off, because at some point he's going to have really good surroundings, in order to continue to play at an all-pro level.
Now, I feel like we've gotten Dawson and Broaddus' thoughts about the first pitch, but Wolchuk, Chiafalo, what is your anticipatory level, hope, dream when it comes to maybe throwing out the first pitch?
I think it would be a great opportunity. It'd be fun. I would love it. I think it would be. It's just an honor. Like, I feel like that's something you can't turn down. It would be nerve-wracking. I think there's a good chance I could go viral for worst opening first pitch in the history of Major League Baseball. Actually, 50 Cent's probably going to be the winner.
It's hard to
I don't think I can.
No,
do
if you threw the ball, it would be worse than 50.
You think so? Gosh, I really
Gene
appreciate the kind
Simmons
words.
needing 4 tries is pretty bad too.
Did you play any baseball growing up, Wolchuk?
Hell no. I played some
T-ball. You have a better chance of singing like "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." Like if they put you up in the booth, let you do that with your musical background.
Yeah,
that would be. You won that.
Yeah,
throwing the first pitch out, that absolute disaster.
Send me to Wrigley. Let's do this.
That musical theater background would really show out. In a big
show
way.
tunes. He would do it like show tune style.
Yeah, or with the national anthem stuff that's going on these days, where everybody's kind of botching that, you could step up and say, "This is how it's done."
Yeah.
Okay. This is how we get it done.
You're right.
God Bless America and the 7th thing, that would be a good one for you, too.
The stretch? Yeah. Let's make this happen. Yeah. I mean, after 4 years of doing pre and post for what felt like a minor league baseball team, I think that this would be a nice reward.
Oh, man. Chiafalo, what about you?
Yeah, I would be excited for sure. But when I see the excitement on some of the teammates' faces, like Dawson and Corey, guys that are really chomping at the bit here, it would feel... I don't know that it would feel right if my name gets drawn and I go out there and I'm pretty excited and nervous, but knowing that this would be the greatest day of Corey Major's life or Dawson's.
You wouldn't want to imagine the girls in the audience, though.
Oh, yeah.
They're watching Daddy go out there to the mound.
I hadn't considered the fact that my kids could be there to watch that. Yeah, that is pretty cool.
I think we got the Bailey and Gallion suite here. I'm sure we could allocate some.
Yeah,
they'd be over there trying to hunt Champ down, thinking it was an animal in the building.
Yeah, if I come home and my wife,
what are the kids doing? They're over there on Champ. What are they doing? And your daughter's like coming off the top rope with a machete.
Oh my God!
They're not watching Dad. They're taking Champ down. Look, Dad, it's a horse. We could take it down.
What do you find, fellas?
Dad. We got Cody Bradford coming up at 2:40. Rangers player show. We're going to do this drawing at 2:20, right?
Yep.
Doing the drawing at 2:20. Cody Bradford 2:40. Vach Lombardi at 3, previewing the joint practice with the Saints.
Ooh,
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Yes, I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes, and then again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome in to the broadcast. 4.5 hours live at the Comerica backyard inside Globe Life Field out here in Arlington. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion. Playing a little hurt for you today. Eye surgery this morning, brother?
Yeah, 7:30 this morning, had the eye surgery.
That might be a new feat of strength.
I've got a new lens. I've got 2 new lenses. I think people were accusing me of not having good eyes to my Von Miller take. But we're good to go. And, it was amazing to walk into this facility and then stand in center field and be able to see all the way to home plate and not be like, wow. I mean, that's crazy how this surgery works and stuff. But it's good to be with you guys. I couldn't pass up the opportunity for the drawing for the baseball thing.
It's gonna be
I'm
fun.
interested to see how this thing plays out. So we're here today and making sure that we see that thing through.
It's coming up in 20 minutes. We will draw for which fan host will be throwing out the first pitch coming up on the 31st. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control, 75 and 635. Wolchuk has made his triumphant return after successfully moving into your first house. Does that just happen? First purchase home?
First home. Officially a home buyer, and it was a hell of a few days. We still certainly have some things we need to unpack, but everything is in. and it's amazing. It's a great feeling.
First off, thank you so much for not asking any of us to help you move.
Absolutely not.
That is the definition of a true friend right there.
Nope.
So appreciate that.
I certainly paid a lot of money to get movers. I could not have done that myself. And then shout out to Nebraska Furniture. I don't know how the hell some of these guys got the furniture upstairs. It's crazy.
They're professionals.
I mean, it is. They're taking things apart. They're reassembling it. They're trying to work around some really tight corners. It's crazy watching these guys work, and especially with how damn hot it is outside. But we're in the house. The girls are happy. Eliza loves her purple room. Leia's room got painted pink. She likes it as well. Even though she can't speak, I know it. I can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She loves it. She's fired up.
But she's not throwing poop on it yet, right?
No.
So we're good on that,
No
right?
poop.
Mm-hmm.
No poop yet, but we still have plenty of time for that to happen.
Yeah, there we go.
Shoot, yeah. Well, welcome back, buddy. Had a robust Von Miller conversation yesterday. Can't wait to get your thoughts on that. Of course, Eric Chiafalo is here. DJ Don Pridemore is a remote engineering live here at the Globe, and Austin Nix is coordinating your video. Reminder to download that Odyssey app. You never know when you're going to need the ultimate backup. Plus, if you miss a great segment, instant rewind functionality. It's like a podcast playlist once you open that thing up.
Yeah, Michelle last night was asking me, she goes, I haven't heard you with AI, the Bobby thing, AI. So I took the app and played it for her. And so she thought it was hilarious.
Did she?
Yeah, she really did. She goes, I missed this. What did you win? And I'm like, well, Bobby did one of his bag of tricks things on me. And she goes, gosh, it sounds just like you.
Yeah.
And I go, and just the way it sounds. She goes, no, the things you would say. That sounds just like what you would.
All of it.
All of that. So, yeah.
Yeah, you never know when AI brought us is going to pop up at another historic moment. I thought, yesterday was a fertile environment for it as well, as the texters were getting after Brian, and on Twitter it was downright disrespectful on multiple occasions. I did appreciate how your fans were clapping back. It's like you didn't even have to fight them. They were going after the haters for you, so that was pretty cool. But let's come over here to Wolchuk, get your thoughts on the Von Miller signing. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I went back and watched him last year. I don't think Brian's wrong in his assessment that he's not the same player. I think that goes without saying. He certainly does not have that same burst and athleticism. I think what I like about Von and what I'm looking for here is he still has a knack for being able to loop around the corner. He's got fast hands. I think he's solid against the run still, which is the big upgrade over Houston, right? All we did was hear about Houston is not good against the run. Von Miller is a better all-around football player than what Houston is right now. I think if he's starting to take snaps away from a guy like Donovan Ezeraku, I would have an issue with that. But I'm hoping that he can create answers in an area that was a weakness last year for Dallas, which was Ezeraku would get close but couldn't finish. We saw that with several of the edge rushers last year. Von Miller can finish when he gets in position, and he's got a lot of patience and delay with his rush right now, where he puts himself in position to be able to get some of those gimme sacks, right, where somebody else is really the player that is forcing a quarterback into him, but he's in the right place to make the play.
Clean up.
And yes, the cleanup sacks. And I'm hoping that with Quinnen Williams, with Kenny Clark, with Rashawn Gary, he's able to fill that, which was an issue for Dallas last year, not being able to get quarterbacks on the ground. And I think overall, this just adds to the hodgepodge sacks by committee approach, where can I get 8 to 10 from Gary? Can I get 7 to 9 from Vaughn? Can I get 6 to 8 from Ezeraku? Can I get 4 from Lawrence, 6 from Williams, 2 from Clark? You start to just kind of compile this together. Now you could be top 10 in the NFL in sacks when it's all said and done. And to me, I think he's going to end up being one of their top 4 guys. And so from a depth, I think it's fine. It's not the big fish move like a Crosby, but I think it raises their floor overall.
I understand you have a prediction for where Max Crosby is going to go in today's show, and it's not to the Cowboys?
No, it's not to Dallas, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, it seemed like last night Jerry was, still open-minded to making a significant move. We'll talk more about that with you here in a few moments. It is a picture-perfect opportunity tonight for your Texas Rangers to get back on track as they return to take on the Nationals. Cal Quantrill going against Jackson Kent, who is making his second career start, gave up 3 runs in 4 innings in his debut. And the Orioles lost last night, which creates a 3-way tie for the final wild card spot. How about crazy, that? Dude. Just when you want to let this team go and say, you know what, I'm done. Just bring on football. You still have, 3 weeks till football? 3.5 weeks till football?
13th of
NFL.
September, yeah.
Yeah, it's a while. We're sitting here on the 17th. We got to go to the 13th. Yeah, we got 3.5 weeks till football. And maybe at that point, these Rangers will have finally kicked the bucket, but they're in this thing. And I think this is like the third or fourth pitcher they've faced over the last week that's barely had any big league experience. Unfortunately, the previous ones haven't gone great. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for the best on that one. It's a nervous day in Austin. Okay, I got a couple of things here for you. Trevor Gooseby left practice yesterday with an apparent knee injury. You also have a nervous day in Los Angeles as the Chargers have lost Tyler Biadasz, a.k.a. Tyler Biotish, Kyle Kennard, and Quentin Johnston to injuries in the first 61 minutes of practice against the 49ers.
Jeez.
Your guy, Duke Manyweather, retweeted that report with the 3-word sentence, abolish joint practices. And I think what we have going on here, guys, is some old school coaches who have found a workaround for the camp cupcake era of the NFL. Did you just get delivered a garment, an LSU garment?
I got 2 of them.
Look at that.
LSU, yeah.
Jerseys?
This was the giveaway that they had for LSU night.
The hoodie thing? Is that a hoodie thing?
Yeah, the hoodie night. I think it's
that looks good.
I think it's So it is. Thank you to I think Jared Sandler hooked this up for me.
Sure did.
So we got a couple of we got a couple of that. So thank you so much. What a nice night. The Rangers give away some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
They're really, really cool stuff. So sorry, Dawson.
No, the LSU gear is there.
Yeah.
Do you guys, okay, so theory would be coaches always want to do more, right? Players figured out in the CBA, hey, let's not be so physical. We want to be fresh. We don't want to get worn out in training camp. They won that. Mm-hmm. Coaches hate it. Coaches found a loophole. Joint practices. Mm-hmm. And it went from sometimes you have one to you always have one. Now we're at 2. If I'm the NFLPA, I think I have a big thing circled for the next collective bargaining agreement, and that's probably to eliminate these joint practices. At the very least, bring it down to just 1. What do you think? This is your starters. Live fire. Old school coaches, they want to hit, they want to play tough, and I get it. And if the Cowboys make it through this unscathed, they might be better prepared to take on opponents once the regular season starts. But you never know what kind of nicks and knacks you can pick up here, or just the fatiguing process. It's a 17-game season, right? We want to have a good start. But if it is a level playing field where you are assured of having these same opportunities to prepare, and you could avoid situations like what's going on with Los Angeles, where after last year where they dealt with the worst offensive line injuries in the sport, they're going to apparently start this year. Biotish couldn't even put any weight on his leg.
Yeah, it's a bad look. Something in the water with the Chargers, dude. They can't get away from it. It's an unfortunate
deal.
They're
working against the 49ers at the power station?
I don't know if they were
but there was a picture next to the Chargers station, and there's electrical lines running right next to it. So it's not quite as bad as San Francisco.
But Chargers got a little something there too.
So I'm nervous. I'm nervous going into this 4 o'clock joint practice, boys. I feel like we're flying too close to the sun, and we've had a great so far, a great training camp in the injury department. That's me knocking on wood over here.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that. I just think football is injury inevitable. And if it didn't happen to Biotish today, it could happen to him tomorrow. It could happen to him. It'll happen to him in week 1. We all remember Sean Lee in a non-contact situation. He goes
Zach
down.
Martin
I remember a couple of years ago, we're at the Star watching a basic, half-a practice, and then there goes Tyron Smith ripping a hamstring off the bone.
Yes.
Right? It's just like...
Just making he doesn't even contact anybody.
The crap like this it happens at all times.
I would say Sean Lee was benefiting nothing at that point in his career, 4 or 5 years in, to be fighting a block in an OTA. Tyron Smith, you know how good he is, right? Get in shape. We'll see you week 1. So if you play like 1,000 snaps in a regular season, it's 1,000 chances to get hurt. Why would you want to add more? Why would you want to add more chances?
I do think you have to, there has to be some level of a ramp up. I don't think you want to walk into week 1 and this is the first time you're colliding at full speed with other incredible athletes.
I'd love to get a test study done with the new CBA and then practicing less, has that increased injuries? Because I don't remember it being as bad growing up as a kid, and they're doing 2-a-days. Like, these are football players you got to practice. I'm totally cool with eliminating preseason games. I kind of think they've become useless. And I wonder if the NFL is now more open to it because of the lack of attendance that we're seeing. I mean, these are like empty-looking stadiums.
Except for Seattle, man.
Seattle showed out.
That was a pretty...
But, hey, when you're the defending Super Bowl champs, maybe you get that bump.
Well, and they're a great fan base.
True.
So, Dawson, let me ask you this one. And I'm asking you because you're gonna fight on this one.
Let's go.
I could give me a first quarter and a second quarter of the second preseason game for my starters. So one half for my starters, or 2 joint practices for my starters.
If everybody's starting, it's ones against ones.
Yeah, ones versus ones. You have to play the first quarter and the second quarter of a preseason game 2.
Yeah,
preferably.
I mean, what Chuck just said, I'd rather it be preseason so we could at least watch it on TV.
But I didn't know.
Well, see, I think if you got rid of that, then we can stream the practice. I mean, maybe the coaches wouldn't like that. But I think that the NFL would still, in some way, want to showcase that, so the joint practices then end up being the preseason.
See, you could have one or the other. You can either have I have to play one half of football to get ready, or I could have 2 joint practices.
You know, baseball decided we're going to make plays at the plate illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Because these catchers are getting too hurt.
Yeah.
You know, there's just not enough of payoff. There's 162 games. And the culture of the sport was, I'm going to block the plate because I'm a man. The culture of football is, we're going to get out here and build up this scar tissue, this mythical idea that if you just wrestle and bang against your teammates for 6 weeks, that now you're going to be immune to injury. I don't think there's any scientific evidence of that happening. So, I mean, you guys bring up a good point that you wouldn't want your team showing up unprepared.
Mm-hmm.
Right, even in a 17-game season, you know, that might be the difference of winning the division or not. So I'm just saying, level this out in the CBA,
and then see an onslaught of week 1 and week 2 injuries.
Why? My guys are fresher. My guys aren't bruised. My guys aren't battling ankles that make him compensate and could impact other joints. Is there evidence of that? That if you're not physically violent for a month and then show up in a week, I would think there's just as much common sense would say you're more prone to getting hurt.
Tyler Biadasz just got injured in a joint practice where it's not even full 100% game level action. Yeah. So why would Tyler Biadasz get hurt today and not in week 1 when it's bad luck? Bullets are flying?
Okay, so my idea would be every time a play starts, dice get thrown. And there's about a 0.001% chance, let's just say that's the number, you're going to get hurt. I want to have as few of those as possible with guys that I'm paying $15 or $20 million a year to play football. I don't want to add any. The dice throw is terrifying to me. You know, and if it comes up snake eyes for you in preseason, now you're getting ready to play a game for what? To be marginally more ready?
I mean, Andy Reid has the most physical training camps allegedly in the NFL these days, and they go the distance all the time.
They went after John Harbaugh the other day for Jackson Dart being out there. They went after him. The Giants
for playing Dart.
For playing Dart. Yeah.
Well, Dart was complaining to the NFL. Like, why every time do I get hit do I end up in the medical tent? Yeah. Like, I understand you want to try and protect against head injuries, but this is football. I'm fine, right? So, like, I do like the NFL protecting these players, but you got to practice. You know, I just don't think – I think we already see football in the first 2 to 4 weeks of the season in the NFL is not as good of a product because they already are not practicing as much. And the injury risk, I just think anytime you step on the football field, even if you're not in pads – something could happen. First day of practice, right, for Carolina, we had a receiver go down for the season.
Brazzle.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks. It's part of the game, but it really sucks.
Okay, 214 says Gavin is becoming soft. I got news for you, 214. I've pretty much been soft from day one. You know, it's just a continuation.
Makes sense.
It's well documented. Softness.
You're thinking like a personnel guy because I'll tell you what, there are times when I wish we weren't playing games.
But you just rather see.
Because I knew that I couldn't replace anybody that got hurt.
Yeah.
Especially with the
close
Cowboys.
Enough right now.
I knew it.
If the injuries were to happen, you just rather be in a regular season game.
And I know coaches, they you know, as soon as one thing is done, they're like, what else can we do to get ready? They're coaching for jobs.
Mm-hmm.
and they know how important it is to have this thing ready to go. So I would just even it out so you can worry about that once week 1 hits. We're going to step aside, come back with this drawing. Which fan host is going to throw out the first pitch coming up on the 31st? We'll find that out. We'll get to the G-Bag of the Day champ and the top 10 as well coming up next year on The Fan.
Tolo.
you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, we're going to get this drawing underway momentarily. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
Yeah. Just in case I win, I'm willing to barter and trade. I am willing to barter and trade.
That's duly noted.
Yeah.
You don't want to rip it?
I mean, just like you, how you described it. That'd be cool, but it's not on my bucket list of things. But to be that receiver that has that number that the sought-after player wants.
Yeah. Price just went up, baby.
Give me, huh?
Wheeling and dealing. All right, our winner and champ going for 3 today is A.R. Broadus. He was at the Magic Johnson HIV announcement press conference, and he was just looking for a seat.
First of all, let me say
excuse me. Sorry, pardon me. I heard Jack Nicholson was going to be here. Is he here?
Because of the HIV virus that I have attained,
I can't believe he's just telling everybody, that he's got the AIDS.
I just want to make clear, first of all, that I do not have the AIDS disease. Because I know.
Oh, I don't know. It's not what AC Green told me. Oh, yeah.
HIV virus.
Said it's full-blown. Full-blown AIDS.
My wife is fine. She's negative.
Oh, so she's the only one who Magic wasn't sleeping with. Interesting.
I plan on going on, living for a long time.
Well, he got out just in time, too. This is about to be Drazen Petrovic's league.
Around. I plan on being with the Lakers in the league. Hopefully David will have me. I guess now I get to enjoy some of the other sides of living.
No, I don't know.
The season and
I kind of feel like he was enjoying life too much.
Practicing.
Am I wrong here? Seriously.
I don't think you're wrong, man. I think you're wrong.
Seriously. He had a hell of a run.
Salute to Bobby. It's a great bit.
Bobby's got a great bit.
Once again, the G-Bag of the Day champion as we're live here at the ballpark. Tomorrow is All for Texas Football Jersey Day, presented by Quick Trip. First 10,000 fans will get one. Of course, it'll be Dollar Hot Dog Night as well. As the KNC Masterpiece joins us now here to commence the drawing. Hagee, you got me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up, y'all?
Woo! Hey, buddy. Is Majors in there as well?
Yeah, we are here, guys.
He is nervous. He's been practicing his pitching motion.
And you cut the sleeves off your shirt, bro?
No. I'll do that later, though.
You should Hulk rip it down the middle.
What's your deal?
I don't know, man. I'm too excited right now. I'm actually I am very nervous.
Now, everybody knows if you get your name pulled out, that means you're out, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you don't want to get your name pulled if you're Dawson and Corey right now.
Yeah, just making sure, because Corey was like, man, if I get my name pulled, I'm going to go crazy. And I was like, that means you're out.
Yeah, and so if I do get my name pulled out, I will cuss on air. Lucius, are you going to allow that or no? And then I'll just leave. Yeah, I'm out of here.
All right, so how's this going? Is Tim in the studio
Tim
with you?
Collins is in the studio. He's holding the box, and it's got all the names in it. And Kevin,
what's in the box?
Yeah, I think the names.
Paltrow's head.
It is the names. Kevin, are you going first?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Kevin is now drawing.
Person eliminated.
You got to get a good rummage.
Okay.
And I will hold it up to the camera, or he can go. We hold it up to the camera so we can. You're kidding me.
Gavin Dawson. I'm so sorry.
Well, I knew I had a feeling.
First person.
It's because of that take you just had.
It's the Rangers, man.
That was a brilliant take. We'll pick this fight up a little bit later on, Kevin and Corey, if you want to weigh in on joint practice number 2
I'm very
as a
sorry
workaround.
about that.
We agreed in the CBA to limit these kinds of moments to protect the players, and I think Shoddy's trampling all over it. But who's name number 2?
All right, name number 2, get a good rummage, and Tim's just been shaking it like crazy.
Oh. Yeah, he does that.
Yeah. Eric Chiafalo.
Oh, why is our show dropping like flies?
It's ridiculous. Eliminating y'all's show as quickly as we possibly can here.
This feels kind of controversial,
One of
does
the
it not?
least
The way
toxic
this is
shows on
playing
the
out.
station.
Oh, man.
So I haven't seen Chief this excited in weeks.
I guarantee you I have something to do with this. I hate those SOBs on that afternoon show, especially Broadus.
Yeah, Sean's worried about the ratings that might result in
If one of us could throw out the first pitch, we might have a bonanza. Think about that.
Oh, he's already trying to figure out how to get on TV twice, like get the replay done so they play it later in the show. Yeah, for sure.
Smart.
Oh, Sean.
All right, Alec is now drawing the third name.
Go to the corner here.
All right.
And it will be Bobby Belt.
The hoodie.
The hoodie.
He's celebrating
That's
right
another
now.
Ranger fist bump.
That's a big win for us.
The Rangers are listening. Going, yes.
Okay.
Tim's still shaking that thing
He's
in there.
shaking the. I don't even know why he keeps shaking it so much.
He put a little label that says the fan on there and everything.
Evan
this
is now
official.
drawing name number 4.
Oh, yeah. Hey, will you show off your box, Tim? Whoa. The camera?
He said no.
He said no. The next name that is out, Peyton Russell is out.
Yes.
Peyton Russell.
What the hell's going on here?
Out.
I was kind of pulling.
Is that Medford celebrating?
Yes, it is.
I screamed a little bit too loud. I'm sorry.
He sends me a picture of Ed Werder almost every week. So
it's a D pick.
Yeah, because no, it's not a D pick.
Hey, congrats on the sex, Peyton.
Major's still in this. You feeling good, brother?
No, not at all. Because I don't want to be the one that draws.
He's going to draw his own name.
Yeah. So here we go. I'm going to draw this one. This one is Alec Medford.
Hey, I still have life because Sean Sharif said if he wins, he's passing it to me.
Okay.
I didn't say anything like that, Medford.
I think Medford would put on a good show.
I'd consider it Medford.
I've been impressed with him ever since he slammed that egg on top of Brian's
Yeah, he's got some
head.
athleticism.
I'll go out there
yeah.
shirtless.
He might look the best to represent the station.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
At least like in a tank
baby.
top.
All right, we are drawing the next name. It is
Oh no,
Corey Majors.
Corey.
I'm sorry,
How
buddy.
you feeling, Corey?
I don't think I like that one.
Hey, Corey, I'd like to go on record to say I am not giving you my opportunity to win.
Corey, I still said I would back you up, man.
Dang.
He took his headset off like it was me talking about the Raiders.
If the price is right, bro.
That's right, Corey. Maybe you could still catch.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
not much of a catcher.
Maybe
Oh, my goodness.
I'll get back there.
Nowadays,
Janko catch a ball for you.
All right. Next up, Fred Davis. Fred Davis
We're
is
still in this thing, boys.
out.
watch Blake win this.
That would be hilarious.
That would be so
He wouldn't
funny.
show up.
Lucius is in. I'm
At
in.
least on time.
Blake will be late, forget his phone, forget his
man, I
ticket.
can see that.
He'll forget his game ticket.
Wear an
Still in
Astros
there.
jersey.
All right.
Yeah, Fred would have to hide his Astros tattoo.
Oh, forgot about that.
Sorry, Lucius.
I
Lucius
just
is now
wrote his name down.
been eliminated.
Son of a bitch. I was ready to wheel and deal,
I
bro.
know. We all have our ideas here. Things that we want to accomplish.
I wanted some courtside seats. You know,
Lucius,
50-yard line, field passes.
Yeah.
Lucius, play that drop if I lose, please. Just play that
People
drop.
that Broadus is alive. Wolchuk is alive.
Chief's alive, right?
Hagee.
No, I'm out.
Oh, you're out?
baby.
You're out? Okay.
Choppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Choppy's in.
I'm alive.
And Sean?
Sean?
I just lost the game.
Yeah.
But you're alive, dude.
Yeah, but your business
You're alive
plan
in
just
life,
went down the
not
drain.
in this.
That's
Yeah.
right. Live.
Sorry.
Coming up 5-4.
God willing and the creek don't rise.
That's right, baby.
All right. The next name eliminated is Zach Wolchuk.
Oh, the relief.
Unbelievable.
The color's back in his face.
You know
He's
what's wild
panicking.
too is we have the least amount of people on the out of all the shows.
That's right.
So
We're at a disadvantage.
We don't have. Yeah, we were
I'm
already
the most amount of people.
knocked
I
out.
kind of feel like I made the final. I made the final four.
Yeah, you did.
You did. You made
Wanted
the
it
final
to-
four.
I'm like Kentucky or Duke or one of these. I made the final four.
Hope you don't choke away a lead.
Definitely Kentucky.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
about to lose. I'm about to lose here in the
Next
regional
one.
final. Yeah.
Contest was rigged. It's Sean Sharif. Sean Sharif is out. I'm
Hagee,
sorry,
Brian.
Alec.
We've Hagee, Brian, and Chop.
So
And
Kevin
Chop,
and Corey hate me. Good to know.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I do remember the boss saying, "I kind of want it to be choppy." So this is wild that
I kind of want it to be Kevin.
he's like,
He rigged it.
I
Yeah.
think that'd be amazing.
All right,
This
here
would
we
be
go.
fun.
I'm not going to wear shorts.
All right. Oh, my God. R.J. Choppy has been eliminated.
It's down to me and Heggie.
See you later. Listen, Hagee.
Happening right now.
Crazy.
Man, I really want to watch Hagee do this.
This is crazy.
This is hilarious.
Wild.
We'll be doing this from the Bailey and Gallion suite, too.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be
Heggie,
glorious.
Heggie, what's your thought about this whole thing, by the way?
He's going to wear a Tellez jersey.
You're
I
not
would like to
interested, right?
win and have RJ and Corey do an arm wrestling contest to determine who
All
gets
right.
to throw out the first pitch.
Yeah.
In a leotard.
Oh, I mean, I
Good luck, Aggie.
can call the shots on this
I
one.
will men's tee up before that arm wrestling contest. Alec is now about to draw what just essentially is the last name, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, Alec, don't screw us over here.
And then there were two.
Brian Broaddus has been eliminated.
No!
You're kidding me!
There goes Dawson's golden ticket.
Texas A&M won something. Can you believe it, guys?
The KNC masterpiece just keeps winning.
It's what we do.
Good. Congratulations,
Congratulations,
Heggie.
Kevin.
I'd like to thank everybody, especially on the heels of winning Employee of the Month. It's really been a streak for me. So now here's the question for you G-Bag gentlemen.
This is crazy.
Yeah, baby.
This is a lifelong dream for Corey, and I feel like I would be betraying him if I didn't give it to him. But
Oh, I was going to give it to Dawson, so don't feel bad.
is this a
that's why I
is
yelled
this
no.
a free situation? Do I need to negotiate, or would you like to see the arm wrestling contest of the century, much like Sylvester Stallone needed to do to get his son back, and have RJ and Corey go head to head for this?
They hate the morning show.
Make them battle it out,
For
man.
the content?
Make
I
them
would
earn this thing.
The content, I think it'd be glorious.
The content
Heggie, I
is
honestly
there.
think you should throw out the first pitch.
Or just demand an endorsement,
Heggie,
Kevin.
just go out there and throw the first pitch.
Throw heat.
Just go out there and launch it.
Yeah, if it would give me an endorsement, I might. A lot to consider here.
We can figure something out.
I'd probably leave it up to Corey if I was you. I mean, you guys have been lifelong best friends. And all
Yeah,
that.
you probably got to do the right thing.
Corey,
Yeah, it's your
how
buddy. Take care of your
confident
bro.
are you that you could defeat RJ Choppy in an arm wrestling
He's got
contest?
shorter arms than me, but
He'll
he's
cheat.
yeah, he'll figure out a way to
Oh.
cheat, or say,
Sean will hit you in the back,
or he'll come up with some way that he like, oh, I didn't actually lose. You know, he'll come up with some way that happened. So I'm pretty confident, but I mean, it's up to you. It's your golden ticket there, buddy.
Walchuk said he would be your practice dummy, and he'll do some arm wrestling practice with you.
I did ask my sons last week. I said, "Hey, let's arm wrestle real quick," and then I quickly defeated all of them. So, but
Thanks.
they're all younger than me.
A lot of people are saying, let the games commence. Somebody said, Jesus took the wheel for me. I kind of like that a little bit. I just feel like it would be amazing content to put these two through
It
arm
would.
wrestling or something.
Yeah, just make him do it and then give it to Corey anyway, even if he loses.
That is a great idea.
Play by me.
Be like, hey, congratulations, RJ, you won. I'm giving it to Corey. All right, you know what? That's a great idea. Whoever I think tries the hardest in these competitions.
Hopefully it's the Rangers tonight.
It will be up to my sole discretion. Who is the
Attitude and
winner
effort. When does Choppy come back?
of these Who knows?
Okay.
That's right. Choppy, if you want to claim this prize, you need to be here in the next 3 days.
Appreciate you guys, man. Congrats, Hagee. Have a great afternoon. Corey, best of luck. Sounds like one way or another you're going to be throwing out this first pitch. How's that make you feel?
I would love to represent the station, gun one right down the middle, and then do the Mike Bassick fake like it got hit out of the ballpark and whip my neck around and watch it go.
Oh, and put your hand on your head?
We've been practicing that today in the studio.
Can you believe it's gone?
Yeah. Well, love you guys. Have a great afternoon. Catch up tomorrow in Crosstalk. And again, congrats.
Go
man.
make history, Corey.
Sorry, Dawson.
Man, I was so close.
Yeah, you were.
Brian told me as I walked up, if I win this thing, I'm giving it to you.
I automatically was just going to just give it right to you.
And I was like, holy crap, this is actually going to happen. But it didn't. So look forward to Corey Majors throwing out this first pitch. I'm sure he's going to do a hell of a job. I was going to do the bulletproof vest like George
with
W.
the starter jacket, too.
Yeah,
I think.
and capture that whole look and then just try to groove that thing. I guess I can stop throwing fastballs up against the side of my house.
Sure.
But I was having fun. All righty, we'll come back and get you the Rangers Player Show with a guy who's quite well-versed in throwing out first and many pitches here at the Globe. It's the hometown hero, Cody Bradford, with you next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But first.
Oh, it's okay. He does my
turned
mic.
off. Thank you, Lucius, and congratulations. Hey, there's John Blake. How you doing, John?
JB!
Good to see you. Familiar face around.
That's a real Hall of Famer right there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the man.
Not this Von Miller crap.
Is he doing tour guides?
He is. Could you imagine coming here and having John Blake give you your tour?
Man, that is so cool. You learn something great on those tours. And as I was walking up today, I saw a gal, taking this group through and talking about the 2023 World Series. I just kind of pulled up and listened to her. She was sprinkling all kinds of great nuggets. It's a good deal. And it is time now for the Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Here he is. He's back. 3 starts in. ERA under 3 out of Baylor University by way of Aledo, Texas. It's Cody Bradford here in the nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Man, it's good to chat with you again. How you feeling up there? Everything back to how it was?
It's pretty close. We're still working on some kinks here and there and, some mechanical changes. But, man, it's great to be back in a big league uniform and pitching for my hometown team, the Texas Rangers. And, we're right in the thick of a playoff race, so it's perfect timing.
Well, it's a blast seeing you back out there, man. We've missed you. You're one of our favorites. You know that. Aledo, Bearcat proud. But what was this process like to get back to the bump? I know the behind-the-scenes stuff the fans don't get to see. I assume there were some highs and lows there.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a mix of, just kind of recovering from the medical side of, an elbow surgery. And then as you're coming back through a rehab progression, trying to get the performance kind of up to the standard that, not only that I want it at, but the team wants it at, and the team needs to see it at to perform. So you're right, man. There were a lot of highs and lows. I won't discount that, and it was definitely tough. But I think having some teammates and having a lot of guys here at the Rangers that have been through that definitely helped out.
We just had this drawing on the radio station for which fan host was going to throw out the opening pitch on the game coming up the 31st. And I imagine whoever won that was going to have a lot of anxiety. Was there anxiety for you coming back after that much time off? Does that ever really go away?
Not really. I don't know if anxiety is the right word, but I think before any start, I mean, even when you're healthy and you're pitching every year, or pitching every week, you still have butterflies before the start because, your preparation leading up to that, the way you want to attack the opposing lineup, kind of all these things weighing on the table in your body and your mind are just ready to go out there and execute. And so, it was definitely that feeling. There's definitely, there was more, I would say, excitement and emotions from friends and family, kind of external pressure to perform kind of on the first one back. But, to me, it honestly doesn't feel much different than pitching in the minor leagues. Like even in the rehab starts when I was coming up, like I'm doing scouting reports against AA hitters because it's what I do. And it's a small advantage that I can have over the other team. And like I'm preparing the same way I prepare for a big league start, no matter where I'm pitching. And so the preparation and the mental aspect, kind of the emotions from my end that go into each start, it's the same no matter where I'm pitching. And so I feel like getting that out of the way with some of the rehab starts in the minor leagues, that's what that's for, is to get you performing at your best.
Do you enjoy that process of preparing, learning the other team as much as you can? Or is that just a grinder thing you do? Yeah, you like it?
No, I love it. I love advanced scouting.
Now, is it different? I don't think you're going to pitch against the Nationals, but is it different when it's interleague, having to learn these guys? Maybe you haven't seen them in a long time or the first time you've seen them in a while?
I think so. Interleague, you've already faced them a couple times, or you're going to face them multiple times the rest of the year. And in this case, we're at the end of the year. And so I think we only play LA one more time this year. And I'm not sure if we play the Athletics again, but there's definitely an aspect of, hey, I kind of don't want to show them everything the first time out. And you kind of want to save some stuff or, change the way you pitch to them. Maybe the next go around, but only if they've made an adjustment. If the other team hasn't made adjustments, then you're just going to keep going at them the same way.
It's Cody Bradford here with you on your home of the Rangers pregame 6:30 tonight. How tough was it last week in the clubhouse with the way that the Angels and the A series went? Did that take the wind out of your sails a little bit?
Man, I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't fun. It wasn't a fun road trip. I think winning is always fun, no matter where you're at. And I don't think we played up to the abilities of our team. And I think a lot of us were frustrated with last week and the way we performed, and want to improve moving forward.
Where's the line of like living in that frustration and maybe trying to be motivated from it, and then trying to take it all in stride, being a long season?
Man, the line between frustration, letting it affect your performance, or just kind of turning the page and saying, hey, it's baseball, it's a long season. I think you kind of have to look at, what the situation is. If it's something that, from a player side, maybe we're not preparing well, or we're preparing inadequately for the games, which I haven't seen anybody doing, that's one thing. But if it's something where we're just going out and we're getting beat, or kind of those baseball-y plays, then I think that's kind of when you trust that it's a long season and those things are going to work themselves out. But obviously adjustments need to be made for sure.
Cody, when you're in the middle of a pennant race, are you conscious of what's going on with other teams, or is it just you have so much work just to worry about yourself and what you guys are doing? Do you ever kind of focus or take a peek and see what other teams are doing around you, ahead of you, when you're in one of these races?
I think as a team as a whole, no. I think we can only, worry about the things that we can control, and that's, our effort and our performance. So I feel like from the outside, it's kind of just a distraction. But I mean, personally, I'm checking box scores from other teams, just seeing how they're doing. And,
sure,
at least in the AL West, it's still wide open. The Astros are only 2 games up, and all that takes is literally 2 games we win, 2 games they lose, and we're in first place in the West. And so absolutely, we're still right there.
Who's the player or two in the clubhouse after a stretch like that is sort of the vocal rally the troops kind of guys?
I think Nicky Lopez is a great clubhouse guy. He's a great kind of glue for this team. I'd put Jake Berger in there. I'd put Wyatt in there. Definitely from a pitching side, like Nathan Eovaldi, DeGrom. Some of those guys are super vocal, and I would say Corey might not be the most vocal, but the way he goes about his business is definitely from a leader's perspective.
Go ahead. Okay. How important are those rehab starts for you, Cody? I think we've seen some guys are just skipping rehab assignments. They don't want to waste pitches coming back. But for you, out for so long, what was that process? What were you trying to work on to get back to the bigs?
Yeah, they were super important. Especially like you said, I was out for 2 years, so I think there's a lot that my body, my mind need to just get acclimated to the speed of baseball again, but then also be able to execute my pitches. And that was a big thing for me coming back in rehab. I think the first week it was kind of just about being out there. It didn't go so well. And then each week after that, we kind of set a goal, and it was like, hey, we want a certain percentage of our fastballs to be, or for a certain percentage of my fastballs to be a strike. The next week it was, all right, change-ups and curveballs off speed. And then, towards the end, it was like, all right, now let's expand the zone with 2 strikes. We're getting up on a lot of people. Let's start punching more people out, expand the zone, and get swing and miss. And kind of just checking those boxes, trying to turn up, I would say, the competitive meter is as high as we can go and still execute.
You mentioned family pressure. What's that look like? Is that dad coaching you up? Is that people asking for tickets for your return? What goes into that?
Not maybe not pressure, but just the excitement from growing up in Aledo. Obviously, my parents still live out there, my grandparents, and still have a lot of family in the DFW area. My in-laws are from Houston, and so anytime I pitch at home, there's a lot of people that want to be there to support the Texas Rangers and come out and see a game. So it's really exciting to have so much family around, but I want to perform really well, and meet their expectations.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's more just pressure on myself. Yeah.
Right on, dude. Well, congrats on making it back, and it's great to have you. So best of luck. I guess you'll be pitching again this weekend against the White Sox? Is that your next one?
I think that's the plan. I think so.
Okay. Well, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much.
Cheers. There he goes. Cody Bradford, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. I think that's probably the fourth or fifth time we've talked to him. I love every conversation we have with Cody Bradford, the hometown hero out there in Lido. Everybody's proud of him.
Sweet guy.
We've had some conversations where he gets really technical.
Yeah.
We asked him a question one time, and I mean, he went into some like baseball nerdy stuff where you're going, okay, I probably shouldn't have asked that question.
Yeah.
And
we found
not
out.
in a way of prying, but it just like the way you explained it, you're like going, damn, okay.
I love when the players go deep like that, and this time we learned he's a grinder, he's a prep monster, so he probably has that stuff running around in his head constantly. Vach Lombardi has football in his head constantly, Cowboys football. They're an hour and 3 minutes from the start of joint practice against the Saints, and Vach will join us next here on The Fan.
3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Rangers lefty Cody Bradford, who just joined us. It was a marvelous conversation, and we're at the Yard. Pre-game coming up at 6:30. First pitch 7:05 as they host the Nationals. If you're coming by, join us in the Comerica backyard out here, center field, suite level. And joining us now here on The Fan, live from California, side of today's Cowboys-Saints joint practice, is Brian's coworker over there on Crown Global Media, the famous Cowboys YouTuber, Vach Lombardi, here with you on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's happening, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening right now? I appreciate y'all for having me. Salute.
It's great to have you. It's great to talk football with you. Salute to you, sir. Now, what was your takeaway from the Von Miller presser that happened last hour?
Hey, man, I don't know if y'all knew this, but Von Miller's from Dallas, and he really wanted to be a Cowboy.
What? Vach, no way.
Listen, man. Back in the day, I was raised by men, and a lot of men in my family gave me the same advice. They told me to like who like you. You know what I'm saying? If you going out there chasing women that you like, but they may not let you back, you might not get good returns. You know what I'm saying? But you need to go find somebody who like you, and they're going to take care of you. They're going to give you everything they got. They're going to clean your house and cook you warm food every single day. Von Miller wanted to be a Cowboy real bad. So shouts out to the Cowboys, who won now.
Man, I needed
also,
that advice.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Also, one more thing. Hunter Licky is in the middle of a jersey number dispute. But for no reason at all. I just wanted to Google how much money Hunter Licky made. He's on a 2-year, $7 million deal, 3.5 a year. He better give up that number and take that chicken, man, because that money ain't gonna last forever. You feel me?
Yeah, I mean, what do you get for a number like that? Is that $20,000? About?
I don't know how much, but I want that lifetime chicken. Vaughn was saying. See, going the whole rest of your life not never having to buy chicken anymore. That's the real flex, brother.
Yeah, that is. Now, what do you think of Vaughn as a player? How much does he add to this pass rush?
Shouts out to my man Brian Broaders, man. He been on Twitter fighting all day, man. But shouts out to him. Brian did the work, and as long as you did the work, you can come out here and say whatever you want to say. But I am partially on Brian's side. If this has anything to do with the top of the depth chart, then it would be nonsense. But I think Brian feels that way because that's normally what the Cowboys try to do. The Cowboys will try to find some older dude past their prime, and they'll wait last minute to do it, week 4, and then they realize pass rush needs some help. And then they're like, all right, Jadeveon Clowney, come tap in and take some snaps and save us a little bit. You know what I mean? So if that's what they're doing with Vaughn, I'd be mad too. But I don't think that's what they're doing. Doing a little bit of research. Last year, the Cowboys carried 6 edges, and the year before, they carried 5. Okay, so we all know who the big 4 is this year. So now you just got to ask yourself, well, is Von Miller better than Sam Williams? Is he better than Maris? Is he better than Isaiah Land and Tyrus Wheat and those guys? I would say that probably more than likely, yeah. And I'm with Brian on the side of, as long as James Houston isn't losing snaps, as long as, Donovan Ezeraku isn't, but I don't think those guys are. But look, Von Miller produced. He's had more sacks last year than any guy on this team right now has had. And even if you take away Von Miller's like phony sacks, like the effort sacks or the right tackle fell down and I got a sack, that'll leave Von Miller with 5 sacks. And that's still more than most of the sacks that some of these guys on the roster have right now. So it's a dub for us.
Vach, when you look back at what you saw from the preseason game and you're heading into the joint practice today, what are you hoping to see, and specifically with that running back 2 battle? I mean, Malik Davis just won't go away, man. I feel like he looked the best out of anybody in that depth chart on Saturday night.
Well, as far as the joint goes versus the Saints today, it's all about can you step up and block. You know what I mean? It's how many jobs can you get right? We're not going to know who these guys are as runners until we play the Cardinals Saturday. But today, can you step up and do some of the dirty work stuff? They're going to be team drills where they punting and returning and all that. Hey, can you catch a punt and not drop it and put your, put the Cowboys defense on the 1-yard line? Like, can you do things like that? Like that's what the Cowboys are looking for today. I think some guys are dealing with injuries. That's unfortunate. Some dudes can't be getting hurt when you're in the middle of these, fights like this. But, Malik Davis is just continuously proving himself to be the number 2 guy. Now, this is the part that's interesting. I think that, you build these rooms, certain rooms like the running back room, tight end room, wide receiver room. You don't want the same kind of guy. You want to limit the redundancies, right? So if Malik Davis emerges as running back 2, I don't think that just automatically means Jadon Blue gets dropped down to running back 3 because they're the same kind of guy. I think Phil Moffitt has a better chance of hanging in there because he's a totally different dude than Malik Davis or Jadon Blue. So these guys that are kind of different, they got to separate themselves from the dudes that are in that same group as them. The unfortunate part for Jadon Blue is that the dude that's just like you just happens to be the second best guy in the room right now.
Vach, I know you love the big boys, man. Did anybody, from a depth standpoint on the offensive line, impress you in the Seahawks game?
Hell no, but that's why we're doing preseason stuff, trying to figure this all out, man. If you were, but I was at practice yesterday, and what's happening now is that they took Nate Thomas, who was the left tackle for the game, and then they took Drew Shelton, the right tackle, the rookie, and now they're changing sides for those guys. Now, if my last name was Schottenheimer or Jones or whoever it is that's in charge of that decision, I would have done that in the game. I would have put Nate at left tackle in the first half, and I'd have moved him to the right side in the second half. Just so you can see, because if you're a swing tackle, you have to be able to drop everything and play either side at the drop of a dime. But I think what's going to happen with the Cowboys is that they're going to go back up left side dude, back up right side dude, which is cool. I just happen to not trust either one of them. This would be a fantastic time to have Chuma Edoga or one of these other guys, Ty and Seki, but you ain't got a whole bunch of those dudes in the league right now. So they're going to have to figure this out. I really think that if anything happens to 60, I think 73 will move over, and then they'll just put TJ Bass out there because right now tackle's not all that. It doesn't give you a whole bunch of confidence seeing those guys play. But we got a long preseason process, so we'll see.
Vach, you and I have had some conversations before about Turpin, and I brought it up with my guys yesterday on the radio here. Is he guaranteed a roster spot, being that the situation with Brown and Mingo and others? Kind of like walk people through maybe some of the conversations that you and I have had about that, and your feeling about is Turpin a guaranteed a roster spot with the emergences of some of the other wide receivers on this roster?
I just want to put everybody in this time machine real fast, right? If you go back and think about Devin Hester, a lot of people didn't know Devin Hester played corner. A lot of people didn't know that because nobody cared because he was so fantastic as a return guy. And then you later on saw Devin Hester as a wide receiver, but nobody cared because he was fantastic as a return guy. Cordero Patterson's another guy who was once upon a time a wide receiver, and then he moved around as a running back, but once again, nobody cares because he was a fantastic return guy. Now, if you move a little bit forward in your damn time machine, Kevontae Turpin, once upon a time, was a phenomenal return guy. But that was 3 years ago at this point? So now we're at the point to where we're tapping our feet and waiting for Turpin to be that guy as a return man. So here's my stance on this, and I had to set it up real long like this. If Turpin is not going to give you plus value as a return man, I need him to do something different as a wide receiver. Now, he does do different things as a wide receiver. He does run fast, but he doesn't do all the things as a wide receiver. If you take away Turpin's return tag and maybe the money that he's making, and you just judge him as a wide receiver and put him versus Camden Brown and then put him versus Jonathan Mingo, I don't think that he'll walk out winning that competition with those three guys. He has something that those guys don't have, long speed. But I just want everybody to just think about this for a second. If you were to lose one of your big guys, knock on wood, how would Turpin be involved in that conversation? You probably wouldn't. You'll just throw the ball more to Pickens, or you'll just throw the ball more to your tight end or something. I think no matter what happens with the top of the wide receiver depth chart, Turpin's going to get the same kind of targets and the same kind of opportunities every single game. The jet sweep every now and then, the reverse gadgety stuff every now and then, and there may be some deep crossing route that he gets. But that's the extent of Turpin's job. If something happens to your wide receivers, do you want Turpin to step in and play a wide receiver? I don't think you want Turpin to play wide receiver. I think you would much rather trust Mingo to come play wide receiver. You would much rather trust, I need one more game from Camden Brown. I just don't want to just say that he's just locked in right now. But based on what I've seen from him, I would trust him a lot more as a wide receiver than I would Turpin. So, people may say, yeah, but Vosh, what about the return game? Hey, man, if I can get similar return from Jadon Blue, because we're trying to find something for him to do, if I can get similar return from whoever, Jordan Hudson, Flo, whoever, then it'll be comparable because because Turpin's not this dynamic Devin Hester type return guy anymore. You feel me? So if it's just wide receiver talk, it looks funny. But my last name ain't Jones and my last name ain't Schottenheimer. So if I had to assume Turpin would be a part of this thing somehow. But I will say, I don't think Turpin's wide receiver 4 anymore just because. I think he's closer to wide receiver at the bottom of however many wide receivers they carry. If it's 5, he's wide receiver 5 now. But it'll be interesting to see this season if he's not the return guy that he once was, what that situation looks like next year.
Facci, the safety position, it seems like everybody you talk to wants to carry like 6 of these guys. And the way, that you work on the numbers every single day and work on the roster building and, the conversations we have again, that seems like that's pretty far-fetched for them to have to carry 6 wide receivers, 6 safeties. But it seems like that's what everybody's trying to argue for right now.
Hey, man, Cowboy fans, we're used to living in lack. We've been eating ramen noodles and Hot Pockets our whole life. We're not used to no good luxury stuff, you know what I mean? So when we get Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell, we're advocating for these guys. Please, can we just not cut Wanye Thomas? Please, can we not cut Perrion Winfrey? Can we not cut these guys? But I think the better your roster gets, inevitably, we have to be comfortable cutting dudes like that we like a little bit, right? For example, Tommy Dunn, he's a rookie, undrafted player from Kansas this year. He's been playing his ass off. Shouts out to Tommy Dunn. But here's the problem. Quentin Williams play on your damn football team. Kenny Clark play on your football team. Tito Abanya, Jonathan Bullard play on your football team. L.T. Overton got drafted in the 4th round, so he's locked in. You're going to have to let go of somebody that you like. So here we are with the safety room. We've been living in lack, Brian Brothers. We're not used to having a room full of safeties that we like. You got four safeties that's locked in right now. Brian don't like one of them. He would say 3, but just as of how the Cowboys are built, they got 4 safeties that's locked in. Let's say that they carry 5. It's either going to be Elijah Clark or Julian Wood getting cut. I think Marquise Bell done lost his job already. We just wait to see what that looks like. But we as Cowboy fans have to be confident now to go, hey, man, Elijah Clark, love you to pieces, boy, but we cannot carry 6 safeties. We got to carry extra pass rushers because Von Miller's here now. We can't carry 6 safeties because we got to go heavy on the offensive line because we're uncertain there. You know what I mean? So we just got to be confident cutting those guys.
It's Voch Lombardi here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Joint practice against the Saints starts at 4 o'clock here local time. What do you think is Camden Brown's ceiling as a pro, like some of his athletic limitations? How much does that factor in with what you project on him?
Oh, man, let's not be unfair. He had a preseason game. I don't want to come out here and say he the next coming to George Pickens or anything like that. But I will say, like, one thing I can comfortably, like, say right now, right, is the Cowboys do have this little knack of finding the late round guy, the undrafted guy, and kind of holding on to those dudes, and one of those dudes kind of emerging later on. The Cowboys have done that a few times. If he takes the same path that Flo takes, because you wouldn't look at, Flo and say, okay, we got to pay Flo when it's time. Nah, man, Flo going to go to Jacksonville or something. We're going to say thank you for your service, and we'll just move the next guy up, But this also comes in that same conversation we just had, right? We have to be comfortable with the idea that Camden Brown might not make this football team. You got CeeDee Lamb, you got Pickens, you got Flo. Turpin is your return, man, and we talking about that or whatever, right? We have to be comfortable with the idea that, hey, man, we got nuclear missiles at wide receiver, bro. This ain't the old days to where you knew that you had CD, but Jalen Brooks also can make the team, or Semi Fehoko can make the team. He's just wide receiver 4 now, or Jalen Tolbert and Mingo. Like, this ain't that same thing anymore. You got guys where the first 4 wide receiver spots on your team right now, they're taken, and they may only carry 5. So if Jonathan Mingo, who's a bigger body dude, by the way, if he shows more value as a blocker, as a tackler on punt team or something like that, you may have to do something tricky like, oh, no, Camden Brown, your pinky finger broke, you on IR for the rest of the season. Like there may be some move you could do with that. But if that's not the move you make, you just got to be cool with the idea that Camden Brown might not make that team. But as Cowboy fans, we have to confidently say, hey, man, move on from him, dog. We have a new luxury of wide receiver now. We don't have to live in this world where we're just counting on the undrafted dudes to just start and be great for us.
What are you hoping to see here in 45 minutes against the Saints?
Hey, man, I am bona fide O-line guy, so I'm going to find Tyler Guyton. he's either going to be going up against Carl Granderson or Chase Young, hopefully both. And I'm going to see what Tyler Guyton looks like versus competent competition. Versus the Rams, he played against Josiah Stewart, in which he's a cool player as well. But I want to see what Tyler Guyton looks like versus multiple types of guys. So we'll see what that looks like. The Saints actually got a good set of rushers. So even in the second and third team, hey, what does Drew Sheldon look like on the left side? Does he get a bit of a boost there? We'll definitely see what that looks like. If Terrence Steele is going to give us the same kind of day that he gave us last time, then that'll be an even bigger problem, and we're definitely going to have a conversation about it, But hey, man, O-line, D-line, man, you know where I'm at. And if I accidentally see some wide receiver stuff, then I'll be like, hey, I saw some wide receiver stuff by accident. But I'm locked in on the O-line and D-line because that's what everybody cares about.
We'll be watching on Twitter. We're liking and subbing on YouTube. The great Vach Lombardi, thanks again for joining us here in the Nation.
Hey, man, appreciate y'all. Vach Lombardi on all platforms and Crown Global Media with your very own Brian Broadus. Turn it on, leave it on. You feel me? Peace.
Shoot, yeah. There he goes. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at the backyard here at the Globe, where the Rangers are going to host the Nationals. A must-win series here with the pregame coming up at 6:30. The first pitch, 7:05. It's True Brand Washington Senators night tonight. That's a theme night, so you had to have tickets for that already. But there's like a retro throwback hat for Washington Senators. That's pretty cool.
That's sick. That's where they came from in 1971.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
Used to go out to the old ballpark, the old Arlington Stadium. Had like Ted Williams autograph, like 5 of them, and I can't find any of them.
You still got those bleacher marks burned into the back of your hind parts.
Man, it was a scorcher in that place.
Checking out his hind.
You guys like those Glizzy hats?
Yeah, I do.
They're sweet. They're doing it again tomorrow.
Oh,
the OG Glizzy hat.
Ooh, that's
is back
awesome.
tomorrow. That's a theme night.
Yeah.
I think you have to get.
I want to steal them every time I see them.
Yeah. Yeah, and those are great hats. All righty, we're coming back with the C-Note. Von Miller has spoken, and we'll give you highlights from his presser and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. Texas Rangers baseball tonight. They're going to host the Nationals with the pregame at 6:30. Rangers shoe charms coming up on the 31st. That's the day that Kevin Hagelin, I believe, or Corey Majors is going to throw out the first pitch. They won the drawing last hour here on The Fan. So some extra giveaways, always appreciated. And I guess the shoe charms, are those the things that go into the Crocs? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yes, sir.
Never heard about these shoe charms.
Pretty cool.
Pokemon Go Day is coming up on Saturday against the Angels. It includes a co-branded Pokemon Texas Rangers cap. That is a theme night, so you got to pre-purchase the tickets to get that specific type of promotional item. Got some Von Miller cuts here as we kick off the C-Note. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Cut number one here from Vaughn on team chemistry. Here he was at the presser a couple hours ago.
I like to really learn my teammates, whether it's where they come from, how many kids they got, what food, do they hunt, fish, whatever it is. And then you can't treat everybody the same. Like, if some guys are like, hey, man, you got to do a little bit more right here. And then if you do that with another guy, you snap on you. So you gotta really learn these guys, and then you just plant little seeds and pull little strings to really get it going. Football is such a unique sport because we get one game to go out there and play. It's not like basketball, championship basketball, where you win the best, out of 7 games. If you can get guys to play at a certain level for that 3 hours on Sunday, whether the team is better than us or whether we're better than the other team, magical things happen.
Yesterday we were in the midst of a pretty good conversation about this Von Miller edition, and I think something that continues to come up is they have enough leaders. They have enough chemistry guys. They are going to lead the league in vibes. Really what you need is for him to be a guy that can be a difference maker, and I don't know how many snaps you can handle at 37 years old. Rushing the passer is one of the most exhausting things. But I take solace in the fact that they have multiple options now. And, at least you don't have to worry about the fights and the negativity and when people start complaining, that can be contagious. And the next thing you know, people are more focused on bitching to be bitching than they are about the game plan. And I think that's why Shoddy has made it such a point. I think there's gold to be harvested on the other side, though. Just give me the talented guys. And, of course, they're going to fight because we're human and they're young people, right? So give me guys that are quarterback hunters that might have a screw loose. Either way can work. I like having a team like this, though.
I do, too. I mean, I think that it's certainly it's kind of roll your eyes coach speak when Shoddy in his opening presser says, I want to have the best culture in professional sports. But I think we got a good taste of it this past year out there in Oxnard. And there's always going to be people that are like, that stuff's overblown. The cult. But I think we saw it in 2023 with the Rangers winning a World Series. That clubhouse. They've been searching to rekindle what they had there for that run ever since that team broke apart. It's been dysfunction in the clubhouse. That's all we've heard about, whether it was Simeon and Seager. And you've got to get rid of Simeon. So there is something to that. I think the other area of that is, with Vaughn just being a one-year deal, I think the fear of, is this going to be a problem where it's a negative to some of your younger guys? I'm looking at it as a positive. The Cowboys have made massive investments into 2 young edge rushers in Donovan Ezeraku and Malachi Lawrence. He, for a year, can take those guys under his wing, much like DeMarcus Ware did for him in Denver, and impart that wisdom to them. And hopefully that helps them get to and achieve the success that we're all hoping they can reach here with the Dallas Cowboys because of that impact of having a Von Miller play with them. I think I don't think that he's taking snaps away from them. I think it's not everybody's a Jason Witten where it's like, dude, I'm not coming off the field for you. I think Von Miller understands where he's at in his career here, and he's willing to go ahead and share that knowledge.
Yeah, and if those guys blow up, if one or both of them blow up, it shouldn't be a tough conversation. I would trust Shoddy to be able to go to the front office and be like, hey, I know you signed this guy and you plan on selling jerseys. He's a hometown hero, but he's not going to help us win the most.
Right.
I don't know if Mike McCarthy was equipped to do that with Zeke and Tony Pollard.
Yeah, I think Shotty's got some backbone to him for as much as he's cool, fun, kind of player-coach guy. I think he's got more backbone and accountability. And Christian Parker, similarly. I don't think Christian Parker's showing up here to just be told who he's putting on the field. Absolutely not. So, and they play a position where it is a rotating type of position. This isn't an O lineman where he's starting and he's actually eating all the snaps. These guys are going to be thankful that they can come off the field for a blow real quick, and we all are as fans as well, knowing that you're going to have fresh dudes all over the place. And I don't think you can have enough leadership for a team and an organization that has sort of lacked that. And they've talked about it plenty, where they're just like, man, we've only had Dak, basically.
Yeah.
You can't have enough of those guys. And everybody in any facet of life, like, you got to have a quality. You're running a business. You work at a place. You got to have quality people. And yes, they absolutely have to be talented. And I think Von Miller is still talented enough to still help you on the field. But my goodness, man, you got to have a quality work environment. And you could microwave something with great, unbelievable talent, and for a year you can strike and lightning in a bottle. But if you're shoddy and you're trying to have something sustain itself over the course of time, then you can't just go only on the talent factor.
Yeah.
So I think this is a really smart move. And again, we're talking about $5.5 million. I think they told you what they think of him and what their plan is for him by here's $5.5 million, dude. This isn't an $18 million contract. Oh my gosh, we have the same type of financial investment as we do in Gary, and this guy needs to be on the field. Absolutely not.
Indictment on the defensive end room.
Yes, and we've talked about that all offseason. That's not a surprise. We knew they didn't have enough pass rush. And yes, you'd love a Max Crosby. I understand that, but you're gonna have to pay the price for that. And so this is a nice, hey, something cheap, help us out a little bit. Hopefully our guys in Ezeraku and Lawrence are better than we're projecting. But you need 4 or 5 good pass rushers.
Football Fix coming up at 4 o'clock. Wolchuk's going to connect some dots on Max Crosby for you. Stick around for that. Might not be what you want to hear, but maybe it will be. What's your number one goal? Here's more from Von Miller.
To win a championship. That's my number one goal. When it comes to playing football and getting sacks, like I said, I could still roll out of bed to do that. It's some things that pass rushers do that take a lot of athletic ability, and it's some things that's all mental and intelligence too. Just knowing where I fit on the pass rush, who I'm working with, time of the game, quarter, what offensive coordinator I'm going against, tendencies from offensive linemen. Those are things that don't take any athletic ability. So.
That's incredible. You know, I think that's what separates the great athletes from the great players, is that when you're super smart and you can recognize what the opponent is doing, in his mind, it doesn't require athletic ability. I watched the sacks last night, and I think it's accurate, like what Brian said, as far as that first step and the explosiveness that was freakish in his 20s. It's not there anymore. It's still an average first step. It's a pretty good first step, but you can kind of see him reading the play and being like, the tackle's going to go here, and there goes the quarterback, and here I am, and of course I'm going to wrap you up and bring you to the ground now. You know, they're not like intense, high-effort sacks where a guy is just overwhelming like Micah Parsons. It's a guy who's, can take his time because he's seeing things in slow motion.
Exactly. Patience. And sometimes you have guys like Sam Williams who have better first step get off than Micah, and they can't do jack with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Jaden Blue to Malik Davis. Jerry spoke last night shortly after we went off the air about getting Von Miller, and said he's still open on a substantive trade if the opportunity presents itself. His reasoning, I think it's fair to say that if we could improve it, which is almost a cliche, we would. Because, again, I'm even more excited today than I was when we started camp that our team is going to be one that, if we can have some things go right for us, avoid some injury, we could really be something that we all want to be, and that's a team that's competing for the big games. Okay, 7 new starters on defense. Have you guys become even more convinced through this process of 3 weeks of practice
that they can
play the big games?
NFC Championship appearance.
Jerry says he's even more convinced than when he showed up to Oxnard.
Yeah, I think I'm more convinced than when I showed up to Oxnard. I still don't find it to be overly likely that you're going to be in the NFC Championship game or something like that. But yes, I am more confident in it now that we've gotten a little bit closer to this team.
That's where the big games start there in that Final Four? I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
for the divisional round.
The divisional round.
Playoff game's big.
Yeah.
But that divisional round, that's the one they got to win.
But exactly, they got to win that.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a big win that you've joined us. Thank you so much for doing that. As we turn our attention now to Krusty's Corner, Brian, what's coming up today?
Yeah, I've got some more thoughts, not so much about Von Miller, but some other roster things. We'll do that next.
But
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. Rangers Nationals tonight at 6:30. Sad news from the world of music as Frank Beard, ZZ Top's drummer, passes at age 77 after a 6-month stay in hospice. The only member of that trio that wasn't bearded, named Frank Beard.
True.
A 6-decade run. He was the original drummer, the breakout hit
They're
LaGrange.
down to one now, right?
In 1973. Yeah, the bassist died back in 2021, Mr. Hill.
Yeah, Dusty Hill, yeah.
They're still touring, so I guess as long as you have the vocalist, you can make other stuff happen. But one of the most popular and successful bands in rock history out of Houston just lost another member today. So thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, Ted Thompson, former general manager of the Green Bay Packers. He was a Houston Oiler, and he lived in Houston. He lived next door to Frank Beard.
Oh,
and so Frank would invite him over, like, hey, we're getting ready to go on tour. So he'd invite Teddy. They'd rent out, like, the Summit in Houston, and they would play, like, their whole tour set. And Teddy would sit in the crowd and, like just get the first-hand view of whatever they were going with that tour, the Eliminator tour, all that.
Yeah. I saw him like back in 2010, actually with Grego at Jexa there at the fairgrounds. It was a time. It was a great time. It's time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, and here he is, the king himself, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to everybody out there who's been going back and forth with me on Twitter. Appreciate all your efforts and comments and stuff. I was, I had my eye done this morning. I had to get up at 5:30 to get that done. For some reason, I woke up like at 3 o'clock and was like answering questions on Twitter.
Were you really? You're a sick man.
I was. There was some folks going after me pretty good. So
can't stay away from it.
That's cool. It's all good, man. It's all good. Hey, a lot of passionate Cowboy fans out there. So appreciate that.
Do I detect maybe the after effects of some anesthesia? You're pretty low-key. I think this is the most low-key I've ever seen.
I'm not going to lie. I'm struggling a little bit right now.
Are you tired?
It is.
I love it.
I will say this. They're taking batting practice, and I can actually see the batting practice.
And that's something.
And it's,
See the ball the whole way.
Like I'm watching the pitch, and then I'm watching the contact and all that. But, yeah, my left eye right now feels like it has like 100 pounds of sand in it. I mean, it's that kind of because they cut it and put the lens in and all that stuff like that. So, it's pretty wild right now.
Doctor thinks you should be sleeping.
I can't even look over at the windows because of the light.
Too bright.
So it's crazy. I probably shouldn't have done this today, but here we are.
Why don't you head home after the corner, man?
No, man. Almost won the deal.
That's true.
I was telling Michelle, I go, almost won. I almost got to throw out the first pitch. That would have been crazy if that would have happened. But anyway, no, low key in a little bit, Dawson. I appreciate you noticing that.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I don't have the energy level that I once had.
I was expecting a little more fighting.
A little bit more fighting. I'm going to ask you guys, I've got some players on this roster, and I just want you to tell me, in your opinion, do you think these guys are done? And I mean done as far as the 53. I don't mean like they could end up on a practice squad or they can end up somewhere else, another team or, but just if I tell you this player, and I'm to do it by some positions if I could, just tell me, are these guys done or they still have a Saints practice and a couple of preseason games to maybe make something happen? Is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
The first pairing I'm going to go with is Valdez-Scantling and Anthony Smith done? Are they done? Valdez-Scantling, Anthony Smith, the 7th round player from East Carolina. And when I say done, not in the 53-man plan, but could end up on practice squad or other things. Wooly, Valdez-Scantling or Anthony Smith, both one of them? How do you feel?
Both done, yeah. I think Smith will be back on the practice squad, but I don't think either have a chance to make the roster because of Camden Brown's emergence, and really Jonathan Mingo, what he can do on special teams is better than what either of them can do. Smith maybe, but I'm going to say both of them are done because I think Camden Brown has solidified that spot.
Dawson, is Valdez-Scantling, Anthony Smith both done, or do you see life for either one of those guys?
It's hard to imagine right now just because it's a deep room and, neither one of them has done much. I think there was one Anthony Smith play. I haven't heard jack squat about Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Mingo has special teams value. He also has run blocking value.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the coach today that said no block, no rock? Was that Matt LaFleur?
That was Jeff Hafley.
That was Jeff Hafley with the Dolphins. I love that. It's a great line.
It's a great line.
Yeah.
No block, no rock, dude.
So yeah, I need a wide receiver that can block well, and I think that's probably Mingo.
Chief, Valdez-Scantling, Anthony Smith.
Yeah, this is pretty clear. And I think Smith could still end up being a guy that can hang around. You mentioned the practice squad there, Walchuk. It's not like he's just been terrible.
Right.
Scantling has done virtually nothing. And for all the reasons they mentioned, the special team stuff, and then just the crowded nature of the room, Camden Brown, I mean, I still think we're all just crossing our fingers Camden Brown's going to be able to wedge his way onto this roster.
How about this one there, Wooly? Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa?
I'm gonna say neither of them are going to be on the team. I think the Cowboys are going to trade for a back. I really do.
So you're saying done?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna. This is one that's a little bit different. I'm going to lean done because I do think the Cowboys are going to add a back, and I think Malik Davis is better than both of them right now. So while it probably seems like a silly answer now, I think when we all of a sudden get into the season, I think there's going to be a running back that's not here right now that makes this team.
That's interesting. I like what you're doing there, by the way. Dawson, what do you got on that one? Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa.
I'm more sure that Maffa's done. Got hurt again, shown very little. I think the Jaden Blue big play potential is going to buy him at least another season. I don't think this organization that needs speed and needs playmakers, the skill spots, is going to want to let go of Jaden Blue unless the trade is for somebody who's incredible.
How about you there, Chieftain? Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. I do think the Blue skill set is one that is rare on this roster, and I do think they're going to want to give him every chance. I'm holding out hope that he can make a couple of plays in the next preseason game or something to where he could hang on. The Maffa stuff, the injuries, it's like, I mean, they both have fatal flaws with Blue's fumbling and Maffa's injuries. They're both pretty tough.
They're both hurt.
Yeah, well, and Blue got banged up too, but that has been the common theme for Maffa for sure. And even Nick was telling us yesterday, the idea of trading for a back is still very real. So I think Blue still will be able to sneak on, but it's close now. He's going to have to do something here in this next preseason game.
Gotcha. Wooly, I'm coming to you with this one. Sam Williams, Maris Leofau.
Yeah,
Sam Williams, Maris Leofau. Done as far as your 53-man roster.
Yeah, they're done. They're done. And it's a bummer because I think Sam was having a solid camp, but we saw the same issues in the game.
He's not good. Practiced well, didn't play worth a damn.
No, and I think Maris showed flashes to me. I liked his game watching it back more than like John Owning, our buddy, did. He certainly is undersized. That's going to cause him problems. But that's I don't. Sam Williams didn't have a big market in free agency. That's why he's back. Marist, I think, also could possibly be back on the practice squad. The Von Miller signing has eliminated them both from the roster because I'd rather keep Houston than both of those guys.
Dawson, that's Sam Williams and Maris Leofau to you. Completely done? Have a shot still? How do you feel about that one?
So James Houston makes 6?
Yeah.
If we're counting? Or does he make 5? And how many do you keep? Probably on a 53? 5?
Probably 5, yeah.
Well, that sucks. I was going to say I think Sam Williams is worth hanging on to because he's a hard worker. Guys like him. And, at the end of your depth, if you have a guy who's a freak athlete who might turn into something as he moves his way through his mid-20s, I would like to have that guy. But Doesn't sound like it's possible. I'm sure Leofau's done for.
Chieftain, Sam Williams, Maris Leofau.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both done unless they really value what Leofau can do on special teams.
Sure.
Because I do think he does bring some value there, and that's a unit that clearly has shown that they're struggling. So I don't know how much they're accounting for that, but in terms of being an edge player on your defense, you can't have Leofau out there. And Williams, we've been waiting around his entire career. He's got a great athletic makeup, and he's never been able to put it together.
Wolchuk, final one here. This is going to be the defensive back room. Bell, Carson, Bridges, Butler, Stewart. Bell, Carson, Bridges, Butler, Stewart.
I don't think, I don't think Bell's on it. I don't think Carson's on it. I think Butler and Stewart are the only ones that make it out of that group.
So Butler and Stewart potentially, which one would you think has a better chance for the 53? Stewart. Dawson, to you. Bell, Carson, Bridges, Butler, Stewart.
I can only pick one of those guys?
Well, you can say they're all, you can pick anybody you want. You can say, no, two of these guys are in, continued could be a 53, or completely all of them are out.
I would say Kalen Carson and Regh Stewart are my two best players in that group. Regh Stewart is number one. Carson's had a couple of moments, but man, he's bad. Triquez Bridges is horrible. And, Marquise Bell, I think, hit his expiration date. I don't have thoughts on Butler other than in 2024, he played well.
Yeah.
He's slower than molasses. Would he be the slowest corner in the league?
Yeah.
I think he might be.
He's like the Josh Bobo of corners.
4.7 something, 40. And now he's got the injury history. Yeah, I think Regh Stewart would be the only one that I would be in that room saying, guys, we got to find a way to keep him. He's clearly got some of that flex where he can play some of that nickel for you. He can play the safety stuff, which is what they've shown now. And between Stewart, Elijah Clark, and Julius Wood, all those guys play with a physicality that I would want to keep around. So for me, of the group you mentioned, I would say Stewart for sure, and Carson's a coin flip.
Yeah, I think it's more Stewart, and I think everybody else is probably looking at the on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm. Stewart's kind of a dog for being a little guy.
He is,
yeah,
absolutely is.
I'd rather keep
Chihuahua.
Amir Speed than any of those other guys right now.
Well, yeah, I'd love Amir Speed in Oxnard. Hopefully he can actually get more opportunity in the preseason game, show out
that's why I didn't mention him in this thing, though, because I think these guys that think are all got one foot in the parking lot myself.
Wasn't the original definition of war daddy for guys like Stewart, who are like 5'10", 180, and they think they're the toughest guy on the field?
They don't. Yeah, like our guy that Wolchuk likes at Tampa, Winfield. That kind of guy. Those are little war daddies.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. I'm serious, man. You should probably.
Nah, man, I'm good, man.
Well, you are just chilling.
I am. I'm doing my best, but I appreciate everybody.
Seems you're our war daddy.
We got 2 down, 2.5 to go. Football fix time, Zachariah.
All right, the real team that I do think is going to pull the trigger on a Max Crosby trade, and the best teams that fell short of reaching the Super Bowl. What is yours? That's next in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's a back-to-work Tuesday night for your Texas Rangers. And pregame's coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock as they're right now in a tie for the wild card spot. We'll have more coming up in 2 hours in Wolchuk's proper round tripper. It's time now for his football fix. Here's Zach.
All right, give me the team that failed to reach the Super Bowl that you think was the biggest miss of all time. They had a great regular season. They just didn't make it to the big game, and I'll tell you where Max is going right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
I'm calling baloney. I don't see the Cowboys making a massive trade until the deadline. I don't think they're doing a Max Crosby thing before the season starts. I wanted to will it into existence. I've been praying and I've been hoping. I just don't think that is going to happen now. But I do think maybe there's still room, as Jerry would say, for a substantial move once we get into the season.
You think the Von Miller signing blocks Max Crosby?
I don't think so. I'm not saying that specifically, but because now they're signing Von Miller, I just don't think they're making a massive swing. I think if they're doing anything, it's to trade for another running back. It's maybe they add a corner or a linebacker. I don't think they're making like some massive Quinnen Williams type trade now. I think it's going to take a little bit, and I think maybe at the trade deadline is when that big move would happen.
I think they're going to. I like what you're saying. I don't think they're going to go for a defensive player. This is just me speculating. I think that they're now thinking about kind of like what we see at linebacker with Barham, and then Overshown. We can move him around, kind of a thing. Maybe corner. They're probably okay with that group. With what Ravel has kind of shown is what he's been able to do in practice in this game. I kind of feel like the running back is a good target to think of. And so I like what you're doing there.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to wait. You could have injuries early in the season that create a massive position of need. And if you've given up your draft picks before the season starts, now you don't have the ammunition to fill that need. So it could be linebacker, it could be corner, that you just don't have enough good players at right now. And that's where I'd be looking to solve immediate needs. But I love the idea. Let's let 8 games play out. Maybe we have a young guy that steps up, and we were about to trade for a veteran that's now a progress stopper.
Yeah. But while the Cowboys wait, I think there's one team that is now starting to put their foot on the gas pedal, and it's an NFC team. And it's the team that is looking to be back-to-back kings of the North. It is the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears just signed Marcus Davenport, who is a failed first-round pick. They're in desperate need of adding another edge rusher opposite Montez Sweat. Ryan Poles, their GM, has talked about making aggressive moves. They recently have reportedly called in and checked on Vita Vea with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think if there is a team that seriously would then up the ante because they believe that they can contend, Ben Johnson, with that offense, they want to be the greatest offense ever. What do they need? Get me some help on the defensive side of the football. I think if Max Crosby's moved before the start of the season, he's going to end up going to the Chicago Bears.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And I think they were one of the teams that was involved even back when this was all kind of shaken out.
And they got the second best odds, I think, right now, followed by the 49ers. Behind the Cowboys.
Best, Yeah, I know Austin Booker finished last season well for them. Like, he was hurt for the first half of the season. He came on strong late. And that gives them some hope, but it's not a good plan. You add Max Crosby to that, and I think I would take back all of my doubt of them.
Being over the top type of move. I mean, it just makes a ton of sense to me for the Bears to do that. I mean, you got Caleb Williams. You're thinking, okay, our offense is going to be really, really good. What can they do defensively? I don't know that you can trust and rely on the turnovers. They led the league. They had a bunch of picks. Al Harris's secondary typically does do that, but year over year, you see the turnover with that turnover differential, right? I think Max Crosby could be a move that they would look to make to be a legitimate contender in the NFC, and I think it does make a ton of sense.
But instead of saying they got Caleb Williams, I would say they got Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
That's really what is setting them up. Their run numbers were off the charts good last year.
Patrick.
Yeah. And they brought in Kobe Bryant at safety. That was one of their big.
He did get hurt. They drafted Thieneman.
Yeah, they drafted Thieneman, but their big free agent acquisition. And I know they had some more. Deion Bush, I think, at linebacker is a guy that they brought in. But Kobe Bryant was a guy they invested in. Dang, we're not going to have him now. And they clearly knew that they needed to get better defensively. So I could see them, and just their pass rush in general is not good.
It's not good. I mean, they got Montez Sweat, and that's about it. And I like Dawson Booker coming out of Kansas, but that's like a third or fourth kind of guy.
And they have good corners too, but they've been so inconsistent or injured with Johnson and Stevenson. You know,
I think Nashawn Wright left.
Yeah, he did,
and he was their second best corner last year. Mahomes dropped 13 spots in the NFL Top 100. You have Jonathan Taylor moving all the way up to 17 after not being on the list a year ago. So Taylor at 17, Patrick Mahomes at 18 on the NFL Top 100. Jefferson fell 10 spots. He's at 19, and then James Cook at 20. It's just still wild to me that Patrick Mahomes would be outside of the top 10.
That's crazy.
They were
disrespect.
1-9 in one-score games last year.
He's got a binder of bulletin board material from this offseason that's going to fuel him.
The Mahomes Revenge Tour could really be something to watch this year.
Yeah.
That and coupons from Baskin-Robbins.
Yeah, that's true. He's an ice cream guy, and he's going to be throwing to, I guess, Cyrus Allen. Who the hell is this guy that's coming out of nowhere?
It's going to be a lot of checkdowns to Kenneth Walker. It's just, here's Kenneth Walker. Here he is again, Kenneth Walker.
And he's going to get that screen game going again.
They're going to have to, because they got nobody that can catch the ball more than 9 yards down the field.
Oh, gosh, Worthy's open. He dropped the ball again. Oh, Rashee Rice.
That tight end, is that just bad pictures, or does he look big?
Oh, yeah, he's got
fat now?
He's got dad bod kind of situation going, for sure.
You think Taylor likes that?
Yeah, she does. I think she sings about it.
She probably will.
His burly, hairy belly and stuff.
Well, she did sing about some other man part of his, didn't she?
That's true.
That deal?
Yeah.
That was about him?
I believe
Wasn't
so.
about one of her other 13 exes?
I can't imagine she would do that.
Oh, man. Roger Goodell again today. He's like, look, we're expanding. I absolutely, at some point, there will be an NFL team outside the USA. I have no doubt that this will happen.
I said this in 1991. I said this in 1991. I was wrong by a little bit.
Logistically, man, does it make sense?
It does if you do a couple of things. First off, it depends on where the team in Europe you're going to play, where that's going to be. Do you feel like it's going to be in London? Is that where you would
probably
put the team? Okay, you need to build a base. You need to build a training base. Not only for the London team, the Monarchs, or whoever they are. They have to have their own training base, but when the visitor comes to play, and you need to schedule 2 weeks at a time, on the road for 2 weeks, at home for 2 weeks is what you need to do. But you need to build a training base, preferably like in Dallas. So when they come over, they have a hotel, they have meeting room, and they have practice field. So what you're doing is you're bringing them over, and then they're staying to play a couple of weeks worth of games, but they're training out of Dallas is what they're doing. And then when it's time to fly home, they fly. But they're centrally located so they can go east or west when they have to play. And then when they have to travel back, it's not a terrible trip for them like going off the West Coast or something like that. But they have a home base in the United States where hotel, practice field, meeting, cafeteria, all that stuff to where they could train and live. And then that way, then when they go back home, they're not like just completely, just struggling. But you do it where you 2 weeks on the road, 2 weeks at home.
They're going to have to overpay like crazy for free agents.
That's what I was thinking.
Like, no, who wants to go do that?
It's going to be some guys, like some dudes, but it's going to be like, I think less than 10% of guys would be like, sweet, I'm going to London.
Right.
You got to be a soccer fan, or you want the adventure. Most people are going to be like, what?
That fan base.
9-hour flight to get back home?
Yeah, but they, with now the way it is, and you have sponsorships with some of these. Like you could use Atlas Air as a cargo company that has these lay-down 747s that you can, so the travel part of it won't be devastating. Now, but living in London, I know one thing when we were in NFL Europe, like there were guys, and this was 1990, 91, we were tricking them with guys like Stan Gilbaugh, who was a jobber guy that, played in training camps in NFL. But then he won a championship with. He never came home. Him and some of those guys, they stayed because they became legends over there. The fan base just loved him.
It's a good life.
But yeah, you have to build a training facility where it's comparable to what you have in the NFL, so you can. And then the travel again, it's about having a luxury Qatar Airlines kind of 747 or 777 that transports these guys to and from.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And I think that would help with the logistic problem. I think that they would definitely have to twerk.
Yeah, you come over here to play, you go right to the home base, and you're traveling from home base to your game.
I wondered if maybe they would just do a whole division. You have like your international division.
They very well could. You could.
You just expand.
Frankfurt is amazing because they have the military bases there. The U.S. has a military base. So the Frankfurt German fans are very football savvy because Americans have been on the base and they've married and they have, so they have a knowledge of. These fans overseas now are incredible. They know everything. I mean, the draft and all, they are just so knowledgeable, about their fans. I mean, there was a threat that Jacksonville was going to move that team.
Yeah.
To London.
So you could do Frankfurt, London, Barcelona, maybe? If you need a fourth city?
I think that you need to think about
France.
Yeah, you might want to go to
Ireland?
this. You might want to go to the cities that you're. It would probably help if you stayed in English-speaking cities. Where these players could at least have a. We had Frankfurt, London, and Barcelona were our three teams. And the logistics part of Barcelona, they don't do things on they're kind of it's time for siesta. Oh, we're not. Hey, we got to put the goalposts up today. We can do that tomorrow, Brian. No, we need the goalpost up today. We got to put the goal. Not
as much urgency there.
There's not a sense of urgency. So I think what you would have to do is you'd have to find. Maybe you put a couple of teams, like you said, Dawson, where you could travel train-wise between a couple of London cities.
Okay.
Maybe you have Frankfurt, maybe you have London, and then you have another. You have another team outside of London that you
London has 20 different soccer teams.
Right.
You can do 20 in London.
And everything is and you can maybe split the facilities too. Maybe you can have a. If the cities want to have their own, you put it in between or something like that.
But are you so you're adding more franchises? So
that
now
would have to be 4. Yeah,
there's a lot of money over there.
There's not enough talent. We can't even have 5 good starting offensive linemen for 32 teams. You can't have 32 good quarterbacks. There's not enough talent to go around. You can't have 4 more teams.
It's going to be a lot of bad football.
Tons.
Some bad quarterbacking.
Yeah.
Trey Lance would be excited,
Yeah, he absolutely would be. But I mean, I feel like they probably had that same argument when they expanded to 32.
When you do you do a draft, they have a thing of the draft where sometimes it's you could stock your team. I think Cleveland got screwed, but you can Houston. I think Houston got screwed a little bit, but you can maybe manipulate it where players where you can get players.
The NHL has done it really well.
That's what I'm saying. Vegas goes from an expansion team to playing for the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, I mean Seattle was immediately in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Utah was close. I mean they might have actually made it last year.
G-Bag Nation, live at the Globe. Thank you for that football fix. We'll check them all patched up. A little Hodge next.
Yeah, we have the Dane Brugler scouting report on Arch Manning.
Oh,
Is he getting ready to dunk on Dawson? We'll find out next.
Might be more. Appreciate you. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo Sports Hodgepodge. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Eric.
Arch Manning, Von Miller, lots of chicken, cocaine lions. I mean, there is maybe
it was cocaine bears.
Maybe the worst batter in MLB history. There's a lot on the docket here. Will we have the time? Let's find out right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
is
the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Well, I guess Hunter Lipke took Von Miller up on his offer for the jersey number 40 for the lifetime supply of chicken. As we know that Von Miller has his own chicken farms and his chicken company, USDA Organic. I believe that's the same chicken that Matt Pittman of Meat Church was feeding the boys when we were out there in Oxnard.
That it was.
Just a couple of weeks ago. So, I mean, that's a heck of an offer right there if you're Lipke. And Von Miller is seen on the practice field right now working off to the side with BT Jordan and some of the edge guys, the edge coaches, and he's wearing the number 40. So Lipke was like, free chicken for life. Let's go.
I think we have a double number 6 situation with Ezra Raku and Camden Brown.
Yeah, right now Lipke still is wearing 40. But
Okay,
I think
so we
for
got
the
a double
regular
40
season, he's going to
situation.
give it up. For today, at least, they're both wearing 40.
Okay. So maybe they haven't finalized the agreement per se. Would you up would you up it if you're Lipke? You're like, okay, you're going to send me the first offer, and it's lifetime chicken, and that's a hell of an offer. I do need to know the details on this. What does this look like? Okay, because if I'm having family reunions every summer, are you supplying that, or is there just like a maximum amount that you're willing to give me on a weekly basis? I do need to check the numbers on this and make sure that everything's buttoned up to where if I go on a crazy chicken buffet situation mode, I need to make sure that I'm locked in no matter how much chicken I want or need. And then maybe hand me like $10K cash right now.
Yeah, right now.
And then we'll fist bump and
Damn right.
walk away feeling good.
Put a big old knot in my pocket.
Yeah.
Just don't dry hump.
A little walking around money. Maybe we'll hit the casino with the guys later on. We'll have a good time. I would not be that attached to the number. So this is all gamification to me, right?
Right.
I'm just like trying to see what I can get.
Exactly.
But in the end, I'm going to surrender here in the next 72 hours.
You're for sure just going to you're going to take the chicken offer even if that's the max offer.
Yeah, if that's it, I'm happy. And, I think my minimum would be like $50 worth of chicken a week, Send me like 4 or 5 full birds. We're good.
In perpetuity.
Yeah.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, forever.
Look, I just went to Costco yesterday, loaded up. It's like $40 to get a good amount of chicken.
Like, I got to know. This is like a subscription. I got to know every Monday morning when I open my front door, there's a brand new box of chicken waiting for
Got
me.
the chicken.
Ready
and
to
the
rock
eggs.
and
I want
roll.
the eggs, too.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
I like the eggs.
Can you throw the fresh eggs in there as well? And Von, do you have a beef guy? Could you throw some steaks in there? Like,
got a
just
beef guy?
maybe like monthly. Not
Couple
every week I'm
briskets here
getting
and there.
Yeah, but
Keep the damn number.
Keep your number?
Just keep the number.
just tell Von to stick it. You're not that good anyway.
No,
I brought us a scouting report on you.
No, man. You're like asking if he's got a beef guy. You want eggs.
I'm just asking questions.
You're just like, but you're being to the point where if I was Vaughn, I'd say, just keep the number.
This guy's
bro.
being annoying.
I
Shut
don't
up.
know,
Just
dude.
keep the number.
I think Von wants that 40. Okay.
By the way, Costco does chicken the best. How they have those, they're like in individual things.
Yes,
there's
but-
like 6
And they're taped
little
together.
bags.
Yes, that's
they all
exactly
come
what I
together.
got.
So you just cut off the little bag of chicken that you want.
Yes.
It's brilliant.
Now, the issue I did was I accidentally, I had a cutting problem.
Okay.
And I
Yeah.
cut into a second
Got to break
piece.
out the Ziploc bags at
yeah,
that point.
Yep. So I did do that, and my wife was not happy because I dripped chicken juice all over the freshly new countertops, and I had to go ahead
That's
and give
gonna
that
happen.
a good clean. But it was a learning experience for me. This is trial and error.
You're breaking in the home, man.
That's what it is.
This is what it's for.
Damn right.
Every mistake that gets made in that house, that's the only time that mistake's ever been made, and it's by you. At least somebody else wasn't dripping chicken on this counter 3 months ago.
Absolutely not.
That's peace of mind.
And you bet your ass I got the good bowl size on the toilets.
All right.
You
Oh,
got to
you
go
did?
ovular bowl.
I can't wait to
freaking punish one of those.
Hey, you come over anytime, buddy.
All right, so we got the Dane Brugler Arch Manning scouting report.
That is right.
When's the last time Dane's been right about a quarterback?
Oh, you know what? You stop.
Let's go.
You stop it.
Let's go.
When's the last time Dane's been right about a quarterback?
He's on fire, man.
He's right every year.
Clapback Broadus emerges.
I'm just asking.
I really don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I was just, before we read scouting reports, we kind of need to know the evaluation.
Well, do we not trust Dane?
No, this is one of the toughest positions to evaluate.
For sure.
Quarterback.
It's very difficult.
It is a very, very difficult position to evaluate. No, I trust Dane. I just wondered with the last quarterback, can we pull up his rankings, please, of the quarterbacks? I'd like to know.
I think he liked Drake May.
He did.
I think he liked Caleb Williams. I think he liked Jaden Daniels. I don't know. That's just off the top of my head.
Where do you have Drew Allard?
I'll have to ask.
That will tell the story.
I'll have to check the board.
Yeah.
Okay, so he writes, if you only saw Arch Manning play the first half of 2025, the idea of him going number 1 overall sounds crazy. He looked like an inconsistent first-year starter before Halloween, especially in losses at Ohio State and Florida. But as the season progressed, so did Arch. The number of inexperienced mistakes decreased while eyebrow-raising plays increased, which is the trajectory expected from a young quarterback saddled with an inconsistent offensive line and run game. The numerous examples of NFL-level moments littered throughout the second half of Manning's film and were refreshing to see. So he breaks down, he says he looks at 8 games, and there's 3 clear strengths for Arch Manning right now. He says his ability to navigate a muddy pocket.
Mobility, yeah.
Anticipation to trigger as a passer before the target was looking for the ball. And his overall athleticism to move, launch points, or create with his legs. So he goes through each one of those 3 strengths and breaks them down. He gives you some clips to see, and there is some impressive stuff. Like the pocket movement stuff I thought was outstanding.
Absolutely, and you could definitely see it in that bowl game against Michigan.
Yeah, the Michigan game, he was at his best, and he had the athleticism was on full display, running for big touchdowns. Like the speed is crazy. I think defenders are surprised in real time. Like, I took this angle and I shouldn't have done that. But the pocket mobility, and that's one of the biggest things, okay? And that's something that like a guy like Dak has gotten so much better at over the years, and that was part of the reason why he played his best football last year with his ability to navigate the pocket. Tom Brady's another guy, doesn't have the athleticism, but he was a master at maneuvering in the pocket, keeping the eyes down the field, and still delivering the ball. And when you watch some of this stuff, a lot of it too, in the clips that you see with Arch here, it's his center or his guard getting mollywopped.
Yeah,
and
the
now
offensive line was terrible.
You have a guy immediately in your face, and to be able to not just bail from the pocket. You see so many of these quarterbacks. It's Caleb Williams, it's Shedeur Sanders, and it's just, let me just run backwards a million yards and try and make a play. And that's just, you can't do that in the NFL. And so Arch does a great job. Guard gets bullied right there in front of his face. He navigates it, keeps his eyes down the field. And the other thing I loved in a lot of these clips, it's not just, let me just find a check down and get 5 yards. He's moving around, bang, I'm going to throw a 40-yard bomb here.
I believe he pushes the ball downfield plus 10 yards, maybe more than any quarterback in the country.
He does. That was one of my favorite nuggets in this particular article here from Brugler. He says Manning threw the ball downfield at a higher clip than most, with 48% of his pass attempts going 10-plus yards, and many of those throws requiring some degree of anticipation. And then he compares that number to some other quarterbacks in college football last year. So, again, the attempts for Manning going 10-plus yards, 48%. Almost half the time you're going 10-plus yards if you're Arch. When you compare that to other quarterbacks around the country, Dante Moore, probably going to be a top 5 pick. 41.5% of his pass attempts were 10-plus yards. Ole Miss's Trinidad Chambliss, who was awesome last year, 42.5% of his balls went 10 yards. Ohio State's Julian Sayin, only 38%. So Arch is aggressive. That's one of the things that you like about Arch is he's willing to push the ball down the field. And again, there were times where he's navigating the pocket, there's pressure, and he's not just simply looking for the check down. He's still going for the gusto. So
those were some of the big stuff. And then the athleticism factor, of course. He's running away, and there's some great clips of him where the speed is just insane.
Well, hell, the Texas A&M game winner. That's really all you need to watch.
Yeah, the Aggie game, the Michigan game where he's got, what was that, a 60-yard run where he just outruns the entire defense. And then there was one in the red zone where it's split safety. He drops back, doesn't like what he sees, and then just runs up the middle. And you have two deep safeties converging on him, and he doesn't do the Ezekiel Elliott split them for the touchdown. He just goes to the right, and neither one of them have a chance, and he scores a touchdown. So this was all pretty encouraging, especially if you're a Texas fan or just generally an Arch fan. He does note that Manning is not without flaws, and so the list of things that he needs to continue to work on and figure out, eliminating bad misses with improved lower body mechanics, not turning down throws that he needs to hit, recognizing blitzes and understanding when he's hot, showing better downfield precision and fewer hitches in his operation. Mm-hmm. But some of the anticipatory throws were really nice as well, where he's letting that thing go before the receiver's even turning around. Like, he's looking at the back of his receiver, and then bang, he's still letting it go, completion. So some big-time throws from him, and overall encouraging, I would say, if you're a Texas fan right now. And he's going to have, I think last year was like playing on Hall of Fame mode for him with the bad offensive line and just general poor weapons. And now they have incredible weapons, Cam Coleman in particular.
And the two runners they got.
The two runners. And the offensive line, I think Trevor Goosby's going to be okay. The best tackle in the country.
Cole Hudson's back, who just flirted with the NFL.
Goosby got hurt in practice today. It looks like a bone bruise, so we'll see how long he's going to be out, but it doesn't look like he tore something, and it's going to be a season ender. So he's going to have a much better offensive line, much better weapons, and he had to navigate a lot of issues last year with the surroundings and did a decent job, at least as the season went on. And so I think he's going to step in and be a much better version of himself.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to, and it's set up for him to. Part of me reading that article makes me wonder, like, are we cherry picking here, Dane? What do we have, sixth place? The guy's got tools. And, I think any quarterback, Joe Milton, you could cherry pick highlights and be like, wow, look at what this guy can do when things are great. I also think that...
I think a lot of this stuff was things aren't great, and look what he did with it.
Okay. I also think, like, the second half of last year's schedule after the Florida game, you beat Oklahoma with 23 points. Mateer was terrible. Mississippi State's defense is terrible. Vanderbilt's defense is terrible. You play Georgia and score 10 points. Arkansas's defense is terrible. And the Aggies, Marcel Reed threw, 3 picks? So you score 27 points, one of them on a big run. So you played actual quarterback for 20 points that day. I don't think they had a defensive score. So I'll give you credit for 20 against a great A&M defense. But to me, the biggest takeaway was how NFL teams are willing to gamble on traits.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
At the top of the draft.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
I want a guy that's got the traits and has the composure and has put it all together and has solved great defenses at the collegiate level, if I'm considering a top pick. Because that was Dane's point at the top of the article was Arch Manning could go number one, and it's not because of his last name. It's because of the traits.
Right.
And obviously I have a tremendous amount of respect for, as much as I could doubt Arch Manning, if Dane Brugler wants to come in and say all this stuff, okay, I get it. He could be number one, but I think these teams are, if that's the case, are way too risky based on what I've seen from Arch Manning so far.
They're risky, but I do think in terms of being able to read and assess defenses, you saw the second half of the season, the numbers were better. Vandy was a really good team last year. I'm not going to knock Vandy's defense as much as you did, but
108th in the country.
13th?
108th
in the country out of
Vandy's.
How many teams?
I don't know, 125 or so.
I think we got 300 plus, but
that's if you include all divisions.
He just needed to play. I think this year you don't have excuses. Last year, like we said, right? Bad wide receiving core, bad offensive line. You now have everything around you to succeed, and if he doesn't, then that's on Arch.
Alrighty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. When's the college football season start?
September 4th on that. Well, I think that week,
TCU,
Thursday.
It's week 0. We got TCU in North Carolina.
And Ireland. Yeah, the first big one, I think, Saturday, September 4th is like the Labor Day weekend. But then that week before, I think, is TCU, North Carolina.
All righty, what do we got coming up next, Chuck?
All right, so we got our football guy of the day. I got a trivia question for you guys. We got some news on Travis Hunter, and then I'll pay off on the best teams that did not make the Super Bowl that really should have. That's next in the nation.
Coming up on the next
Thank you very much, Lucius. We are live at the Globe here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Rangers Nationals coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7:05. It's a Cowboys joint practice Tuesday. We got an eye on the developments out there as they're battling against the Saints, or at least preparing to still. It's supposed to start at 4 o'clock. Here's Wolchuk with your mixed bag.
Yeah, this thing's taking a while to get going, but we will get more information shortly. But right now, let's shake it up. Let's hit a mixed bag.
You want a chocolate? Mama.
Shake it up.
Mama.
Leave the gun.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them out?
Just throw it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
Man, I think we got a guy from the 972 who is doing a countdown to when the Rangers start so he doesn't have to hear more Cowboys content.
Yeah, he is fired up for a Monday night in August Nats-Rangers game. I'm happy for him.
Man.
I don't know if it's his love for the Rangers or his disdain for the Cowboys.
I think it's more so the disdain for the overall Cowboys content.
Yeah.
Like, I know there's a lot of Ranger fans that they're ticked off because Von Miller's taken over the conversation the last couple of days, and you got the Rangers in a pennant race.
We should be talking about Danny Jansen.
And thank goodness Danny Jansen's been activated, and he's been called back up. And Austin's been gone ahead and said bye-bye. We don't need you anymore. And it's good. They needed another catcher. Cal Quantrill on the bump. We'll go ahead. We'll hit some around the bases coming up at 6 o'clock. But for a 61 and 64 baseball team, this is a big-time show-me series back home. They just peed down their leg over the last week.
It's very exciting times to be Cowboys fans. The Cowboys have been more invested. I get it, And if the Rangers were 3 games over, I'd be banging that drum.
Yes.
But it's a very fine line. You drop below 500 by 3 games, I'm going to have to downgrade you just a little bit because we got to beat that Cowboys drum.
100%.
Dak's only got a couple years left.
And that wasn't a pee down your leg week. That was a total essing of the bed.
Oh, we're going full poop.
I think they might have been vomiting in that same bed as well. Like it was a both ends food poisoning type of week.
With how bad those two teams are and they lose both series, I think you nailed it.
Turn around right here.
Truly disgusting is what that was last week.
In the 469 with the correction, it is a toxic Tuesday. It's not a Monday, but it does feel like a Monday for me. And so I wasn't going to go ahead and fight you on that. I didn't even realize it in real time when you said Monday.
It is Tuesday, isn't it?
It's TD Tuesday. Boom, shakalak. That'll be back before we know it, and I can't wait.
Same.
Get TD Tuesday back in our lives. All right, guys, football guy of the day on the line right now. Now, this is going to be a college football question. Who can name to me? I've got 7 in front of me. The 7 teams in college football history who have appeared number 1 more than any other in the AP preseason top 25.
Ohio State.
Ding, 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 they're on it.
Bama.
Yeah.
USC.
USC, yes, number 4.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, correct.
Texas.
Texas was a good guess here. And I was expecting Texas to be number 3, maybe on the list. But they weren't. They weren't.
Penn State.
Penn State.
Good guess.
I do not see Penn State on here.
Yale.
No Yale.
I was thinking an Ivy League school from back in the day.
I was thinking
not a bad one.
Army.
Yeah,
Army.
I saw the first ever preseason AP poll from like the 30s.
Yeah.
It was hilarious, the teams that were in there.
You guys have missing number 1.
Michigan.
Not Michigan.
Florida.
Not Florida.
No, hang on.
I just wanted to say Florida.
There is a Florida team.
Miami.
Florida State.
Florida State, yes, sir. Ding, ding, ding. They're 5 with 6 times.
OU?
OU's number 1.
Let's go.
More number 1 preseason AP teams.
Did we get them all?
You're missing 1 team.
Okay.
They were really good at one time.
Nebraska.
Indiana. It's Nebraska. You guys crushed it now. Yeah. Oklahoma, Ohio State, and Alabama are tied with 9. Then you got USC with 7. Florida State with 6. The Huskers with 6. And then Notre Dame with 5. 11 of the teams, and you guys hit a lot of them that just missed it. Texas was 1. LSU, you're fighting Tigers there. Penn State, Tennessee, UCLA, Auburn, all teams that just missed out on making it into this top 7 list. But the Fighting Irish there at 5. You had a bunch of teams tied with 4 times being AP number 1 preseason. All right. Who are the best NFL teams to not reach the Super Bowl when they should have? There's 2 Cowboy teams on this list. This is Aaron Shatt shots, courtesy of 1.
Did a Marty Schottenheimer San Diego Charger team was like 14?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That was a loaded football team.
05 maybe?
Patriots got them.
They weren't. Yeah, the Patriots. They're 14-2. They lost in the second round of the playoffs.
LT, Gates, Rivers,
I thought there was a couple of Marty Schottenheimer teams. How about a Cleveland Browns teams?
The drive was that 86?
The fumble.
Marty Schottenheimer team not on here. No,
you got to go Vikings in '99.
Yeah,
for sure.
They're on
14-1, something like that.
And this is not playing in the Super Bowl.
They failed to reach the Super Bowl. So
Okay.
he used, according to his DVOA ratings, which looks at efficiency on play-by-play basis.
How about the 2016 Cowboys?
16 Cowboys were not one of the two Cowboy teams on here.
Was it not the '93 team?
It was the 94 team.
94 team, yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
I mean, there's got to be some of the
Niners had Dion.
Some of these Bills.
The Niners in 95 were on here that your Packers ended up going in over.
Well, the 2010 Packers got to be in there because they went 15-1 with Rodgers.
2010 Packers.
Was that when Tom Coughlin's face turned bright red? That game, they lose.
That was
Giants?
07.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was 07. You would think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Okay, so Lamar Jackson in 23 and 24, both those teams are the top teams on here. 13-4, they lose in the AFC Championship game to the Chiefs, and then they go 12-5, they lose in the divisional round to the Bills in 24. Those are both. Were both of those his MVP seasons?
24.
We're trying.
Yeah, I think so.
But according to DVOA, when you look at the offense and the defense, both of those teams were the best to miss it. The 76 Steelers, who lose to the Raiders in the AFC Championship game, were on here. The Patriots in 2010, who lost to the Jets. But the highest-ranked Cowboy team, Brian, it's the 1968 Dallas Cowboys, who lost in the divisional round 31-20 to the Browns. The Cowboys opened the season by destroying the Lions 59-13. They finished the season with a league best average of 31 points per game and were second in points allowed. Don Meredith made the Pro Bowl. Bob Hayes was a first-team All-Pro. The defense was led by Bob Lilly and All-Pro Chuck Howley. But back then, the playoffs and home field advantage was rotated instead of it being based on record. So the Cowboys had to travel to Cleveland to face the 10-4 Browns. It didn't seem like a cause for concern since the Cowboys had beaten the Browns 28-7. But Don Meredith couldn't throw in the game because the weather was so bad. He went 3 for 9 with 3 picks before Landry had to bench him for Craig Morton. Browns won the game. Dandy Don then retired.
Retired, yeah.
Man, I never knew about that, how that all went down.
I thought he retired after one of the Green Bay losses, but it was the Cleveland loss.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So there's some of those teams. We also got good news for the State Fair. And last year, you guys remember everyone was complaining about the prices, right? Too expensive, can't go. State Fair's cutting prices, and they're cutting parking prices. So now, no complaints. I don't have the exact number in front of me.
I heard that somewhere that they were doing that.
Did you guys talk about that yesterday?
We had it in the news bag, but it's a good reminder for folks that want to get out to the fairgrounds.
Get out there.
Felt like it was going to be too pricey, especially for the kids. I think kids were $22 last year. Now they're only going to be $10.
Okay, the kids should get in for free.
Kids 3 to 12. Yeah, you got to pay for your 3-year-old.
I mean, they're getting you once you're inside. You might as well let us in for free.
Yeah, 12 and under.
That could be a
How about
loss
we do
leader.
12 and under.
I was just reading an article about Costco's loss leaders, like their gas, their pizza, their hot dogs, all the Kirkland products. Those are just to get people in.
Right, just to keep people happy, man.
I think that could go a long way to
I'm with you,
making me happy.
Last thing here in the mixed bag, Travis Hunter, wide receiver 3 on the Jags depth chart. I think that's a further probably acknowledgement from Liam Cohen that they're going to play him more at corner than they're planning on playing him at receiver this year. He's going to get his reps at wide receiver, but just per the depth chart right now.
You don't need him on offense that much.
They definitely need him at corner.
Could use
Jordan Lewis hurt now.
Sprinkle him in there. Again, Jordan Lewis always hurt.
Yeah, it's sad.
All right, thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Comerica Backyard here at the Globe. That's center field, suite level. So if you're on your way in, might have your pick of seats with 2 hours to go till game time.
They're not busting the doors down.
But we'd love to see a swing on by with fellowship.
They had to stop for first aid in the parking lot to walk in here.
It's hot, man.
It's one of the warmest walks we've ever had.
It's a hottie, baby.
Maybe up to 106 today?
107 says
107.
Brunoff.
Holy cow. Okay, where are we going next, Chief?
Football's finest, where we ask the question, how desperate are the Super Bowl champs?
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for some football's finest live from the Globe. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
5 o'clock in Texas, we football right now.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Our buddy Vach Lombardi 2 minutes ago on Twitter. One more fight, they might cancel this bleep. Good to see our guys stick up for each other, though. Apparently, things are getting testy.
Yeah, I saw one clip. Javonte Williams ran the rock, and it looked like somebody took a swing at him from the defensive line of the Saints. I don't think the offensive line appreciated that.
Cowboys-Saints joint practice, and things are getting a little bit too extracurricular, perhaps. I saw Julius Wood absolutely annihilate a slot receiver of the Saints trying to block him. You got to put that dude
on the team, man.
I love Julius Wood.
Good.
I love Julius Wood. Of all the players
you do love Wood.
That were under the radar, but especially Julius's.
Julius is a hell of a player.
Very, very impressive. And the physicality that he plays with is undeniable. And I just hope that he gets a ton of reps and we can see him really flex in coverage a little bit more, because definitely the way he screams downhill, I mean, he just totally punished a slot receiver that was trying to put a block on him. So we'll keep you updated on that. Did you guys see any other cool clips here? Did George Pickens make a really nice play?
Oh, my goodness. George Pickens, a ball down the left sideline for about 50 yards. Dak said, oh, he's down there somewhere. Let me chunk this. And goes up, hangs, bodies the DB, brings it down. You know, one of those plays, I think we saw a couple of them last year where it's right towards the pylon, maybe would have been down at the 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he continues to be the best player at Cowboys training camp. There is no question about that.
I got him at 3 shoving matches now. There was just another one on the sideline.
Really?
Yeah. Man. Look at that. That's like the whole team and then some. That's like 30 guys from each team.
I love it,
congregating.
Dude. These guys are getting after it in a big way. And, of course, the Saints are playing without their first-round pick wide receiver Jordan Tyson because inevitably Wolchuk.
Oh, is he hurt?
He's hurt again.
Oh, is it his hamstring?
It is, yes, but it's his other hamstring.
Oh.
Okay, so equal opportunity with the body parts of Jordan Tyson failing him.
It's amazing.
At a truly rapid rate. Like when you see the laundry list of injuries that he has dating back to 2022. Torn ACL, MCL, PCL, fractured collarbone, sprained ankles, strained hamstring, strained hamstring, strained hamstring. Okay, and he's going to be out 2 months now for the Saints, and that's why they're bringing in Chase Claypool
and Josh Reynolds.
Wow, and Josh Reynolds.
That's how down bad the Saints are
for some tryouts. Get a little look here.
2-month hammy.
2-month hammy.
Dude,
that's got to be like torn, right?
It's a career hammy.
And this is a guy who was like dedicated. Once he got drafted, he got the personal chef. He got the hyperbaric chamber. Like there is science cannot help him.
No,
his body simply will not respond like a professional athlete is supposed to. So that's gonna go down as a total wasted pick for them.
Oh yeah.
And he gets his top 10 first round bag, and that'll be the last he sees.
And he's a hell of a player when he plays.
Yeah.
He really, really is.
Oh,
His release off the line. The problem is it's like you can't count on his availability. And the eye roll when I jumped in on the morning show, they're like, what's one of your draft hot takes? I'm like, I don't have Jordan Tyson as a top 5 wide receiver. And it was only because of the injuries. Like, I couldn't take a guy that high that might play 8 games a year for me.
Do you feel bad, though, that you fought for Lemon and he's not done anything so far?
A little bit, but I think Lemon's going to end up playing this year.
Yeah, I mean, Mekhi Lemon has done nothing out there.
Yeah.
But I didn't think he'd end up with the Eagles, so his career's screwed from the get-go.
He's got a hamstring issue as well.
Yeah.
Now, did you get perked up watching your guy Michael Trigg there out of Baylor the other night?
I thought after the drop I didn't like, but then he bounced back nicely, man, and he was looking good. But I think he's dealing with another injury.
Toe.
Yeah, he's got a little toe ski.
I hope that toe, and the toes can be a concern.
Yep.
Those toes can
especially if he has like the turf toe situation.
It scares me.
You see the internet was doing more making fun of Jaden Daniels with photos of Deion Sanders' toes because he's only got 4.
Dude, the Jaden Daniels stuff
to
is
respect
just taking another level.
to respect Jaden Daniels 5, Deion Sanders only has 4 toes on his left foot. Now to the Super Bowl champions, it was cool. Has anybody been soaking in Hard Knocks a little bit? I've only gotten some of the clips, and it has been cool. Some of the clips I've seen, and all the people that I know that have watched it are like, "Dang, the Seahawks are a heck of a lot more likable than I anticipated them being." It seems like everybody's really enjoying this Hard Knocks. But I saw the clip where Devin Witherspoon, on the heels of getting his big-time cornerback money, he just signed the blockbuster deal over the weekend, and they show him walking into the locker room and everybody celebrating him and all the guys just showing love to him. It was a pretty cool moment, and he's absolutely one of the best in all of football. But they must not be confident in the depth that they have at corner. Because we know about the Terrion Arnold thing, which apparently they're kind of slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds like to me. Listen, we had a chance to interview their color guy the other night, and he made it sound like that he wasn't going to play till the middle of the season.
Yeah,
like they're expecting him to get suspended.
It makes sense
for sure. I get it, and so they're kind of slow playing that a little bit. But then they bring in today our old buddy Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs getting a little look-see from John Schneider and company.
Like Camden Brown just cooking up their secondary and thought, guys, outside of Devin Witherspoon, we might have a problem.
Yeah, the desperation, I think, for the depth at corner. They lose Tariq Woolen. And, of course, I mean, Emin does a little bit of the nickel stuff, but he's not a corner. I think Josh Jobe is
he's a solid player.
He's their starter opposite of Witherspoon. But outside of that,
want him as a slot corner.
They must not be feeling good about the depth of their cornerback room. If you're kicking the tires on Trayvon Diggs right now, I mean, you must be leaking confidence in a huge way about your cornerback room. So that's something to monitor there as it pertains to the Super Bowl champions. We did get the offer from Von Miller to Hunter Lipke, lifetime supply of chicken, as Von Miller wants that jersey number 40. We'll see if he can get it. I do love seeing the Ruben Baines stuff. Speaking of the rookies, Ruben Baines, you see him. He's after practice in the hot Tampa sun.
Yeah.
An hour after practice, still padded up, all by himself, the only one on the field, and he's still just getting work on the sled and working on the hand fighting and all that kind of stuff. Ruben Baines, that is a true football lover. I don't know.
Is that an indictment because he had a bad practice?
I don't know if he has friends. I don't know if he has. I think it's just all ball all the time for Ruben Baines.
Soaking up the footballs.
And he's going to be an animal for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the player that, like, the Caleb Downs pick will be measured on.
Agreed. Yeah, that's the one that you'll look at and be like, okay, yeah, I know. I know they liked him. A lot of people liked Ruben Baines in there, but the arm situation was not something that you could get on board with.
Man, those teams are all going to think that they're going to look at themselves and say we're stupid for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Baines is just a total monster. Now, what do you guys think about the bet? Grade the bet at DraftKings Sportsbook. Somebody put $2,500 on the Cincinnati Bengals beating the Dallas Cowboys in the Super Bowl. 500-1 odds.
I love it.
$2,500. Bet would win $1.25 million.
I hope this guy.
It's a good bet. Like the two most garbage defenses that anyone's laid their eyes on last year, and then 1 year later they're meeting in the Super Bowl, where Joe Burrow is apparently trying to play under center, and he's never done that before.
Not much.
He's never played under center. He's a shotgun quarterback, and he's good enough to just be a shotgun quarterback. But now the way of football is everybody wants to get under center, and I get it, and they're having to try and figure that out on the fly. And I think that's part of the reason why they're having to play Burrow and chasing these guys in the preseason, because we need live work of getting under center, because we don't have a quarterback, for as good as he is, who's ever really done this before. So, but one bettor's like, it's all going to work out, and it's going to be Cowboys-Bengals in the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, Walchuk, according to this bet, the Cowboys lose.
Damn it. I mean, their defense, like you said, was just as bad. And I know they got Dexter Lawrence, but they lost Trey Hendrickson. It's pretty much a wash. I don't know how you're looking at their defense and saying, we're going to be good enough. I could see them targeting, maybe the top of the bottom third in the league, like if we have the 22nd best defense and a top 10 offense. Mm-hmm. I think they'll be entertaining. But that's wild. I think that bet are messed up, and he should have done something else, like Baltimore or Buffalo.
Well, they added Boye Mafe, right?
Yeah, they got Mafe. They got Cassius Howell.
Yeah.
They
Jonathan
signed
Allen, Brian Cook.
Yeah, Brian Cook from
that's a good signing. Yeah,
from New England, right? Oh no, from the Chiefs. From the Chiefs,
one of their
at safety.
4 major losses in Kansas City.
So they've done a couple of things there, but yeah, that's a pretty insane bet. We'll see if it pays off for that fella.
Is it going back to Seattle real quick? Is there anybody on their team you want to trade one of your corners for?
What? Oh, do you have a corner to trade?
Well, I'm just saying you might have a little surplus with some of these guys. We're kind of talking about moving on for some guys.
I wish Kalen Carson put on a better showing versus the Seahawks the other night. We could flip him for them, but yeah, I'm sure there's somebody on their roster that we would like.
What position, if you could go get you're going to go get a running back, not from Seattle, but if you're going to go trade, we talked about this, right?
Yeah, running back would be one.
Do you think that way for linebacker anymore?
I'd still like to add depth at linebacker, yeah.
I would. And John Machota had his article today, and he led off by saying adding Von Miller is probably not the final notable move the Dallas Cowboys will make before the start of the regular season. Notable move.
I'd still like Bobby Wagner, man. Watching Von Miller, to me, between those two, the guy that's a better player right now is Bobby Wagner.
Well, Broadus would definitely co-sign that. I know you like Wagner quite a bit.
Yeah, I did.
And yeah, why not? Why not get Wagner? I'm with you.
Barham's back today. But like Brian, I know you were talking about there's whispers about starting.
I'm hearing whispers that he might start. He might be your starter at Mike linebacker.
Kind of terrifying to me. Like the guy practiced 2 weeks in Oxnard and then had a groin injury.
I think it might be that way. What they think about
Overshown. Yeah, exactly right. So you got Overshown. Who I don't know that you can trust. I do think linebacker ultimately through a 17-game season, you're going to need to add to that room.
Yeah, and that's what Machota was talking about, linebacker and corner, and he threw out. Not Jordan Brooks with the Dolphins, but Tyrell Dodson, who's another one of their linebackers. And they draft, of course, Jacob Rodriguez, so Dodson might be kind of a odd man out.
So he was saying there might be a corner involved, too, that they would try and trade for?
Yeah.
So then you don't have surplus. They don't think – they're telling John they don't have surplus there.
I don't think their corners are very good.
Yeah, he was looking at Kansas City's Christian Fulton and Denver's Riley Moss as just like names to throw out as potential guys that you could trade for.
Fulton's interesting.
That wouldn't be.
By the way, I reached out, gang of 7. One of them liked the Von Miller deal, and the other one didn't.
Okay.
So just to kind of like one of the guys said we were looking at all the old defensive ends, and they said that Von Miller was the best of the old defensive ends, and then the other team was like, we're thinking like you are, that
we're not crazy
about him. Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah, and I mean, listen, the money on that, $5.5 million. That kind of tells you there were plenty other dudes out there that don't have the same type of name as Von Miller does, and they were able to command even more than Von Miller did on the market this offseason. Okay, now grade the teammate move here. This is ridiculous. Did you guys see the clip of Deion Dawkins, the left tackle for the Buffalo Bills? He's in their indoor facilities, walking on the turf, shirtless, and he's got his dog. And his dog takes a dump on the practice turf.
Whoops.
Ooh. That's not good.
That's hard to recover from. Go ask Marge Schott.
I mean, credit to Dawkins, who had the bag and was ready to pick it up. But the idea that you're going to allow your dog onto the practice field, onto that turf, it's not being rained on. I don't think they're watering the turf there and getting it washed up after practices. Yeah. Like somebody is going to get tackled on the dog doo-doo spot, inevitably. The idea that you're allowed to have your dog in a practice facility and it's going to treat your practice field like a toilet is insane.
That is, man.
That's a bad teammate move right there.
And usually I don't see eye to eye to you with your dog takes, but this one I absolutely do.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, even on natural grass, it would be a highly questionable decision.
Yes.
But on the artificial stuff, that's not going to drain. That's not going to rinse.
So bad.
Yeah, I mean, typically I think you're just an all-around a-hole when it comes to the dog stuff. But this one, I think you're on to something.
You're with me, right?
What time is it here, by the way?
This goes to show, again, Joe Brady, Mr. Fun Uncle. Yeah, whatever you guys want to do, bring your dogs, Dookie on the field, whatever, guys. We're just here having fun.
Yeah. Which is worse? Okay, and I was part of this one. Bring a dog on the field or hit a sand wedge off the game field to the other end of the field, to the other end zone.
Ooh, so you put a divot in the...
Oh, no. I put a divot
I think we're used to divots, though.
I got a brand new sandwich. I got a brand new sandwich. I wanted to hit it.
Is this in Green Bay?
I did it off Lambeau Field.
Lambeau
Field?
Let's go.
Desecrating that legendary
field. I went into the end zone and hit a sandwich to the other end zone is what I did in the middle of Lambeau Field.
Did you feel good about the shot?
I felt great.
That 100-yard sandwich is bad. Was that a 55?
Yeah, it was a 50.
I'd like the idea of this being in pregame warm-ups on a Sunday at like 11 a.m.
I got a brand new sandwich, and I'm like, damn, this is pretty nice. And I go, I got to go hit this thing. So I had a couple balls, and I threw them, and I'm looking around. I'm on Lambeau Field, standing in the end zone. I rear back, I hit it. Flight was beautiful.
Grass goes flying everywhere.
Landed, and I'm like, oh, let me see if I can do this again. So I hit two of them.
You double dipped?
I double dipped, yeah.
Did you get reprimanded?
No, they never knew I did it. I'm sure.
Place your divot like a pro.
They never knew I did it.
Oh, I took a beautiful divot. I mean, it was just beautiful right out of the end zone. Just perfect.
That's pretty next level, but I'd still take that over
the dog
dookie.
poo.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
yeah.
insane.
100%. Thank you, Chief. That's football finest most every afternoon, 5 o'clock here in the nation. We got more updates from Cowboys practice as they're taking on the Saints in a joint practice this afternoon. We're live at the Globe and back momentarily on the Fan. They're getting spicy out in Oxnard, where the Cowboys have a joint practice going on with the Saints. Let's give you some play-by-play, some blow-by-blow, if you will. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and we're now under 6 minutes from the G-Bag of the day, and LA Live's coming up here at 5:40. We're live at the Globe. Rangers return to action. Great seats available if you'd like to jump in there, get some tickets, and support your Rangers as they do open play tonight, tied in the wild card. Okay, let's not give up, Rangers fans. You got to stay engaged and locked in and support your guys. Calvin Watkins tweets, a near riot almost broke out on the other field. Chase Young and Dak Prescott exchanging some words, but it's all good. Nick Harris writing, just before this video began, Donovan Ezeraku tried to take on the whole Saints roster, and it looks like he's pretty good at fighting.
It does, man.
You know, if I had to handicap it right now, based on Ezeraku's willingness, his timing, and his arm length, he might be one of the toughest players the Cowboys have.
Dude, every single fight that I've seen posted, Ezeraku is somewhere involved, and he definitely seems like a guy who's kicking ass.
Yeah, so salute to him. I mean, he's kind of a shirt tuck-in, kind of high GPA guy. So usually guys like that, they don't have a screw loose. But you know, sometimes guys like that still like to fight, and he appears he's pretty good at it. Joseph Hoyt wrote that first play after the fight, Malachi Lawrence got a sack on Tyler Shuck. James Houston also had pressure in there. So it is spirited. I wonder how Shoddy feels about this right now.
I don't think he likes
Probably not good.
No, but I think the Saints are a dirty football team.
And this is once again, you go back to a team like you work against the Rams. You don't have any of these problems. The coaches have control. The practices are controlled. You know, I mean, these are the things that you don't want to have happen. And you could say, well, everybody's tired. Everybody's ready to go home, that kind of thing and all. But you know, if the majority of the practice is being like a play, and then now we stop for 4 minutes because we have to separate, you know, you're just not getting anything out of that. You know, and I think that's. I remember the Rams when they had Jeff Fisher and Garrett, and there was fights, and it just.
That one got crazy.
It got crazy, and you're sitting there watching. You're like, I'm not getting anything out of this.
Good content on social. That's about it.
That's it. It's like, oh yeah, everybody's happy that there's fights and stuff, but you're not running plays. You're not getting better. Guys aren't working with each other. You know, it's a shame that you have to stop down because of the fighting aspect of it.
From what I can tell, it's really started as a result of tackles being taken beyond what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to tackle to the ground.
Yeah, and maybe the Saints practice differently than what the Cowboys do.
I think they booted easy, according to Nick Eatman.
Okay, that seems like him out. You know, just for
they kicked him out at another practice too, right?
Yeah. So if you're the coaches, are you like, this is great, they're standing up for each other and there's a line that you don't cross, or are you thinking this shows bad discipline as penalties continue to be a problem for the Cowboys? That it's going on about 2 decades.
Well, it might be the Saints' problem too. The way the Saints, Kellen Moore and their coaching staff might not have a very good practice plan.
But I think it takes two to tango, and I think what Shoddy wants is, intensity, but in a game you get kicked out for this. So can we practice our emotional IQ here?
They had a really nice practice against the Rams.
Yeah, I think the common denominator in Black and Gold Bees texting in, he's like, oh damn, just get in the car what I miss. Your Saints are a dirty freaking football team, okay? That's the issue. Just start.
What makes you say that?
I'm just
just rivalry stuff.
Yeah, that's all it is. But I do think it could end up just being, hey, you're at the end of training camp here. We're annoyed. We're
ready to go home.
We're ready to go home. But it is also, you did have a clean practice versus the Rams. Here comes New Orleans, who I think in their previous joint practice last week was also getting in fights. Now they're getting in fights with the Cowboys. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it on the opposition.
Now, Hunter Lipke has left practice early. That's the only maybe casualty of the extra physicality.
That's not good.
There were no other details on it.
Was it a jersey thing?
I don't think so. Kamara left practice early as well for the Saints, but overall things are I think going okay from an injury standpoint. I was kind of nervous going into this one, just about the added stress on your starters, putting them in the fray like this. I think if I'm Shoddy, in light of these fights, I might want to pull all my starters off. John Owning tweets, I'm riding again bringing back my Dallas Morning News days. So congrats to John Owning, friend of the show. Nice. He's got a screenshot to the Blue Star Bulletin. Is that a blog in the Morning News?
No,
I couldn't tell.
It might be his own Substack or something.
Okay, that would be cool. Congrats to John and everybody.
But if he's back with DMN, that'd be sick.
How about this? This is an interesting idea. Saints players are in different numbered jerseys for today's joint practice with the Cowboys. A lot of cameras around makes sense.
Yeah.
So they're trying to avoid the scoutability for teams that might be paying attention as they're in a high content saturation environment. There's talk on social as well of a possible Von Miller, CeeDee Lamb, Eskimo Bro situation.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I think we got some Eskimo going down here.
We're going to spend a little bit of time on this a little bit later in the week or something.
CeeDee actually sealed that deal, or was there just flirtation in public?
I mean, if you're at a club kind of like hugging up and then you're sitting in a car holding hands.
Oh, they were in the car holding hands?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I saw the club part. I didn't see the car part.
Yeah, I mean, I think you read into it, and hopefully, I mean, I don't know. I think the bros are probably fine, whatever. I mean, Von Miller clearly knew this when he joined the Cowboys.
This is the mother of his children?
Yes.
Yeah, who seems to be...
She's
popular gal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Bounced around a little
bit.
Well, I'm sure this isn't the first rodeo through this kind of deal for teams.
No.
I mean, you got a lot of those very attractive, very eligible gals who like to frequent and chase.
He's got a couple of kids. How many kids he got? Von Miller.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
We need to get our analytics guy Ryan Paganetti on this thing. How many, on average, Eskimo Bros share a locker?
Yeah. The analytics, man. That's
two sons, Brian.
It's a job for
Two
Page.
sons. Thank you.
Von Miller has 3 kids.
3 kids.
He's shared.
Yeah, we're getting conflicting reports here. How many kids does he have? Damn it.
I mean, I got 3, but that's Google AI, and I think Google AI is
doing the same thing.
pretty hit or miss.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Valor and Victory, both of them with Megan Denise. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I guess I could have looked at it.
Whatever the case, we're live at the Globe. Pregame coming up now in less than 1 hour. It is time to head into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Oh, my God. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, eastdallasmotorcars.com. You guys just did like a Wendy Williams segment on the show.
We did.
Yeah,
So
I got a little
who is
messy.
he sleeping with?
Yeah.
They were holding hands. Oh, All right, man.
Probably should have thrown it to you 2 minutes earlier.
That's all right. What's up, Broadus?
Yes. Would you have thrown the first ball out impaired?
Well, I mean, in a sense, I'm always kind of impaired in a little bit.
But really impaired.
In a sense.
Not really. No. Too many people watching. I want that thing to go right down the pipe. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to embarrass myself out there. I want it to look good. No 50 cents. I don't want it to hit the ground. I don't want to look crazy, bro.
All right.
Yeah, but I really was trying to sell that ball. I really was. All right, our winner and champ is A.I. Broadus from the sick mind of Bobby Belt from the morning show. This is going for day 3 right here. Mr. A.I. Broadus was just trying to find himself a seat at the Magic Johnson HIV announcement press conference. Let's go back.
First of all, let me say
excuse me. Sorry, pardon me. I heard Jack Nicholson was going to be here. Is he here?
Because of the HIV virus that I have attained,
I can't believe he's just telling everybody, that he's got the AIDS.
I just want to make clear, first of all, that I do not have the AIDS disease, because I know.
Oh, I don't know. It's not what AC Green told me.
That, but HIV virus.
Said it's full blown AIDS.
My wife is fine. She's negative.
Oh, so she's the only one who Magic wasn't sleeping with. Interesting.
I plan on going on living for a long time.
Well, he got out just in time, too. This is about to be Drazen Petrovic's
league.
See
me around. I plan on being with the Lakers in the league. Hopefully, David will have me. I guess now I get to enjoy some of the other sides of living.
No, I don't know.
The season and
I kind of feel like he was enjoying life too much.
Practices.
Am I wrong here? Seriously?
Yeah, just a little too much with no prophylactics. Oh, Magic Johnson. That's how he got the nickname, Magic Johnson.
That was a wild day.
He's got the magic stick.
He's got the magic stick.
Man, good Drazen Petrovic reference. You guys know who that is? One of the originals coming over from Europe. 3-point shooter.
Didn't ring a bell, so I figured that's probably a good jobber name.
Kind of like a Euro Dan Marley.
Okay.
Yeah, died in a car wreck.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the reference. Like maybe a week later.
Oh.
Yeah. It's about to be Drazen Petrovic's league.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Sick mind of Bobby Belt.
It gets even darker.
Very
Sick mind, sick mind. All right, we have a dude right here that fired his lawyer during a court hearing. Looked like this guy was in court for something that happened with a lady. She wants to drop the charges, but the state is going to pick up the charges. So he's a bit upset with the lawyer, the court-appointed attorney. He wants to fire his court-appointed attorney, which you can't do this, right? You got this for free, but he wants to fire him.
Yeah, exactly.
He wants to fire him anyway. Mm-hmm. He goes off on a judge. It gets kind of weird. This is long audio, but it's worth it.
You still want to? You mad? Your Honor, I met with Mr. Sledge yesterday. Yesterday, I was informed that he was going to fire me, so I was just inquiring if he wanted to proceed with the Nelson hearing. The situation with Mr. Sledge is, on October 17th, the alleged victim in this case gave a written statement saying she wants to drop the charges. As I explained to Mr. Sledge, the state's already aware that she wants to drop the charges, and they're not going to just because she's provided a written statement. So,
She went to the state attorney's office and filled out a drop charge for him, didn't she?
Yes, she did. So
Mr. Sledge, just so you understand that the state can go forward with charges even if the alleged victim doesn't want to.
All right.
So that's what Mr. Kleins is explaining
I'm
to you.
not studying him. What y'all talking about?
Say again?
What are y'all talking about? We need to get this show on the road then.
All right. So do you have any issues with Mr. Kleins?
He's fired. This man tried to sexually assault me yesterday.
What?
This man be tripping. He came to the jail talking about he could help me if I pulled out my pants. I told him, man, you tripping.
What?
Let me explain something to you, and I explained it to you last time. Mr. Sledge? Mr. Sledge?
I don't have to do nothing. You can't tell me nothing. The lady said I don't have to if I don't want to, and I told her no, period. That's it. Now let's move forward. I ain't talking about
No, you need to speak. You need to speak with the doctor when she comes.
Speaking with nobody. I'm pro se. I want to move forward.
We haven't had a Ferretta hearing yet, Mr.
I want to go pro se. It's my right.
Okay, let me explain something to you. It's your right, but I still have to determine through Mr. Sledge. Here's the problem, Mr. Sledge. Every time I try to explain something to you, you start talking.
You stupid. No, you tripping.
All right.
I did nothing. You need to get this.
Tell me why I shouldn't find you in contempt.
Hey man, whatever you want to do, man. I'm ready to go to trial.
Okay, well, I'm finding you in direct criminal contempt for what you just said, specifically calling me stupid.
Okay.
Anything you want to introduce as far as mitigation before I announce your sentence?
Whatever.
All right. 6 months county jail consecutive to anything he has in this case. You want to meet with the doctor now?
I can fill out an appeal.
You can certainly do that if you'd like. Are you going to meet with the doctor?
No.
No. That's a lot, bro. That's a lot right there.
That is. I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, he put the allegations on his lawyer, though, didn't he?
He sure did.
Yeah. But he said he'll help me out if I put my pants down and show my cheeks.
Friendly negotiating.
Wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
So that's called pro se when you represent yourself?
Listen, I don't know.
Pro se, I think is what he was saying?
I don't know. I don't speak felonies.
Yeah.
I don't speak felonies, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I learned something there.
All right, let's go to Fox Weather. Virginia, we have a father out here that's playing with his kids. It's raining. The kids want to play in the rain, but there's also lightning going on. So the father's trying to give them a lesson about lightning as lightning strikes right in front of the house.
Ooh. No, because the lightning, but I don't want you out there in the water. Why? Because that's what it goes after. Electricity. That's why.
That's why.
Yeah,
that's why.
You're never going to have
awesome.
to learn about worry about that kid in lightning ever again.
Never again.
He's good. From one kid to another, we have a mom that confronts her daughter over some things that her daughter said that this boy said in the classroom. So mom went and grabbed the phone and said, "Now repeat what he said one time for me, please."
So you just said Brantley said BBC,
And I said, like, the British channel, and you said what?
No, he said it stands for Big Black Cop.
Big Black what?
Cop.
Like a policeman?
Cop.
Then Brentley's in your class.
Yes.
Okay. How he say it?
Over there looking like a BBC.
That's amazing. Wow.
That was scary for a minute there.
Over there looking like a BBC.
Lucius was wilding today.
It is Toxic Tuesday.
Big black cop. Big black cop. That's good stuff, bro.
That is something else. That's an all-timer right there.
Make you a little nervous. You're like, what did she say?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I had to adjust the volume there on my headset.
Why didn't Lucius bleep that, bro? What are you doing?
We played it twice.
Yeah.
Why is the cut still running?
Yeah. And last one right here. Let's go to WGN, Chicago station.
Chicago.
Mr. T, he has been on a promotion run. I think he sung the Love, Take Me Out to the Ball game.
Oh, there we go.
The Cowboys game, he did that. He was on WGN, and they asked him about all the gold that he wears. What does that mean?
Everything I did, it has symbolism.
Yeah.
I wore 4 earrings in my right ear, 3 in my right ear, 4 in my left. The 3 were symbolic of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. The 3 wise men, the 3 Hebrew boys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. 3 parts of the day, morning, noon, and night. 3 graces, faith, hope, and love. The 3 civil rights workers, Cheney, Goodman, and Swerner, that got killed during the Mississippi voter registration. I wear 4 in my left ear. The 4 was symbolic of the 4 seasons: spring, winter, summer, and fall. The 4 directions: north, east, south, and west. The 4 gospel writers: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You put the 3 and 4 together, it was 7. It was 7 times that Joshua marched around the walls of Jericho. Samson had 7 locks of hair. There's 7 colors in the rainbow. There's 7 notes or numbers in the musical bars. God made heaven and earth in 6 days. He rested on the 7th. I wore the gold for 3 reasons. One, see, when Jesus was born, 3 wise men came from the east. 1 brought frankincense, 1 brought gold, and 1 brought myrrh. So, and then the second reason I wear the gold, I would tell the people I could afford it. I said, it's stupid for you to go out and buy gold and your rent not paid. Stupid for you to go out and buy gold and the kids don't have nothing to eat. They paid me a lot of money to promote gold. And then the third reason I wore the gold, because it was symbolic of my African heritage. My ancestors, when they came over from Africa, they were shackled by their neck, their wrists, and their ankles in steel chains. I've turned those steel chains to gold to symbolize the fact that I'm still a slave, only my price tag is higher.
That's great.
Wow, that's amazing. I've never heard that explained.
That's great.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
I've never heard that before. My God.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation.
Not expecting that.
Goodness.
All right, it's time to vote. Is it AI brought us at Magic Johnson's presser? Is it the court-appointed attorney trying to sexually assault Mr. Sledge, who wanted to go pro se?
Yeah, look at all these people that speak felonies on the fan text right now.
You're right,
General. You're right. That's what pro se says me, man, bro.
Okay.
Speaking of experience over here.
Yeah, I did it myself. I don't know if a sane person's ever tried to do that. Have they? I think when you hear about that, it's usually a guy who's got at least one screw loose.
It's not pro-sane.
It's not pro-sane.
Good stuff.
Father trying to give the kids a lesson about lightning.
That was good.
Mom confronts daughter about what boy said in the classroom. Or Mr. T on WGN. Man, this is hard.
Pause.
I'm not speaking about the court-appointed attorney.
Or the cop. Or the BBC.
Man, that's a tongue twister and a half, though. I'm going to go with WGN's Mr. T there.
Same here, bro.
We got 2 for T, Lucius. How about you?
The guy that wants to fire his attorney for touching him.
We're at 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with the BBC.
We're at 2-1, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Mr. T.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. I pity the fool that tries to take on Mr. T tomorrow at 5:30. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
The gold and the slaves are for the chains. Oh, thank you, Mr. T. All right.
How old do you guys think Mr. T is?
75.
72.
How is he?
74.
All right.
Ooh.
All right.
Chicago, Illinois zone.
Right.
Mr. T.
He remembered that, too. He was spitting that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got 4 holes for this and that, and 3 for this and that, and that.
I think he waited his entire career for that question to be asked.
Couldn't wait, bro. So glad you asked me.
It's about time.
Yeah.
We got a minute.
All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right into the great Rick James, baby.
All right, Square. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I don't know what that means, to play us out. What does that mean? To end the show?
Yeah.
All right, go.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Again. 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it.
Can't do it.
We'll do it live. Okay.
We'll do it live.
No. We'll do it live.
Yeah.
Do it live.
Yeah.
I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Thing sucks.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
Take it away. Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. And shout out to Bill O'Reilly right there. Yeah, he was toxic in that moment, cursing out his producers and everybody else is trying to help him stay on air. But did you hear the confidence? He was like, I'll just do it live.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're showing me. I don't know what that means, but I'll handle it live. What? I don't need to record this. I'm so icy at this. I'll do it live. Boy, that's icy. Hey, LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. There's no doubt in my mind that the inside the Edition studio wasn't a toxic work environment when Bill O'Reilly was there. Bill O'Reilly was accused of multiple harassment situations in the work environment, verbal abuse, multiples, workplace misconduct multiple times. Various producers, guests, and network analysts. Man, this man jumped on the guest too. Oh my God.
Dude. And in the 80s, for you to be a newsman that stands out as extra mean to people, you had to be going off. Because as a man that came up in the news business in the late 90s, news directors and anchors were completely like on a tirade from the moment they walked in that front door. So for Bill O'Reilly to be reported on it must have been nuclear.
So many times. And you know it's a toxic environment. Out of the fellas here, has anyone ever been in a toxic work environment that ended with a clash with a coworker? Maybe an argument, maybe you got chest to chest?
Yeah, I just told you about mine. I walk in and Paul Hansen, who a few years later I went as for Halloween and walked around hammered impersonating him for about 5 hours. He would so I'd write news stories and leave them in the box the night before. This is when you still printed stuff off. And if there was anything wrong with it, he would write in all caps in Sharpie, wrong GD this, wrong GD cut, and all spelled out, the full GD bomb.
Wow.
So I don't know. 5 months into it, my career's going well. I'm trying to get onto the Fan in Portland. And he had done another one to me, and it was 2 or 3 a week, right? So
you were screwing up all the time.
I was screwing up. I was learning the game, but they were very small screw-ups.
Right.
I mean, I've had 10 on that level today alone, right?
Gotcha.
So I was thinking about this all weekend long. I said, Monday, I'm going in there, right? And I rehearsed it. In a mirror.
I love this. That's great.
And I mean, the adrenaline just hits you when you realize you're going to do it. And I start yelling at him, and then it all the words just came rushing out of me for about 2 or 3 minutes. And I'm just pissed off, and I'm telling him we're sick and tired of him giving us crap, and
And we're tired of it, man.
And he's just seated there with his eyes bugging out, oh my God, I can't believe someone's yelling at me like this. And eventually my rant stops by him calling in Mark Ale, the general manager. Mark, get in here. Mark, he's out of control.
Security. Wow, so he couldn't even go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and now we're Facebook buddies. I message with Paul 2 or 3 times a week.
Mark, get in here. This fool's lost it.
Mark, God, it felt so good.
Sounds hilarious.
Bender again.
I like how you practice your rant.
Yeah, and I was young too. I was like 22 or 23 years old. So
yeah, that's young, bro. That's young. Anybody else have a little situation? I know Broadus, bro. I know you don't went chest to chest with somebody.
It never chest to chest. I mean, in meetings and stuff like that, but it wasn't like it was yelling at each other. Like Parcells and I yelled at each other, like just in a meeting, sitting down. I mean, like he never stood up or I never stood up, but like he
this
called me out.
Giving a damn right there, though. It's like it's just
that's what got me fired.
Oh, really?
That got me fired. Absolutely, that's what got me fired because I fought him every day in meetings and stuff like that, and he got really tired of that.
Sometimes you got to respect somebody that has like a lot of passion about their jobs, and they might get a little fiery with you sometimes. But you got to respect that. It's not personal.
No, he took it. He took it personal, is what he did, and so and I got fired for that. And then when I went to TCU, like Gary Patterson was the head coach there, and I thought he was a complete idiot, and I'm like, man, this is not how but he was a TCU. He was having success, winning, but everybody in that staff was scared of him. I'm like, why are you guys so scared of this guy? And maybe because I worked for Coughlin and Parcells and these guys. I'm like, you just can't walk around with your head in the sand when you're dealing with these guys. But hey, like I say, that's why I'm doing radio now, because guy thought, he's like, no, I'm sick of you fighting me every single day.
Zach, Eric, you guys, you haven't had any situations yet where you had to like, hey man, I'm going to have to choke this dude.
We had one bad day at Chick-fil-A.
Bad employees.
Yeah, well, it was
not Chick-fil-A material.
It was somebody working in the kitchen, and he was mouthing off to one of our female managers. And I kind of ended up having to get in the middle of it to defend her, and then it almost turned into a physical fight.
Really?
It was bad. It was not good.
That would make local